I'm playing it.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
I'm fucking better than you.
A Channel 2 Action News exclusive, a lawsuit filed against a group of judges. The lawyer for 4 wrecker companies alleges their lots are overflowing with abandoned cars because of a court's failure to follow
My monitor
state
is still
law.
unmuted. Fuck. I was like, wait.
I am.
I was like, you hit the soundbite again because I have the delay on the monitor. And I'm like, what? What's going on? And then I was like, oh.
I fucking ruined my joke because I couldn't find the soundbite fast enough. Because you were saying stuff that started with "I'm," so I was like, "I'm playing it," and then I was like,
"Okay,
I'm fucking better than you."
Nobody had got how funny I am.
Well, new at 6, Fulton County's chief magistrate judge tells Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie her judges follow the law.
Lot on the other side of that gray fence. You added that when?
The end of 2022.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
No room to take any more cars in or move around on our line.
Because of this problem?
Because of the problem.
Do you believe that you and the other Fulton County magistrate judges have done anything in connection with the
every YouTube is very what?
Very
low quality and laggy. I don't know.
Huh.
Let me see on my monitor.
Well, this one is just low quality.
No, just keep playing it. It looks fine to me.
Again, I can't speak to the lawsuit, but I would say I do not.
Ruby Hilliard tells us she's manager at Fudos Inc., a big Atlanta record company, and an issue with Fulton County Magistrate Court is threatening to wreck their business if the issue isn't fixed.
We can't tow when we don't have any more room to tow, and we have to have room, for the police when they call us to tow.
To be fair, Ms. Hilliard says most of the cars on the
Jesus
Fudos lot
Christ.
aren't part of this issue, but dozens of abandoned vehicles are. Lawyer Will
It looks fine when I
for writ of mandamus against
put it in
Fulton County's
HD.
Chief Magistrate Judge Cassandra Kirk and other magistrate judges. He
Might be a you problem.
Proceeds.
That's a hell of a hairline.
Georgia law calls a writ of mandamus an extraordinary remedy.
He says record companies send notice to abandoned vehicle owners and lien holders twice by certified mail.
It's roughly a 60-day process.
And if no one claims the cars, many of which were towed on police orders, companies file motions with magistrate court so they can recoup towing and storage fees by selling the cars. And by law, the court must rule in 15 days, but too often it's not.
Lol.
We're talking about 388 motions you filed as of the time of our conversation.
That's correct.
Story says the motion in one case where
That's correct.
15 days was filed in 2021, but more than 200 of the motions go back to 2022. Are you aware of 300?
I have a solution for it. Start a wrecker.
My back is so fucked.
Start a wrecker and do a pick your own part. Bam, problem solved. There goes your cars. When it's done, melt that shit down. Perfect. Problem solved. Get yourself a cherry picker, move the cars around, order them by brand and then by actual car if it matters to you. Number them, categorize them, make a pick and
what
part.
they should do is
Where are they?
should take them to use the cars in a fundraiser event, right? Where you crush them with monster trucks.
That's not a bad idea. Also, my idea is not bad either.
I've never seen monster trucks. I just know that's like a thing in America.
But where are they? Do you know? Do we know? Where are we?
Does it say?
Follow Georgia. Okay. You know what a lot of people in Georgia like? Cars. You know what they need? Parts. Problem fucking solved. I'm telling you, this is a good way to do it. And then every car you tow that doesn't get picked up, you get another car. Problem solved. Just buy more land.
88 outstanding motions from for tow companies.
So I am not, but I would encourage those tow
When the lighting's so bad, you look like a Fallout ghoul. God damn.
companies, if they exist, to
The
send them to
lighting's
us. We have been
awful.
working with the tow companies for years.
Do you believe there are abandoned motor vehicle?
What the fuck is his lighting? What is happening? Am I going insane?
I mean, it's a local outlet. They probably only have like hell, they might even be using tungsten. Who knows? I doubt anyone is using tungsten anymore, though. It's all LED now.
Pending since 2022.
I do not.
Stories petition
That's
suggests as of
what I
January
was thinking. She's lit like a ghoul. He's lit like an angel. What the fuck is happening?
11th, Futos Inc. had not received an order on
Wow,
57
terrible
motions
name.
pending for more than 15 days, with the most outstanding motion filed on March 7, 2022.
Uh-oh.
The story says in one case, a hearing was held January 8th. The petition suggests that as of January 9th, ATO Atlanta LLC had not received an order on 100 motions, with the most outstanding motion filed in September 2022. That as of January 22nd, Southside Record Service LLC had not received an order on 174 motions, with the most outstanding filed in December 2021. And that as of January 25th, South Metro Towing Inc.
I'm telling you, this is the way to go. A pick and pot.
Most
Do it.
outstanding motion filed on August 25, 2023. Judge Kirk says magistrate court handles many kinds of cases, landlord-tenant, garnishment, small claims, and much more, and that data for roughly 8 years shows an incredible closure rate given limited resources. She says she's had a team of judges assigned to the abandoned...
Okay, interesting. Next.
Yesterday, a hedge fund manager by the name of Kyle Bass furiously posted about his
like, the story doesn't matter. This is just the junk special, bro. It's so funny how ballistic he gets with this regular ass story of a hedge fund manager.
I'm fucking better than you.
To be fair, he is her boss.
Well, that is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Okay, in case you don't know, because mainstream media flat out lies to you and pretends that the politicians are in charge. The politicians aren't in charge at all. The donors are in charge. If you cross a donor, you're eliminated and you're gone. So rich guys like this do run the country. And note, they are not from any particular religion or background. They're just rich, okay? You could be any background you like, any nationality, as long as you're rich. So, but
what is Janet Yellen gonna do?
The way this is like, you could really see where Hassan gets it from. You know, it runs in the family. The way he starts yelling and freaking out about the most basic takes here, and like the rich people, and like, you know, like hedge funds managers suck. You know, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? The lizard people are in charge? No, what do you think?
Are you expecting Janet Yellen to call the hotel, the fancy hotel you're staying at in New York, and be like, listen, my homeboy, this hedge fund manager, really didn't want to spend $85 on his room-serviced breakfast. So can you handle that for me? Like, it's like the most hilarious thing I've seen.
Yeah, and you know, and he's saying, you know, get inflation under.
This guy stayed at a 5-star hotel and ordered room service, and then said $85 for a room service at a 5-star hotel. This is all Biden's fault, right? And so now they're reporting on how people owned him on Twitter.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Exactly. Now let's just watch. It's so good.
Control all the companies that you invested in at your hedge fund. None of them did price gouging, and I defined as, hey, I'm taking extra profit beyond inflation because it looks like the market will bear it.
Exactly.
I guarantee you that if he's watching this right now, he goes, well, they have a fiduciary responsibility to take that. Yes, brother, that's what caused inflation, not Janet Yellen. And if you say it's Janet Yellen, well, part of the reason for that is because she, along with the Fed, authorized the printing of a lot more money, and they handed it to who? Largely to you guys.
Yes.
That's what caused the inflation.
Yes. You know how they do that sometimes?
Yeah.
At events, that snap, that deserved a snap. Okay. So let's take a look at his receipt. It is outrageous. I do agree that this is an outrageously
like the equivalent of Sesame Street politics, bro.
My God. It literally is. Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop.
It's a funny story, but come on.
Yeah.
Normal people would look at a menu, they'd look at the prices, and they'd say, no, I'm not.
$26 for waffles makes sense. $14 for orange juice is kind of absurd. $8 for a Coke seems right. Bacon, $12 seems a bit steep, but sure.
If it depends. If the orange juice is from concentrate, that's really insane.
Yeah. And then you've got tax, gratuity. That must be tip.
Tip, yeah.
Okay, so $10 of it was a tip. Shut the fuck up.
Not going to spend.
Look, $69 for room service is perfectly fine. For what he ordered, sure. Why not?
Yeah, it's just Tang.
$12 on bacon or $14
Also, maybe they
on
only
orange
gave,
juice.
you know how like the Tropicana bottles, they're like this big, right? Maybe that's the only size orange juice that they would stock and bring to him.
Maybe. Give you the whole carton.
Yeah, it's like, it's not, I have some, it's old, but
Mm.
I can show you how big it is. I could literally go grab one. I should have thrown it in the garbage. We took the garbage out today and I did throw it in there.
Or $8 on a Diet Coke for breakfast, which is super weird. Or $9, it's the cover charge, which appears to be the in-room dining surcharge that they usually implement with room service. And look, I get it, room service is very expensive. And if I ever do it, I see it as a treat, but I know what I'm getting myself into because I'm an ordinary American who knows what it's like to be worried about money. So
I think ordinary Americans don't get room service because.
Why would you? You can.
By the way, so this
down the
Singapore episode we're about to drop, the part that's like going to only be in the Patreon section, she starts going off about like capitalism and stuff, and she says something like, I have the exact quote. 1 second, I typed it out to Alex. I said, so Carrie says, I always discard the middle class as a fictitious class. Right, so like that's her entire point, is that the middle class doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, she's so real, she's so right.
I'm not careless with money. I look at the menu. He says that he didn't have time to look at the menu. He was on an important business call, and so he.
What?
I can only stay at Motel 6. On average across the country, $50 a night.
Not bad.
Right, and you park your car right out front. And you fucking fall in the bed, and then you wake up, and you
leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a shower and a toilet too, but and they normally have like the sink outside of the bathroom as well.
Interesting.
They're really, it's really like, I don't understand why you would pay for anything more, honestly.
I mean, if I was driving across America, I would buy a panel van or something like that, just like a car or a wagon of some sort, and just buy a shitty mattress for like $100.
You need to see Chunk
in the back.
lose his shit though.
Ooh, chuck it in the back. What a fucking
Have you
dream.
seen the tent-shaped bear?
What?
Ordered the breakfast without looking at the prices, and then he was shocked once he looked at the bill. By the way, he spent $26 for one waffle. Later, Bass clarified that it was only one waffle in a separate post.
Good. We might have millions of people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need one.
Hold on. We've got this.
No, ours is better.
Yeah. Do our pitch. I'll keep playing. With the sound off. Do the pitch. Go.
I'm trying.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
Thanks, Chunk.
Hey, by the way, the two fundraisers we are holding have been funded.
Yeah, thank you. Very cool.
Is Chunk dropped out and endorsed Biden yet? Oh my god.
Notes basically comes in with some messaging here because community notes there was a community note on his post.
Some of them are
readers added context they thought people might want to know. Items on this receipt match the menu for room service at the Carlisle Hotel, a 5-star hotel where the lowest rate on their website ranges from $945, including a $35 breakfast coupon, to $6,244 after fees for a room tonight. For one night. This guy's shocked that the breakfast cost him $85.
Yeah. Okay, so notes on Kyle Bassel. Brother, you're staying at a 5-star hotel, even if it's not a 5-star hotel and that's not exactly right. What difference does it make? You know you were staying at an incredibly high-end hotel. I mean, was it the Ramada Inn? Was it Motel 6, brother?
Howard Johnson.
Okay, it's likely a hotel called a Carlisle, okay? So you order at a super fancy hotel room service and you order like 8 different things and you're surprised it's $85? And by the way, that has nothing to do with inflation. That has to do with the fact that you're staying at a 5-star hotel and ordering a room service. You don't know that? You're a sophisticated finance guy and you didn't realize that posting this publicly would have people going, what a clueless dumbass. I'm sorry, dumb bass. Okay, and I know he's gonna get real mad at this, but look, here's what you gotta understand.
He'll definitely say
these
that.
folks, they don't live in the real world. They have a bubble. And everybody's got bubbles. Everybody's got different bubbles, different realities that they live in. And in his bubble, he's owed the world. And if anything goes slightly wrong, I was expecting a fancy, breakfast in bed at the best hotel for $75, not $85. Oh, I'm outraged. And he really thinks that that's an outrage, and that people are going to sympathize with him.
But good,
brother, you can buy anything you want.
Comprehension.
Just go enjoy it. Go live on a yacht. Just don't tweet about it. Okay? Are you nuts? What do you not get? And they don't. Advice. This is what's the amazing part. You don't get that you're rubbing it in people's faces. Oh, I have tens of millions of dollars, or hundreds of millions of dollars, or $1 billion. But I paid a little too much at the fancy hotel for my brunch.
I'm using Photoshop real quick.
And they don't get that that's what they look like. That's
what?
I said, don't mind me. I'm just using Photoshop real quick.
Amazing that they don't get that. And the only thing I'll disagree with Anna is he does Diet Coke for breakfast. I do Coke for breakfast.
Oh, Cenk, oh my God. You gotta look out for your health, bro.
Yeah. No, doesn't it look like I got it? Last thing, look, have I gone to fancy hotels in my life? Yeah, a couple of times. Have I gone to really nice a couple of times? I was never surprised by the price because you signed up to go to a fancy place. So you know why? Because a normal person braces for impact because that.
I'm done with this. Let's get on with it.
Isn't he great?
Yeah, so great. I really hope he wins for president.
Yeah, he won't.
A University of North Georgia student on academic probation after she says that she used Grammarly to proofread a paper. But the university claims she used artificial intelligence to complete it.
Fox 5's Kim Luffler has the back and forth of what happened.
The UNG junior I spoke with says she's used the proofreading tool before, but a paper she turned in back in October was flagged for.
I'm pretty sure that they specifically market to uni students as a proofreader. If I'm not mistaken, that's like a part of Grammarly's marketing.
And regular business.
Yeah.
You know?
Very frustrating. Marley Stevens says after submitting a paper for her criminal justice class in October, she was surprised to learn her professor gave her a 0 for the assignment and reported her to the Office of Student Integrity.
And he was like, you used AI on your paper, you get a 0. That was it. I had Grammarly installed in my web browser, but I've only ever had like the free version of it. So all it did was fix my punctuation and my spelling.
She submitted the paper through the program Turnitin, which flagged it for the use of AI. Earlier this month, she learned she'd been placed on academic.
AI detecting AI. Okay. No worries.
Isn't that epic?
Great. Awesome. That's sick. She should challenge this as high as it can go. This is hilarious.
probation. The company Grammarly says the suggestions for grammar and spelling changes aren't made through generative AI, an algorithm which can create new content on its own. They also note some third-party tools can mistake any Grammarly use as generative AI. Stevens says she's used Grammarly on other assignments before without issue.
I've written my papers the same exact way all through college.
See? I'm pretty sure we were told at my university to do it as well. So it's like, it's not. This is absurd. Based on the verdict of an AI, this is absurd. And they're just sticking to it because universities are pathetic and not out to help students. They're out to make money off you.
In a Google Doc with my Grammarly extension, I've never had any problems.
Regarding their AI policies, the University of North Georgia issued a statement saying, in part, our faculty members communicate specific guidelines regarding the use of AI for various classes, and those guidelines are included in the class syllabi.
If it's a college, they should have a school-wide policy for things like this.
I agree.
Instead of just leaving it up to each and every professor. Even though it wrote absolutely nothing for me, I still get a 0.
Stevens took to TikTok to share her story, which has millions of views.
I didn't think posting it on TikTok would fix it for me with the school in any way, but AI is really getting integrated into everything. And so I just wanted to warn other people and be like, hey, if you're going to do this, talk to your professors every semester, ask them specific questions.
Stevens' academic probation currently lasts until next February. In Dahlonega, Kim Luftler.
That seems extreme.
A lot of scary things going on in the subway right now.
Commuters feeling anxiety after a new flurry of violent incidents in the subway system. And so today, uniformed National Guard members,
literal lies, bro. Literal lies. Okay, this is such bullshit. Okay, this is so annoying. This is some Orwell dumping money shit, bro. Okay, we already have. All right, first of all, Eric Adams is a transit cop. Okay, let me be clear about that. That's why he's so obsessed with the fucking subways. 2, they already put 1,000 cops, transit cops, in the subways. All they do is sit around and look at their phones all day. They're literally like the British Royal Guard and do nothing and sit there. Crime on the subway. Sure. And so now they're sending 1,000 more, and National Guard with fucking rifles to the train stations in New York. Oh, that will make me feel safe on my commute to work. The government gun squads going out and protecting us. What is going fuck on, bro?
Entering the MTA's Rail Control Center with Governor Kathy Hochul.
Fuck
These
you.
brazen, heinous attacks.
I didn't vote for you.
System
heinous attacks
will not be tolerated.
Hochul deploying 750 Guard troops, along with 250 state troopers and MTA police. They'll be supplementing what the NYPD is already doing, checking bags at some of the MTA's busiest subway stations.
For people who are thinking about bringing a gun or knife on the subway, at least this creates a deterrent effect.
What the state will not do is pay the estimated $15 million per month in NYPD overtime the city is spending. Mayor Eric Adams asked the governor for that money. Her answer?
The mayor has many requests before us in our state legislature. Many, many requests. And I'm glad to see that their surpluses are looking, or their finances are looking better than they had been.
Hochul also said Mayor Adams didn't join her at the podium today because of a schedule conflict. The mayor instead appearing on 4 different TV stations, bringing a poster to highlight his focus on repeat offenders, the same criminals over and over in the subway system.
We don't have a surge in crime. We have a surge in recidivism.
Some commuters today skeptical
put them in jail.
bag
That'll
checks
solve it.
can make a dent.
There are just too many people. I don't know how many bags they can really go through.
But transit officials are also adding cameras in the conductor cabin of trains. 1 week after a conductor in the Rockaways was slashed. The MTA chairman on today's overall security response.
I think these initiatives are going to make the system actually say.
The fuck are you doing?
Just trying to get it to fit, bro. There we go. There it is.
Safer and feel safer.
Thanks for watching.
Fuck off.
Trump
Let's
wants to
see.
side with a madman who's made no bones about the fact that he wants to destroy. We lost in 2022, but look 2 weeks ago.
We are going to make our country better than ever before, and we're going to do it quickly.
Did we have that one?
What?
The Nikki Haley one? Neither of us are paying attention.
I got them all. Dude, Egypt has their own problems right now.
Mm-hmm.
Egypt's falling apart, bro.
Ooh, nice.
They won't. They won't do it.
No. I don't think they will either.
Well, also, so all the MREs that were dropped were fucking meal number 12. Meal number 12 is the only ones that we were able to find and see on the ground. Those are all halal, so it was perfectly halal
they
to
are
eat.
what?
So,
okay.
it's the veggie. It's a veggie
Okay.
meal.
Okay.
U.S. Senator Bob Menendez and his wife have been charged with obstruction of justice.
Gold
A new
bar
18-count
Menendez?
indictment unsealed on Tuesday adds to corruption charges the New Jersey Democrat already faces. Menendez has pleaded not guilty to earlier charges of accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars from businessmen
New York
to
needs
impede
to
law
get this fucking
enforcement
corruption
probes they
shit out of
faced.
it, bro.
Illegally
That whole
acting as an
region,
agent of
Jersey,
the
Long
Egyptian
Island.
government. A trial is already set for May in Manhattan
Yeah.
federal court.
It's awful.
It's bad, is it?
Yeah, because like it doesn't affect us as much as it does in the city. But
Right.
basically, like the whole state gets its policy made in that city. So even though the fucking capital is in Albany,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense, right?
yeah, so it should be like more about, you know,
Mm.
the entire state instead of the one place.
In the new indictment, Manhattan federal prosecutors said Menendez's former lawyers told them last year that the senator had not been aware of mortgage or car payments that two businessmen had made for his wife, and that when he found out about the payments, he thought they were loans. Prosecutors now say that Menendez in fact knew the payments were bribes.
Of
and was
course
aware
he
of them
did. It's
prior
Gold
to
Bar
2022.
Menendez,
In a
bro.
statement, Menendez maintained his innocence and called the obstruction
Look at
allegations
these
false,
guys,
adding that
wise
prosecutors
guys.
were trying to get him to, quote, give in. Menendez has resisted calls to resign, including from fellow Democrats. He temporarily stepped down as chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee after being charged in September.
Senate. He was literally on the Foreign Relations
Good
Committee
afternoon,
and getting
Sam and
gold
Emma.
bars
This is
from
Jonathan.
fucking Egypt, bro.
Mm-hmm.
San Antonio.
John from San Antonio. Long time no hear from. How are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing fairly well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be on the Letter Hacks YouTube show tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
All right. Well, I
election
appreciate
talk.
you coming on here before there. It's great to see that you're getting around, John, and have other podcasts you like to go on.
Yeah, definitely. More expanded, you know. So,
All right. Well, you're not picking up on my passive aggressiveness.
Okay.
In fact, John's just simply ignoring it.
Yeah, okay, there you go. All right, John. What's tomorrow's? We talking about?
Is this just them going over it?
Yeah. You can speed it up.
I'll speed it up.
Just
Yeah.
speed it up. Throw subtitles on. It's just it's just an information dump.
For Tuesday, or are we just talking in general where we are in terms of the polls? And it on their face, the polls do not look very good for Joe Biden right now.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah, no, I'm going to be talking about congressional elections. So I don't think there's a better case for implementing ranked choice voting than the upcoming California Senate race.
So true.
If I lived in California and they had ranked choice voting, I'd vote for Barbara Lee, since she'll probably finish in fourth place.
These
My second choice would be for Katie Porter. Because we don't have ranked choice voting, and the left and the center left vote was split.
Oh, really?
Barbara Lee first, then Katie
Why?
Porter. Bro, she got like 2% of the vote. She had already dropped out, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about her. I just know annoying people say this.
Weird.
Katie Porter has a real chance of finishing in the top 2 and moving on to the general election. My polling average has centrist Adam Schiff at 28.5%, Republican Steve Garvey at 24.5%, and Porter at 19.5%. So I hope the polls are wrong on this, and Porter finishes in the top 2.
Me too.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a split between Barbara Lee and Katie Porter, right? I mean, and people should understand it is. I think most people know this. It's what is known as a jungle primary. There's not a Republican primary and a Democratic primary. It's just everybody runs against each other, and the top 2 get there. And so Schiff has been elevating Garvey, who's the Republican, because Garvey's a lunatic, but there is always going to be a rump Republican Party there. And if Schiff brings Garvey into the general election, it's almost like an automatic win for Schiff.
Yeah, Schiff has spent 44.8 million in ads, and a lot of those ads he's ostensibly attacking Garvey, but he's also bringing to the attention of conservatives that Garvey is running, and he's a conservative out there. And Porter has done the same thing with Eric Early, except she doesn't have near as much money. She's only spent
this guy is like
$million in ads.
Like Schiff is just better at capitalizing on Trump is spooky.
Mm-hmm.
Katie is too rational.
Yeah. She's too soccer mom.
Yeah, she is not going to be up there saying insane shit like Schiff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's a bit grounded.
And so, I mean, there's a lot of money, APAC money, for Schiff, and also all the
Well, Pelosi's behind him. The whole Democratic establishment is behind Schiff. Seems to me.
That's true. I mean, it's a real shame, but I mean, who knows? I mean, the one good thing, if Porter does finish, there was one poll that had him basically even for the general election at 30% piece. So I mean, that's the one good thing that if that does happen. So in the 45th district of California, progressive 26-year-old Cheyenne Hunt is the only candidate in the race that's come out in favor of a ceasefire in Gaza. She's endorsed by the Sunrise Movement in Orange County, and where most of the district is located. Hunt finished in second place in fundraising among Democrats and has the most money on hand. Biden won this district by 6.1%. The current incumbent is Republican Michelle Steele, who won by 4.8% in 2022. Derek Tran is the leading fundraiser among Democratic running for this seat. In the 16th District of California, progressive Rishi Kumar qualified for the last 2 general elections against the Democrat Anna Eshoo, who is retiring this year. In 2022, Kumar received 42% of the vote. This year, there are 8 other Democratic candidates. Kumar is in 6th place in fundraising, and it's a wide open race. This district covers from the Bay Area near the Pacific to San Jose. In the 30th District of California, trans candidate G. Maybe a Girl Pudlow finished in 2nd place in 2022 with 29% of the vote against Adam Schiff, who's running for the Senate. There are 11 Democrats running for this seat, and Maybe a Girl is in 8th place in fundraising. This district covers Hollywood, Burbank, Glendale. Hopefully the centrist vote will be divided and she will make the top 2 again. In the 34th District of California, David Kim has the best shot of being elected among all progressive non-incumbents in the nation. He only lost by 2.4 to another Democrat, Jimmy Gomez, in the 2022 general election. Gomez has a good voting record, but I just think that Kim will be better if he's elected. He was endorsed by a DSA
I'll
in
remember.
2020.
Gross.
Kim is a lock to make the top two, and hopefully he'll defy the odds and win this district, which is in the downtown Los Angeles area. And the 15th House District of Texas that runs from the Rio Grande Valley to an area 40 miles due west of San Antonio. In 2022, progressive Michelle Vallejo surprised her opponents when she made the runoff in an area that had been dominated by centrists. She finished 8 points behind
They clearly
Ruby
planned for him
Ramirez
to call in
in the
'cause
initial
he's like a
primary and won the
pollster.
runoff.
This guy
by 30
literally
votes.
is like a
She finished
pollster.
8.5%
what he was
behind
saying.
Republican Monica De La Cruz in the swing district that Trump only won by 3 points in 2020. John Rigney, who finished in third place in the primary in 22, is running again. Vallejo is a heavy favorite to win the race. There are now 18 House seats that Biden won in 2020, which Republicans represent right now. One of the newest districts that were drawn is the second district of Alabama, even though the Republican appointed judges on the Supreme Court want to gut the Voting Rights Act. They still gave an additional seat to represent black voters in Alabama, which is the second district in the southeast portion of the state, which is a plus 12 Biden district. So there are 11 Democrats running for that seat. In North Carolina, the Supreme Court approved a Republican gerrymander that moved the previous 7-7 split in the House, which will probably be a 10-4 Republican advantage. Unfortunately, the New York legislature and the Wisconsin Supreme Court did not reciprocate the North Carolina extreme gerrymander.
It's just like
this could be the
radio.
difference on who controls the House. This is perhaps the closest race for the trifecta or the battle for the White House, Senate, and House in the modern history of American federal elections this far.
I actually love this shit.
I mean, it's a lot of information. How much of it matters? I don't know. Show me a map. Change it the colors. Give me the big board. Let's go to
Where's
the
my
big board.
All right, let's keep moving.
Oh, there's two. These both might be
One
the same
6-year
story,
term in
so-
Washington, Arizona Senate.
Huh?
I said these two might be the same story, but her resignation speech is really funny.
Senator Kyrsten Sinema, known for her bipartisanship, says she will not run for re-election because her compromising
Bipartisanship.
approach is, quote, not what America wants right now.
Americans still choose to retreat farther to that partisan
That now
Compromising
sets the
approach,
stage for
she
a
said.
two-person race to fill her seat, likely between Democrat candidate Ruben Gallego and Republican frontrunner Carrie Lake.
This now head-to-head race between likely Ruben Gallego and Carrie Lake is going to be one of the most combative, sensationalistic, angry, meanest races in the entire country.
ASU professor of public affairs Dr. Tom Riley says it's going to be important for both candidates to get the support of those who would have voted for Sinema, with the courting already appearing to start with statements from the major candidates on Tuesday.
What's going to be critical in Arizona is those independent voters because they are unpredictable.
Riley says polling suggests Gallego would have benefited from Sinema being in the race because she would have polled some Republicans. GOP consultant and owner of Marson Media, Barrett Marson, believes Carrie Lake can still win some of those voters back, but with a lot of work.
We spent the last couple of years insulting them on the campaign trail. In media appearances, I think that is going to be a very difficult lift for her to bring those moderate Republicans and right-leaning independents back into her fold.
Issues like immigration, the economy, and abortion will be major factors in grabbing those undecided voters.
Each of them are going to have to shed their far extreme views on either side.
One thing is for certain, Arizona will have a new senator next year.
This will be a battleground state. I think it's going to be super close.
And before the general election, there is a Republican primary for Senate. Carrie Lake, who we mentioned there, holds a comfortable lead over Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb. But with Sinema not running for re-election, it will be interesting to see how that could potentially impact the Republican primary and if Sinema voters go to Lake or Lamb.
Absolutely. So many floating questions out there, Zach. You know, when we talk about some of these independent voters, how many people...
More than a year of speculation, Kyrsten Sinema is out. The independent U.S. senator from Arizona announced today she will not the election.
Rachel Louise Just from our ABC 15 political team tells us how this will impact the remaining candidates in the race.
Democrat turned independent turned soon to be private citizen.
I believe in my approach, but it's not what America wants right now.
Kyrsten Sinema declined to pursue a second term Tuesday, stepping away from what would have been a three-way
Kyrsten
race.
Sinema, well, first of all, I want to be clear. She was just the puppet for the deeper establishment hooks, right? But she literally killed children. Okay, I want to be very clear about this, right?
What do you
Because
mean?
of that child tax credit, right? Naturally, kids are gonna go hungry. right? So
Yeah.
she had the option to make sure more kids got fed,
And she didn't.
and she blocked that shit. So when they
Epic.
say compromising, they're talking about how she blocked her own party from
Mhm.
getting legislation up to the fucking
Yeah.
board.
Epic.
And it was for kids eating food.
Very cool.
Attacking your opponents on cable news or social media. Compromise is a dirty word. We've arrived at that crossroad, and we chose anger and division.
She's like
She
one
was
of the
part of
most
multiple major
harassed
pieces of
senators,
legislation in her
honestly.
last 6 years in
Oh,
Washington,
really?
including the
Oh,
$1
she
trillion
totally deserves
infrastructure
it.
law, the first in decades
She won't,
changes to
like,
gun laws, and
she
the
doesn't do
recently
any
failed bipartisan
interviews, any press, anything like that. She hides from her voters.
Awesome. Sounds like a great person.
border bill.
I think her decision got easier once the immigration bill that she really put a lot of effort into fell apart. And that wasn't going to be something that she could run on.
Sinema's decision transforms a race that political experts have said could decide who wins the majority in the Senate.
Well, this is obviously going to be a really big help for Ruben Gallego.
February polling from the nonpartisan Noble Predictive found a two-way race is likely to benefit Ruben Gallego over Republican Carrie Lake. Gallego thanked Sinema in a statement shortly after the announcement. Democrats, independents, and Republicans alike
But
are coming
also,
together and
again,
rejecting
they're just the face of something deeper.
Carrie Lake in her dangerous positions. I welcome all Arizonans, including Senator Sinema, to join me in that mission. Lake tweeting out, as a journalist, I covered Kyrsten Sinema for many years. We may not agree on everything, but I know she shares my love for Arizona. Lake also praising Sinema for what she called the senator's courage to stand tall against the far left. Lake favored in most polling to get the Republican nomination over Sheriff Mark Lamb. Do you think there's any way that this could potentially be good for Carrie Lake?
Yes, because there were a lot of Republican defections. She can grow, for sure. She's going to have to change the way she speaks about John McCain and about right-leaning independents and moderate Republicans. She got to stop denigrating them.
For ABC 15's political team, I'm Rachel Louise Just.
Several leaders of the Colorado Republican Party, along with Lauren Boebert, are now taking aim at Colorado's Democratic
Talking to the microphone.
I said she can't. She's crazy.
Secretary of State Jenna Griswold. The party chair, vice chair, and secretary sent a letter to Griswold yesterday saying she did not stand up for election integrity when they say she attempted to remove Donald Trump from the ballot. It's worth noting that was a group of voters, including Republicans, who sued to get Trump off the ballot, and the Supreme Court ruled against that. The court's letter went on to say they are building a grassroots coalition to, quote, hold you accountable for your attack on our election.
Former President Donald Trump with another win under his belt. He has won the Republican presidential caucuses in North Dakota. That adds to his string of victories as he heads into today's all-important Super Tuesday contest. The former president grabbed this win just hours before the biggest day of the presidential primary season so far. Super Tuesday. Millions of voters from dozens of states and one territory into the polls starting just hours from now.
Yeah, now this comes just one day after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled against Colorado's efforts to try to get former President Donald Trump removed from the ballot. So Atlanta News First, Brooks Baptiste joins us now with how this will impact the election moving forward.
Hey, good morning to you, Ryan and Rick. So the results of today's primary election are a strong indicator.
Nice little, they got a whole screen and everything for the local outlet. Well, this is probably just
and
a
that's
weather
because Super
screen,
Tuesday
right?
is when the largest number of states hold their primary elections and caucuses. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and former President Donald Trump are trying to clinch the Republican nomination. And so far, the former president has won all but one of the GOP nominating contests. That was in the District of Columbia. Well, Haley making history Sunday, becoming the first woman to win any Republican primary. But on the eve of Super Tuesday, the Supreme Court ruled states must keep Trump's name on the ballot. This overturned a decision from Colorado's top court that determined Trump wasn't eligible for the presidency because of his conduct surrounding the January 6th storming of the U.S. Capitol back in 2021.
You cannot take somebody out of a race. The voters can take the person out of the race very quickly, but a court shouldn't be doing that, and the Supreme Court saw that very well. And I really do believe that will be a unifying factor.
I'm disappointed. It should be up to Colorado or any state to determine whether oath-breaking insurrectionists go onto our ballots.
So President Joe Biden is expected to go up against whoever wins the GOP seat on the November ballot. Georgians cast their votes. President Biden and former President Donald Trump.
I love how they still are like mysterious, like who could it be? Who could it be? Keep watching us. Stay tuned.
Tuesday, but early voting still underway for now.
U.S. President Joe Biden on Wednesday appealed to voters who supported Nikki Haley in the Republican primaries to back him, a Democrat, after she quit the race, setting up a historic rematch between Biden and Donald Trump in the November election.
Anything so conclusive.
In a statement, Biden said Donald Trump made it clear he doesn't want Nikki Haley supporters, adding, quote, "I want to be clear. There is a place for them in my campaign."
Chaos follows him.
Haley, who served as Trump's UN ambassador, had tried to distance herself from her former boss without alienating too many Republican voters. Biden said Haley was willing to speak the truth about Trump and acknowledge, quote, his inability to see right from wrong, adding, quote, I know there is a lot we won't agree on, but on the fundamental issues of preserving American democracy, on standing up for the rule of law, on treating each other with decency
good
and
move by
dignity and
Biden.
respect, on preserving NATO and standing up to America's adversaries, I hope and believe we can find common ground.
The President of the United States.
Biden is hoping to use his State of the Union address to Congress on Thursday to draw a stark contrast between himself and Trump and their vision for America. He then heads to the battleground states of Pennsylvania on
may face protests at the polls during the Georgia primary. Some local groups opposed to the Biden administration's support of Israel are urging Democratic
Oh
voters.
God, PSL mentioned.
Who mentioned PSL? Where?
They're saying voters are planning to protest Biden in Georgia for his stances on Palestine. Who do you think is going to be there?
No, I mean I mean, like that guy's clear. Like they're Muslims and stuff. They did a great job, and who cares if PSL supported it? They did a good.
No, I agree. I'm just sort of
instead of harassing like AOC and shit, they actually voted and
doing dumb shit.
Wielded their power.
Yeah. Cool.
Epic.
To leave their ballots blank. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is live at the state capitol with more. Deidre.
Now, the coalition saying today during a news conference that they do want Georgia Democrats to go to the polls. They say they want them to get their ballot, but instead of voting for President Biden, they say they want them to turn those ballots back in blank. They don't want them to cast their ballots for any candidate. They said they are out to send a strong message with this decision.
We are calling thousands of voters across Georgia every single day to talk to them. We are on a very tight timeline, and so we're all going all in on this.
The Georgia group's Leave It Blank primary campaign follows similar efforts in Michigan, where nearly 100,000 Democrats voted uncommitted to President Biden's
I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Due to the war in Gaza.
It's the president who can fix this problem by demanding a ceasefire.
This coalition of local faith leaders, activists, and political organizations is urging Democratic voters to protest the Biden administration's support for Israel by leaving their ballot blank on election day.
This is honestly how you do it. This is how you get him to act.
Yeah.
Such efforts
like basically every state participated in this.
Great. That we might actually see something happen.
Yeah, there'll be maps in here somewhere.
Election come November.
But when it comes to November,
but Minnesota obviously did the best because people don't. I keep telling them. I keep telling y'all. The reason when I knew Minnesota was definitely the sleeper, you know, in the moment I realized it's when we watched that Falun Gong media thing and they were talking about how it's a communist invasion.
Yes.
Like it was like a great replacement theory / communist invasion from the Somali immigrants in Minnesota. And then I was like, Minnesota's on some shit. Falun Gong is this scared of them.
Yeah.
What have you done?
It's YouTube.
Right now will be President Biden.
The coalition accuses the president of enabling genocide in Gaza and is urging voters across the state to visit their polling place, request the Democratic primary ballot, and submit it without choosing President Biden or any of the other Democratic candidates on March 12th.
And Democratic leaders should go to President Biden and say, look, you got to stop this genocide. You got to stop this madness because there are voters in Georgia who, on principle, are not going to vote for you if this violence continues.
And Georgia Democratic Party Chair, Congresswoman Nikema Williams, weighing in, saying President Biden has expressed concerns over the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and continues to negotiate a long-term ceasefire to bring stability to the region.
Just recognize Palestine.
Will continue to show up in every corner of every county, reminding.
Like Michigan broke records because you can always do the uncommitted stuff in Michigan. Like Michigan always had that uncommitted option. That's where it starts in the protest chain, right? So that. Like it was a record, like so because it's like setting records for the percentages of who's getting nothing, you know, and it's becoming in second place in a primary in a lot of these states. I would say that most of it is Palestine related.
Yeah,
because otherwise people just wouldn't vote if they were going to just enter a blank ballot. Like, that's a lot of shit to like go through to protest. You know, it's like, what's the point? unless you have something to actually protest.
Virginia votes on Super Tuesday. Today, voters in more than a dozen states headed to the polls to take part in the biggest day of the 2024 primary calendar. We are breaking down what's at stake as those results come in. Plus,
as a mother, I live in with this pain every day.
Okay,
the fight against fentanyl. How two local
we don't
mothers
need
are
to hear
trying
about
to change
this.
penalties on drug dealers.
No.
and March 18 is now at 11 begins with your super.
Have you seen the interview where he's like, he's thought because he's gonna say that because he literally did the First Step Act, right? And they ask him, it's like, oh, so this woman you released, you would execute her under this act. And he's like, what? He just totally stumbled up in his own rhetoric.
That's hilarious.
Epic.
Super Tuesday results. Today, voters in 14 states, including Virginia and North Carolina, made their voices heard by picking who they want to see on the ballot this November. Thanks so much for staying up. I'm Dana Smith. The polls closed a few hours ago. 13 News Now has been keeping a close eye on each race. So let's start with the only races we're following in Virginia, the Democratic and Republican presidential primaries.
Remember how I
As
said
expected, President Joe Biden won the Democratic primary.
We just criticized a show the other day, and I said I would just have them walk over and have the camera follow them instead of like the snap and then have the guy come over like it was a weird snapshot. There you go. That's how you do it.
Much better.
We've got 86.9% of the state of Virginia reporting right now. And
Okay. My internet.
Put it in
I
cinema mode.
I am lagging like a motherfucker.
Put it in cinema mode. It works better.
He's in the lead with 88.7%. And we can break this down to Hampton Roads, taking a look at how these votes are coming in. We take a look at Virginia Beach, 97% coming in here, 90% going for Biden. We're also tracking the Republican side of things. Of course, no surprise, former President Donald Trump defeated Nikki Haley, the former South Carolina governor. It's the same story in North Carolina. The presidential primary, though, isn't the only race we're following there. The Tar Heel state will also elect a new governor. Let's take a look at these results coming in from the North Carolina governor side of things. As you can see, first up, Democrat Josh Stein won the Democratic nomination. This is with 100% of Dare County reporting. But if we take a look at the whole state, 86% reporting, 69% going for Stein. Now, he will face off against Mark Robinson. He's in the lead right now. This is in
That's basically what it looks like, yeah.
Carroll County, 100% coming in, but taking a look at the entire state, 85% in,
Tar
65%
Heels.
going for Robinson. So he will secure the Republican nomination. He's currently the lieutenant governor. So that race is up for grabs. Let's take a look here.
That's the
Rachel
crazy
Hunt,
one.
This is again, we're going to look at the entire.
Yeah, UNC. Wait, here.
Basketball team.
No.
Basketball team.
I think they're everything, are they not? Hold on. Where the fuck there? Come on, you stupid fucking camera.
Bro, maybe if you turned off the virtual background, it could see.
No, it's funny. It's a Bill Clinton statue.
It
looks better in cinema.
You see that
Entire state of North Carolina, 77% reporting, 69% going for her. So she's secured the Democratic nomination. Taking a look at the Republican side of things here. This race still a little too early to call, but Weatherman is leading. We do have some other names out here. O'Neill, Ballard.
Weatherman.
But again, right now, Weatherman's in the lead, but we're going to be keeping a close eye on this race. Let's talk about the race for Attorney General. This is, again, North Carolina. So on the Democrat side of things, Jeff Jackson, the projected winner, he is leading now with 54%. This is with 82% coming in. He's going to face off against, for the GOP, uncontested. We've got Bishop running. And finally, the District 1 congressional seat also up for grabs. Let's take a look at that. So this race, pretty close. This is with 89% of North Carolina reporting it.
This is I mean, make sure you hit the next video when you pull it up. Just don't put what I sent you on screen.
We are back now to dive into the trends we're seeing here in North Carolina on this Super Tuesday.
Epic. Michael Perchik been keeping an eye on all of them. Michael, what do you see?
Steve Lauren, a comfortable projected win for Donald Trump in a state he's carried twice, but Nikki Haley has remained really firm that 22 to 23% range. That is a figure worthy of some attention. Are those voters going to support Trump in November, flip to Biden, or sit out entirely? On the Democratic side, any concerns of a sizable protest vote of no preference stemming from pressure over the...
They got fucked.
That's one of the best vehicle kills with crew inside I think I've ever seen. like ever of all time. That might be one of the best ever of all time. Seriously.
Yeah, for sure.
Ongoing war in Gaza has really not materialized, while the no preference totals have slowly tipped up over the past few hours, now topping 80,000 total votes. That still makes up just about 12.5% of ballots. That is nowhere near what we saw in 2012. In that race, Barack Obama was running for re-election.
It's okay. It's trying its best.
Within 200,000 voters cast a no preference vote, making up about.
Do you see where the buffer bar is? It's right here.
Yeah, it happens.
21% of the ballots then. So right now at this juncture, it does not appear it will come anywhere close to approaching that figure. Some good news for Team Biden. And down the ballot we go. NC6 looks likely to be heading to a runoff. Addison McDowell currently with a slight lead over former Congressman Mark Walker, who abandoned his run for governor to seek this office during this cycle. Over in NC8, Mark Harris just above the 30% plus 1 vote threshold right now. The question is, just looking at those unofficial results, once they do become official, Harris does appear to be moving on in District 8. If you recall,
Maybe
Harris
Jack's
actually won a
Wi-Fi is
congressional election
uncommitted.
back in 2018. The State Board of Elections.
My Wi-Fi is Australian. Is the problem?
My internet's fine. It's my
new
computer
election
that
over
sucks.
election. Fraud. However, Harris himself personally not charged in that case. As we have covered extensively all evening, NC13 on the Republican side almost guaranteed to head to a runoff. Kelly Daughtry had a late surge,
Are you
but this
honking
newest
at
batch
me?
probably is going to prevent her
Are you
from getting
honking
that
at me?
30%. Right now, it looks like Brad Knott, but a 1,500 vote advantage over Fred Von Cannon. We're going to be tracking that as those final precincts coming in. Steve Lauren, we've been discussing this one all night. A major upset brewing for
Bro,
state
tie
superintendent
sticking
on
out the bottom of the
Republican side.
shirt.
Michelle
Fashion faux
Morrow
pas.
looks like she is going to defeat incumbent Catherine Schutt. She's up about 35,000 votes. Morrow ran for Wake County School Board just 2 years ago. She lost by about
He's going
20
ape
votes
shit.
in that nonpartisan race. Schutt a sizable fundraising advantage over Morrow, but it's Morrow who has that lead right now. 2 final points: Republican auditor, Republican lieutenant governor do appear they likely will be heading
guy's
to
a
a
good
runoff as
reader,
well. As a
bro.
reminder, the second place finisher needs to call for a runoff. It is not automatic here in North Carolina. We'll have to see if those candidates choose to do so.
That was impressive. That was an impressive
It was
read.
also 1.25 speed.
Oh, I know
Super
that.
Tuesday
I know
marks
that.
a pivotal point in primary season.
Yeah, the primary showdowns cover about 1/3 of the nation, taking the pulse of America in the run for the White
pulse of
House. And that's
America.
why we are going to bring in the experts tonight with 10 on your sides, Andy Fox, joining us alongside Dr. Ben Malusky
That
from
was
ODU
fine.
to give you
I
a
think
look
that
at
was
how
fine.
things
Where
turn
he
out tonight,
starts to
guys.
introduce
Yeah,
him
Lennon
and
time, we got a lot
cuts
of ground
to
to
a
cover.
wide shot
Number
with everyone in frame, and then cuts to a close-up. That's not a bad way to do it either.
That's fine.
one, why is North Carolina going to be such a pivotal
hate
state
this
for Joe
framing, though.
Biden and probably also for Republicans? North Carolina is going to have a big election.
I
mean, so we look at it in
pull the
terms
whole
of
unit right a
match.
little and then pan left. It's hopefully with this punching, he's repositioning the camera if he's a good fucking studio manager.
Up that set right here. Robinson, a little bit of a lightning rod. He's made some comments which have attracted a lot of attention. The redistricting in the state has kind of changed around a little bit of the districts for the congressional seats. So a lot of money, a lot of attention going to be flowing into North Carolina. And a lot of them could go Republican. Very much. Exit polls showed that 60% of Nikki Haley's support voted against Donald Trump. What does that mean? 60%. When we dive into, I don't like Trump. I'm voting for you. Yes, it was very much. She had an issue of attracting those voters, right? So it was of her voters in California, Virginia, North Carolina, 60+% were saying they were voting against Donald Trump, and only 30-odd% were voting for her. That's a hard hill to climb and a likability issue. Yeah, and it's also an important thing for Donald Trump too. He's got to figure out how to get them back, right? Okay, now, so I was talking with Wyatt Young. He's one of our fine photographers. He said, "Hey, Andy, how come Chris Christie got 3,207 votes and he hasn't been in the race?"
Showing the toes, there's a mistake here. Guy, it's the Chris Como where he's like, I don't like this, the chair, it's like, it looks good with you, but I'm too muscly and jacked to fit in the chair. That's how I feel. Like this one guy, it's like in Lord of the Rings, how they do.
He literally cannot fit in the chair. That's why he's sitting like
That's
that.
what I was gonna say. He's got like a real tiny chair, and the other guy's got a real big chair, and he's just closer. It's a forced perspective thing.
Yeah.
Is for months. How come those people didn't vote for Nikki
Don't
Haley?
you understand? These polls got him on the edge of his seat.
she's in, they didn't vote for her.
It's a little bit of a protest vote when you think about it. And it goes very much back to the exit polling we just talked
Hate
about.
the tie.
Chris Christie from the start attacked Donald Trump. And for those people, they saw that as
How do we feel about the
protest
tie?
vote, and we're going to continue.
But it's not impressive that she didn't
I hate
pick
it.
up
I'll
that
allow it.
anti-Trump vote.
It was a hard
Need
thing
a
for her
doc
to do
show.
to pivot from very
He's
early
a
in the
professor,
campaign,
I'll
essentially
allow it.
not attacking Donald Trump, taking almost a loyalty pledge, raising her on a stage, and then shifting once the other candidates dropped out to a full-on attack on Donald Trump.
Next question. Who didn't turn out today?
So we're looking at independents, which rightly so, always don't really turn out in primary elections. We need to dive more into the exit polls to find out about more of the suburban voters and dive into it by race.
But
Okay, well,
I'm
here's
trying
an
to
exit poll
figure
to
out
dive into.
how
Edison
we get
research
them to
shows
have
her support
Pokemon go
is
to
not
the
growing.
polls.
That is a problem. She's basically hit a wall. Your response?
And we've seen that across the board. For the most
love
part, trying to
this
break
guy.
more than
I
30+%
love
of the
this
vote
guy.
in any singular state. It just hasn't happened for her. So the pathway forward from tonight really is non-existent.
Yeah, and here's something else. Listen to this. Trump beat Haley with hardcore independents, 49-45, and college-educated voters, 51-45. That's been the hit on Trump, that he's not getting the educated
This guy
voters.
is
He did today.
so Syracuse University trained.
You're telling
telling
me
you.
that Donald Trump is not getting educated voters? Whoa!
This guy
no
totally went to
way.
Syracuse University. He's way too ESPN about this to not have gone there.
Look him up.
Right. But that's of GOP voters, right? So moving forward to November, can he pick up those college-educated 4 years or more voters outside of just those in the GOP primary?
Dr. Ben, you're the best. It's been a very
Why would anybody with an education listen to Trump and be like, "That's my guy"?
Well,
interesting election. Thank you very much.
they're also educated and racist.
True.
They say they go to the polls and they say, "Am I going to vote for a rapist? Is that too far for me?" Nope.
Five, no surprises in North Carolina's top race for who will be fighting for the state's next governor. Attorney General Josh Stein took the Democratic nod. Republican voters chose current Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson to represent them in November. Both candidates wasted no time making the case why they are the best man for the job following their victory.
Robinson says that he is more in tune with the problems that North Carolina
has so many
than his challenge.
controversies. Like honestly,
honky.
We could fill a soundboard with just this guy's quotes. I hope that's why I put him a bunch on here. I figured somebody will at least show some controversy. If not, Pod Save America gave a breakdown of his best quotes, but it's just them reading them.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Sure. He's trying to use that to sway voters who remain on the fence or maybe who have been turned off by his controversial.
He looks like an ice cream cone.
His controversial, bro. Is that his wife back there?
She chunky too.
Conspiracy-based comments. Robinson is also.
They definitely own a Suburban.
So diving deep into his working class history to try to relate more to voters.
The suburban voters that burn crosses.
Out there that probably know somebody from Canton or Asheboro where their industry was shut down and their jobs were lost. We're here for you.
He's
We
sweating like a
understand you.
motherfucker.
You see, I have an opponent that doesn't understand any of that. I have an opponent who doesn't understand what it's like to be at work and have the boss man come and take you to a room and sit you down and tell you, we're moving this plant to Mexico and there's nothing you can do about it. And now you have to go find another job.
But you do?
His focus going forward is laying out how he wants to reform education.
That's just a shirt.
Robinson said,
That was just a
the
shirt.
agenda from the classroom.
On the Democratic ticket, the gubernatorial candidate says the state is, quote, at a
Goober.
crossroads. During his victory speech, Josh Stein highlighted some of the things that current Governor Roy Cooper has worked to get done, including expanding Medicaid coverage. The two are aligned on many key issues. Stein also pledged to veto any further attempts to restrict contraception, IVF, or abortions. The
Base.
Attorney General said that his campaign would be forward-looking and inclusive, saying that his Republican opponent focuses too much on culture wars.
True.
But we must be clear-eyed about the stakes of this election. We're at a crossroads, and the choice before us, two competing visions for North Carolina. Mark Robinson's vision is bleak and divisive.
Mark Robinson is totally going to win. He's already the
North Carolina's governor's race
He's a
is
known
expected to be
face.
the most closely watched and possibly most expensive in the country this year. Stein will start the next phase of his campaign today, heading to Durham for his first event after winning the
I don't
primary.
know that. He did
And
win.
with
He did
Johnson
win.
winning the
I do
Democratic
know
primary,
that.
who will replace him in the state attorney general's office?
In the Democratic Attorney General primary, current 14th District Congressman and former state Senator Jeff Jackson won his party's nomination. He'll now face Republican Congressman Dan Bishop come November. Bishop ran unopposed in the Republican primary.
A race many of us are watching is State House District 105, which was won by Democrat Nicole Sidman. If you're unfamiliar with that district, it's a newly drawn district currently represented by Republican Tricia Cotham, who switched parties last year. The state's Democratic Party called her switch a betrayal, and now
You replaying something? I'm checking something on my monitor.
No, he looks like a race swapped Kim Jong Un.
they're looking to set things right for Democrat voters who originally elected her to office. Mecklenburg County Democrats predict the race between Cotham and Sidman will run up to $1 million on either side. And while one Cotham carries on, another will end their term. In a surprising upset, longtime Mecklenburg County Commissioner Pat Cotham, mother of Tricia, lost her bid for re-election.
This is like the guy who does This Is What You Look Like Black doing a video.
I can't hear you because I'm watching something on this monitor.
As an at-large member. The top three candidates won, with Cotham trailing behind at 18%. It's a rare defeat for an incumbent. She's held that seat since 2012. Mecklenburg's board is made up of 9 total commissioners, 3 at-large, and then 6 districts.
Okay.
November is looking to be a repeat.
There is more to say about
I got it. They're going
to
to read off his best quotes so you understand how crazy this guy is.
Race, Democrat Josh Stein will face Republican Mark Robinson. You haven't heard of him before. He's the lieutenant governor right now. He's a Hitler-quoting Holocaust denier who is being gay a filthy abomination that marks the end of civilization, and said that school is karma for abortion. Trump has called Robinson Martin Luther King Jr. on steroids. Sounds like a nice guy.
What should we do? A little greatest hits of Mark Robinson oppo?
You got some others? Yeah, let's keep going.
So I want to flag that first one, the Martin Luther King comparison, because Robinson likes to attack Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement. So he's criticizing him there, Trump. Robinson voiced support for passing, quote, a bill saying you can't have an abortion in North Carolina for any reason. He called abortion murder and genocide. He refused to protecting IVF. He called public school teachers, quote, wicked people. You mentioned calling it hogwash. You got really mad on Facebook about the movie Black Panther.
Yeah, about Black Panther.
And said the character was created, quote, created by an agnostic Jew and put to film by satanic Marxists.
Oh
and
my God.
Pull the shekels out of your Schwartz pockets.
Yeah.
Did I do that right?
Yeah, it's an epithet for Black people. So yeah, it's Black Panther was a conspiracy by Jews to trick Black people into, I guess, having a good time.
Oh my God.
The hogwash quote, the first part of that, because I saw the whole Facebook post, it's from March of 2018.
Man, spent a lot of time on Facebook.
Oh my God.
A lot of time.
Wow.
It's, quote, this foolishness about Hitler disarming millions of Jews and then marching them off to concentration camps is a bunch of hogwash.
He also
that's the post.
He also referred to
the post, just in case you think libs are just exaggerating.
Yeah, no. In context, these are all worse.
He also referred to the students at Marjory Stone Douglas as spoiled, angry, know-it-all children, silly little immature media prostitutes. That's a child prostitute.
Jesus
and this one, it's a very serious and terrible situation.
That's fucking awesome.
But after the Boko Haram kidnappings in 2014, he posted on Facebook, it's not funny. George Soros stole them girls. I can't.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. The folks at the DGA wanted us to remind you to text NC to 30201.
Do this.
Hey, did you know that we're an NGO trying to fund journalists in conflict zones and places with lower press freedoms? So right now, for a limited time only, while we're raising money to actually start our nonprofit, because it costs money to do the paperwork, we're putting anyone who wants to donate $1, $10, doesn't matter, on the Patreon. You can get your name at the bottom of the screen. And eventually, when we start the nonprofit, there'll be like other benefits that will change when that starts. So get your $1 in now, because eventually we're not going to have room for everyone there. You know what I'm saying? Here's Junk to tell you more.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker, because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
the Republican nominee for governor in North Carolina, but we also have Roy Cooper standing by.
We do indeed. I mean, is it too late to get Herschel Walker back in there? Because he might actually have a better chance. All right, Governor Cooper, let me introduce you. And I just want to just start there because there is a history of Republicans nominating Trump-endorsed candidates. You could go through them all. Herschel Walker, Blake Masters in Arizona, Adam Laxalt in Nevada, Dr. Oz Mehmet Oz in Pennsylvania. All of them lost. And they all lost along the same formula of being too extreme for even Republican-leading independents, et cetera. Is the campaign already written? Have you guys already started cutting the commercials for this soon-to-be nominee and apparent Holocaust denier?
Well, Mark Robinson is the most extreme candidate that we've seen in North Carolina history. And remember, Jesse Helms came from North Carolina. I served as chair of the Democratic Governors Association in 2022, and Mark Robinson is the kind of candidate that MAGA has brought forward. I heard just before that the long list of things, there's a lot more, calling LGBTQ people filth, saying that he would shoot government officials with his assault weapon if they got too big for their britches, saying men should lead, not women. This is issue after issue where he shows the most extreme position. And we're about to nominate Josh Stein, who is our current attorney general, who is stood up to Big Pharma, has the integrity and the grit to lead a closely divided state. We have to work in a bipartisan way in North Carolina to get things done, like expanding Medicaid, like North Carolina just did. And Josh Stein is the guy we're going to push hard. But you look at Trump and Robinson, it's double trouble at the top of the ticket in North Carolina. I think that's going to bring a lot of people out to vote. Reproductive freedom for women is going to be a strong issue in North Carolina this time. Healthcare, with Medicaid just expanding and hundreds of thousands of people getting healthcare. Donald Trump has just said he wants to rip it away. He wants to gut the Affordable Care Act. We have to be really careful about that because this is one of the few promises that he actually tried to keep when he was president. The Affordable Care Act was in significant danger then, and he will do it again.
And we know that one of the races that's also happening is the race to potentially replace the former Democrat.
Also because he can't run again, so he's just going to do whatever the fuck he wants.
What do we think about MSNBC's coverage compared to the local outlets here?
Local is almost always better.
I liked that one guy who couldn't stay in his chair. He was a good interviewer of the election professor guy.
Yeah. All right. Let's just go to Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah.
Do you have any comment in light of the Michigan protest uncommitted vote on Democratic voters or House members who say they're not committed to Biden?
President Biden continues to win a substantial number of delegates on his way toward the August Democratic Convention. And it's my expectation that he will have strong Democratic support coming out of that convention heading into the November elections. Everything we care about, including reproductive freedom, Social Security, Medicare, gun safety, the climate crisis, and democracy, will be on the ballot in November.
Hakeem, I really need you to put democracy at the first right there.
Yeah, first. Yeah.
And democracy. Yeah.
And also has a vision for how to make life better for the American people.
You are like Nancy Pelosi was more entertaining to watch than you, bro.
That uncommitted movement shifts its focus to Minnesota, where more than 100,000 Arab Americans live, especially in the Minneapolis district represented by Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, a frequent critic of Israel. And look here, those organizers those numbers.
Frequent critic of Israel.
President Biden. We heard from one Minnesota
Who's
Democrat
this? Who's doing? Is this a local outlet? This is NBC. Fuck off, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah, it's NBC.
Biden on how he's conducted the war in Gaza.
If you hadn't seen that uncommitted movement, who would you be voting for otherwise?
Probably would have stayed home.
All right, for more now on that Arab American
There you go.
In Minnesota.
That lady would have definitely not have come out if she wasn't going to vote uncommitted, right?
That's kind of interesting, yeah. That's very interesting. Giving people an option.
There's always these weird old ladies at the Palestine protest who were like, part of like the freedom movements in the 60s against Vietnam.
Yeah.
And a lot of them get like roped into with Code Pink because Code Pink preys on them and stuff.
Yeah, because they don't have defenses against the information warfare. It's like in Barbie.
reporting live for us. Jesse, we know this is going to be a close election, right? At least if you're looking at the polls. Every group matters, and so do Arab Americans. We saw their importance and the power they have in Michigan. Talk to us about what happens in Minnesota. Yeah, and Tom, just to take you live inside here, we're at a polling location in Minneapolis. Voting still going on here for about
airplane hangar to shoot missiles. This is literally how they ramp up voting so much, and this is what it looks like. All right, there's some tables. Every booth is open. Have fun.
Asking about is something that we saw playing out in Michigan, and again, it's something that's getting attention here in Minnesota.
Oh my God, empty parking lot.
Are not just those who identify as Arab or
Oh
Muslim
man,
American.
he's trying. He's like, all right, I'm going to put maximum effort into this stand up.
Hey, look at this. Otherwise, she would not have been voting. Probably. We heard from someone else today who saw this as a chance to speak out in protest of the president's policies as it relates to Gaza, without it impacting how he can perform against the Republican Party, which of course would come up in the fall.
But I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
He decided to vote for President Biden because he was concerned that the showing of uncommitted votes here could wind up hurting the president's chances in the fall. So people are considering this from various perspectives, and it's something that we're watching here tonight. We've spoken with someone who helped organize efforts here. He said this is something that he believes that hundreds of thousands of people by tonight, that's his estimate, hundreds of thousands of people he believes will have been touched in some way by phone, by email, by in-person conversation about the uncommitted effort. And he said that he's spoken with people who are asking him how to vote, who have never voted before, who are looking to vote now because of what's going on in Gaza. So this appears to be something that is motivating at least some people explicitly.
Okay. Yeah, we really need a fucking countdown timer.
I guess so.
Oh my God!
It's like CS:GO surfing in the bottom of the video.
Look at how there's like it's literally this is like the Super Bowl for like them.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro!
To come to the polls, Tom. Not only that, it could actually motivate and
this is where they get the money.
Policy
I gotta say, I love
this
this though. I love the three screens separated for no fucking reason at all, other than to just when you cut back to have a pull out shot like that looks fucking awesome.
Shot. Yeah. And he's looking straight at the middle screen. He's probably just looking at a camera.
For all we know, this is all just a green screen that we're looking at.
True.
I can't tell.
Michigan,
it looked like they had
they
depth,
only had
though.
a few weeks to really get together.
Yeah,
They had
it looks
$200,000 to be organized and to spend. In Minnesota, did this build out of what they saw in Michigan, or were they organizing?
Bro, they cut back to him and he's got all the shit in the background. Wow, NBC.
So much since it started. Were they more organized in Michigan?
They gotta have some actual panels there that they bought.
It seems like this is a similar kind of pseudo last minute grassroots effort, Tom.
Like advertising screens at the movies. They're just what are they called? Monoliths with screens in the middle.
Not any big advertising. In fact, one of the people who said she was voting uncommitted said that she heard about it on the national news, Tom.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news
Thanks
and
for
top stories on
watching. Stay updated.
Just there. Joining us tonight, GOP strategist Brian McClung and former DFL state senator Jeff Hayden. Let's dive just a little bit briefly into that uncommitted. Are you surprised by the number, and what does it tell you?
You know, I'm not. There was 7.
Okay.
There was 11.
This guy, he's got his tippy toes. He's up on the stool.
Oh look, he's got his "I voted" sticker. Yeah, good for him.
This guy's. Is he the guest? If he's the guest, he's like.
There were a couple of city
great.
councils, so I'm not
coming and upstaging them. That's what you want to do.
Folks are really, really concerned about the war in Gaza, and I think that's what you're seeing in the numbers today.
And I know we'll talk about that in a little bit too.
Yeah, but on the Republican side, you said Nikki Haley may be coming in a little bit.
He's literally like.
Than you anticipated?
Yeah, I think that's a little bit better showing. I was pegging Nikki Haley's number at around 25.
You were pegging who?
Minnesota.
Pegging.
And so she did better than that.
They all have their
Ultimately,
bootlicker stickers,
right? She is getting swept in every state except for Vermont, and I would anticipate that her campaign probably ends tonight. You know, Nikki Haley has not announced.
I always take a sticker and then I just put it in the washing machine with my pants. Like without fail every time, because I do not care.
So
I'm always like, oh, I could probably like do a funny post with this. Nah.
When I was in LA, I went to the Peterson Auto Museum, and they give you a sticker to show that you've paid. And there's like the poles outside are covered in these stickers. That's what people should do. Find like a street post next to a voting polling area or something. Do they change, or are they generally the same place every time?
Mine has changed. Like It's in the same area, but it's changed
Mm.
slightly to a different place.
Okay. Or like maybe like a central pole or something where enough times people have put stickers on this pole that people are like, oh, that's the sticker pole. And everyone goes and puts their I voted sticker
That
on
with
the
like
pole.
a grave or something, I think.
Yeah.
I think they do. They go put stickers on a grave or something.
Mm.
I don't know.
What, as a troll to be like, oh, dead people
It's
vote.
like something about like who the grave is.
Okay. Interesting.
An election night event tonight, like she has after the other major primary
Cool.
nights. And so that to me signals that instead she's going to wait until tomorrow. And
great.
Well, here in Minnesota, polls are closed and the results are in for the 2024 presidential primary races.
Donald Trump once again coming out on top of the Republican ticket. He's
lot
walking
there.
away with 66%
Dude,
of the vote so
the
far,
overall
compared to Nikki
score
Haley's
between Trump and Haley is so funny.
I'm surprised Vivek even got any. Chris Christie too.
1%.
32%.
Better than Junk.
Democrats also bringing in a general election.
Not even there.
Look at that.
Chunk
Committed,
got beaten.
20%.
They all got beaten by uncommitted.
Yeah,
Suck shit.
that's how it's been going.
Hilarious.
Rematch one step closer, with President Biden walking away with 69% of the votes compared to Minnesota Congressman Dean Phillips.
Hey,
And lastly, the Legal Marijuana Now Party of Minnesota hasn't called their race, but Crystal Gable is
Vehement
currently-
Supreme. Woo!
Hell yeah, bro. Legal Marijuana Now Party.
Its results.
That's
We do have
epic.
team coverage across our area tonight. We begin with Rachel Mantos. You spoke
I gotta
with
message
Republican
him and
voters in
ask him
Austin
to do
tonight
a
about their
show.
top choice. What are they
It'll be
saying tonight,
really
Rachel?
funny.
Yeah, Maisie and Robin, it didn't matter which Republicans I spoke with in Austin today.
Especially right now is probably when we should do it. Or when
Oh.
we would have the highest likelihood.
Almost everyone said that
Use the 5th gen account.
they were casting their votes in favor of former President Donald Trump. Local Republicans know exactly which candidate they believe in and who they want to see once again in the White House.
There's so many things that the other party has gone too far to the left, and some of it breaks my heart.
A historically blue area, Donald Trump helped flip Mower County red when he first ran in 2016.
For the Republican side, Moore County was very historic in the last couple of presidential elections and how we voted compared to prior years.
Now in the 2024 primary, voters are turning out to support him once again.
I love it how lonely the polls
right?
are when they go to find the they have to go to the remote places to find the fringe voters.
Yeah, the misinformed old white women.
He was good at the border. That was very important to
Uh-huh.
him.
I don't
Each of
have
their
it
votes
on
adding
my
up to bring
computer, I
Trump
only
just
have it
one
on my
step
phone.
closer to the GOP
Yeah.
presidential nomination.
The Instagram account.
So far, Trump has won 11 of the
I don't
Super
use
Tuesdays
Instagram on the
where a winner
computer.
has been declared,
Fair
including in Minnesota, making him the state's official Republican frontrunner. Maisie and Robin?
All right, thank you, Rachel. And checking in now with a Democratic ticket, we're going to turn it over to reporter Jordan Sansom, who spoke with voters today here in Rochester as well. Jordan?
Why do people wear gloves? Obviously, because their hands are cold.
Come out or not, they were going to make their voices heard.
You boys
And
got
in the
drip.
end, it was President Biden that came out on top for the Democrats. Now that the presidential primary in Minnesota has wrapped up, voters now see the impact their
He's a better reader than presenter.
vote made.
I know a lot of people think it's kind of a foregone conclusion, but it's still important to show up and vote.
With President Biden coming out on top for the Democratic
Cringe.
side, it
They're
was
doing the
proven that
Obama
DFL members saw coming.
poster.
There are no other serious candidates running. There are 9 people on the ballot. The only 2 candidates that are actually running are Biden and Phillips.
The Olmsted County DFL projected there wasn't going to be a close race, which might have turned voters
What?
away. Some polling places felt that absence.
Oh, I think he meant the only
That
two
was
who
2
haven't
hours
actually
before the
dropped
polls
out
closed.
yet.
Election officials
Ah.
expressed the importance of voting and why people should use that right.
We have an obligation to vote. That is we should be voting in every election.
Voters who did come in to vote expressed what brought them out on this Super Tuesday and what they're hoping for in the future.
I'm just hoping that
it's not an
what's best for the
obligation,
country
it's a
is what's
civic
happening
duty.
when it comes to things like stability, acceptance of different people, the economy.
Just
I think there's a clear
returning the
solution,
card.
but we'll
It's
see.
a civic duty.
So
You're
far,
not
President Biden has
obligated
won
to
every
return that
Democratic
card.
primary that's
No.
been called, and now he moves one step closer to the November election where he would have the shot to defend his presidency. Maisie, Robin?
Thank you, Jordan. And now let's take a closer look at how the race has played out in our area. And for that, we turn it over to Maisie from our ABC 6 News
he's
Election
just a
Center.
single
Maisie.
unit guy.
Yeah, Robin, it's much of the same story that we've been seeing state to state. Now, we do have the ability to show the entire state of Minnesota and how people turned out at the polls today, but we have a closer look at our 5-county area. Let's take a look here. We're going to start with the Republican side of things. You can see that Donald Trump is green. That's how majority of the counties are voting tonight. And I do want to point out that Fillmore County hasn't quite tallied up their votes yet, so they are white because those results are not in. Now, Donald Trump is not a big surprise taking the majority of the counties because he's done so in all the other states. But what is interesting is on the Democratic primary side, Joe Biden,
be like to explain how it's like, and then Trump, blah, blah, blah. Like, shut the fuck up and just say Trump wins. Like, come on. Like, we don't need to do this fucking song and dance. Like, I guess we're just humoring Nikki Haley at this point with it,
Biden is taking the majority of those as well, aside from Fillmore County, which hasn't been counted yet. But what's more interesting is that ahead of Dean Phillips, who is a congressman here in Minnesota, more people are saying that they're uncommitted on that ballot. They're not voting for Dean Phillips. He has almost
he's a fucking Zionist,
more than twice as much uncommitted versus Dean Phillips. Now, tonight's result pushing both President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump one step closer to a general election rematch this fall. So what could that look like?
Go back. Go back. You gotta see the pictures they used for both of them. These are the ones we're picking, guys.
Donald Trump one step closer to a general election rematch this fall. So what could that look like? Well, back in 2020, President Biden walked away with 306 electoral votes to win the White House compared to Donald Trump's 232. As far as the popular vote, both candidates enjoying record high numbers, with Biden securing more than 81 million votes to Trump's 74 million. Fast forward to today, and the latest polls show the general election this fall could be neck and neck. The most recent polling showing each candidate either tied or just point.
Kennedy isn't going to go anywhere. He is a joke candidate that only idiots are going to vote for, really. If you've actually listened to him talk, which we have a lot of videos listening to him talk, he is out of his mind. He has no marbles left to lose. So any votes that he does
Sounds
will
like
take
you're just an establishment
from
goon.
Yeah, because I don't think that 5G disrupts the blood-brain barrier. Yeah.
So far, it's been a pretty underwhelming Super Tuesday, but there is a storyline worth.
Yeah, exactly. The RFK was never going to get votes from the left.
RFK's brain is bleeding more than the votes are going to bleed.
If you really think about it, the only people on the left that vote for Kennedy are the people on the left who are like the classic anti-vaxxers, the hippie Karen mums that live in California and drive their fuel-guzzling cars. Those people. Those are the ones who will vote for RFK, and the more crazy Trump people who are like, oh, I don't like Trump anymore, and they'll vote for him. So it'll definitely bleed votes from Trump more than anyone else.
Following last week, Michigan Democrats sent a message to President Biden when more than 100,000 of them voted uncommitted in that state's Democratic primary. It was a message to the president: call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza or else. Well, that or else movement quickly gained traction here in Minnesota. And there was a campaign all day today in the last several days to get Democratic voters here to say the same thing when they vote today. Even though 100,000 votes for uncommitted isn't forecasted in our state, the call out was regardless. So who answered it? Here's Kent Erdahl.
Protest votes were definitely cast at Minnesota polling places on Tuesday.
I voted uncommitted because I don't like what's going on in the world, especially with the with the war in Gaza.
Minnesota is among at least 7 states with an uncommitted option on the Democratic primary ballot and an organized movement to urge Democrats to check the box in support of a ceasefire in Gaza. But after a very slow morning of voting reported in polling places from Minneapolis up to Blaine, those behind the movement here say don't expect a repeat of Michigan.
Our first phone bank was on Friday. So for us, we couldn't really form the same kind of numbers that they could.
Instead, Asma Mohammed Nizami says the goal in Minnesota and other states is to show the Biden administration they're serious.
What's funny, hear how he nailed that name?
Some folks inside.
You know how when I do Let's Meet Cakes, I always have them introduce themselves?
Yes.
So when we do interviews and stuff, we always have them say their name for us.
Mm-hmm.
Right in the beginning, and then when you play it back, you can just play it back over and over again until you have the name memorized for the read.
Yeah, it's a good way to do it.
the White House that the president is nervous about tonight's results, which I think is exciting for us because we want him to be nervous.
But just a few feet away in Blaine, several Democratic voters said they're nervous too about what the effort will mean come November.
Well, I guess we all can make our own decisions if that's what they want to do, as long as they don't do it in the general election, because Trump would be even more
my
hardcore.
God.
So they might be just shooting themselves in the foot.
What would you say to those in that camp?
I think that an uncommitted vote is a really low stakes form of protest. We're just sending a message to the Biden administration. We are lifelong Democrats. I've been voting as a Democrat since I turned 18. And I think that we also have concerns about what November could hold, but we also
remember, Democrats in Minnesota are like
vote with Molotov.
Well, the thing is that that's the thing. The Somali population is like, they don't do that type of stuff, you know?
Yeah. You gotta bust in Antifa.
Yeah.
A snapshot of what Democrats are thinking across the nation.
He has work to do, and if he doesn't do that, he's going to really face a difficult November.
Jailani Hussein is also part of the uncommitted movement, but after he and other Muslim leaders called for a ceasefire that never came last year, they went a step further, vowing to abandon Biden in November.
50,000 Muslim voters plus will not be voting for President Biden in the upcoming 2024 election. This is not a faint promise.
Again, it should say abandon Brandon.
Strong words for the president.
That promise stands, even if Biden reverses course tomorrow.
There's no way I'm going to be voting for President Biden. There's just no way.
Say he does support a ceasefire between now and then. Would he have your vote?
No, absolutely not.
I probably won't vote.
Yes, exactly. Fudge gets it.
Because it's just two bad options all the way around.
You know, and I meant to click this other one. It shifts my shit around. So I was talking today. Somebody posted something that was stupid, but it was the conspiracy bullshit page.
No,
it was something like things that the Nazis did that was good, and it was like kill Nazis, kill all the Islamists in Afghanistan. And I just like for some reason, just it's one of those things where my autism took over, and I just had to explain how literally, as a communist, the last thing you should support is the Soviet Union in their invasion of Afghanistan, because the resistance against their government, which was literally all the resistance leaders had Marxist leanings, even the Muslim leaders, and even they only wanted like a Muslim republic and maybe monarchy stuff, like a constitutional monarchy stuff, right? So it wasn't the communism, it was the tyranny that they were against, right? So the first people who started that revolution, right, the first big group before the Soviets invade is literally two Maoist factions that used to be rivals that united, right? Sigmadullah Mujahidi, who is like one of these very, very important figures in Afghan society. He's the first guy who calls for an international coalition to come to fight against these people for the freedom of the country, right? And the next guy is it's like Mohammed Nabi, but if you go and you look at Reagan, right, and you look at him when he brings the Mujahideen over, he's got a purple turban on. He's one of the only of the Peshawar 7 that endorsed the Taliban later. So that one might bet a little fuck up, but he's not even if he's not the worst guy out of all of them as well. They're like the two good faction leaders of the Mujahideen that were existing before the Soviets invaded. It could have been, I always say, right? The place communism fucked up is that it rejected religion. That's where they fucked up, because the third world societies, they have way more faith, right? And if they didn't fucking just kill all these people in Afghanistan, Afghanistan would have a Maoist, Marxist, and Islamic Republic type government. That would be a way better condition than the country's in now. Thanks, Soviets. It's really America, the CIA and Seal Hawk's fault, though, as well.
Yeah.
Listening to this undecided movement here in Minnesota and in Michigan and in other states. Well, that was the question I took to two national political reporters this afternoon.
I've talked to a lot of Democrats on the ground who say they're not doing enough, who say, it's
don't care.
Didn't take long to call the presidential primary race in Alabama this evening. It's no surprise former President Donald Trump secured the state's 50 delegates over Nikki Haley.
And President Joe Biden also had
little trouble locking up the state over long shot candidate Congressman Dean Phillips.
If we look at the county by map, county map, you can see Mr. Trump had a little competition after getting the endorsement of the state GOP and every Alabama lawmaker, Republican lawmaker, that is.
And it was a mirror image for the Democrats, with every county voting for President Biden, only fueling speculation that November will be a 2020 rematch.
In total, it was a sweep for former President Donald Trump. With more than a dozen states tonight, he spoke to a crowd of supporters at his Mar-a-Lago estate. When thanking his supporters, he wasted no time criticizing the Biden administration.
And in some ways, we're a third world country. We're a third world country at our borders, and we're a third world country at our elections. And we have to stop that. We need a fair and free press. The press has not been fair, nor has it been free, but maybe someday.
Hey, you want a fair and free
At
press?
last check, Mr. Trump is now less than 5.
We're raising funds for our NGO to help journalists that are in conflict zones and places with limited freedoms. But who knows? If Trump wins again, maybe he'll be in America. Click. There's a Patreon link. Just pause. Type that in. You know, it's just, you know, it's the same thing on all websites. It's the 5th Gen IW. You get your name at the bottom of the screen, and even if you just give us $1.
If you go to our Instagram or Twitter, our link tree has all our stuff in it. If you follow us, I think is it in the YouTube as well?
No, but I put the Patreon in the description.
Ah, there you go. Patreon's in the description of the YouTube, and we should put it in the description of all the streams as well.
Only YouTube lets you do the description.
Sure. Still.
Otherwise,
anyway,
I would.
Here's Chunk.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker, because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
That's true. We will.
100 electoral votes away from locking in the Republican nomination. All right, some of the big races across the state are in districts where we have new congressional lines.
On their phones while they went to see Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Team coverage from across the state. We'll get to them in just a minute. But the race for House District 2, easily one of the closest watch races in the state. Last summer, the Supreme Court ordered our congressional map be redrawn.
Yeah,
a second black
that's why this
district.
is one of the ones I put on here to cover.
To try to secure that nomination to potentially flip this formerly safe Republican district. For the Republicans, it looks like
imagine Alabama turning blue. Can you fucking imagine?
Texas was so close.
Oh, I know. It was like half a point, wasn't it?
It was for all the states that Trump won, right? It was the third closest.
Interesting.
The other ones were like smaller states.
Yeah.
Where there's less population.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like State Senator Dick Brubaker leads that pack, but it has not been called just yet. And for the Democrats, House Minority Leader Anthony Daniels and
a really large dick. Your peepee is
One of the candidates,
gigundo.
State Representative Wandalyn Gavan, came up short in the Democratic race. WPTM 13's Lisa Crane caught up with her at her watch party this evening in Montgomery. What did she have to say, Lisa?
Well, guys, we talked to her just a couple of minutes ago, and she hadn't decided at this point whether she was going to get behind Daniels or Figures in a runoff election. She said she was disappointed that more women voters didn't turn out to support the women on the Democratic ticket during this primary. Now, when she arrived here hours ago, her supporters were here to cheer her on.
Look, I'm very like pretty accurate with most of my predictions. Like, I still rub it in to people that said Haley was going to drop out before North Carolina, and I was like, no, she won't. I firmly believe that it will not turn blue because the Republican Party is going to collapse, and the Pelosi style Democrat, that type of Democrat is going to shift and be the new Republican base. It's going to bounce back from that fascist breach after it collapses, which will be seen in Texas as to be the rational side, because the Democrats are going to become way more progressive. And so it's going to rebalance itself out in a similar way in a new party system.
She said she ran because she believes in democracy and she didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. But she was very disappointed in the voter turnout today. She called it scary. She says no matter who wins, they have to break the code on how to motivate voters to show up.
Try to galvanize the Democratic Party. I mean, whoever wins is going to have to do that. You're going to have to.
I think you need thicker thicker frame glasses.
I think she's got a shirt that says Diva. I think she's shit.
Galvanize a base. That means working with those who did not win trying to figure out what that looks like. But we've got to figure out how to get people. The Democratic Party is going to have to figure out how to get the people to the polls in November.
You need Hillary Clinton.
Now, Gavan says this new congressional district is an opportunity, whether that is an opportunity for the.
I've been to, this is a hotel. I've been to hotels that look just like, there's the room doors behind her too. Like, you know, this is a fucking embassy suites.
Republicans or the Democrats remains to be seen. Now, WVTM 13's Magdala Lusant is not too far from here at another Democratic candidate's headquarters. Magdala?
Wow.
Yes, Lisa, we're about 15 minutes away from you at a church in Montgomery where Marika Coleman was holding her watch party here. Now, everyone has gone home, but Marika Coleman didn't want to call it a night because she wanted all of the numbers to come in. She is proud of the campaign she says she ran. Now, Marika Coleman, we know she's been in Montgomery all day today at polling places, thanking her supporters. And those people showed up tonight embracing her at this watch party while they waited for the results to come in. Now, Coleman was one of the top candidates voters wanted to see represent Alabama in the House in Washington, D.C. And as we've been telling you all year long, up until today, District 2 was newly created after the Supreme Court approved a 3-jury panel's new version of Alabama's congressional map. This was only done because legislatures were not drawing a map that fairly represented the Black vote in the state. Well, Marika Coleman tells me today they've been hearing that people were not notified they had new polling locations, and some didn't know their district had changed.
Of course.
In addition to, we're hearing that, nearly 5,000.
Of course that happened. Of course that
That's exactly why the Supreme Court approved it, because they knew that was exactly what's going to happen.
Insane.
Did not have the correct district on it. Now, that is a travesty. That means 5,000 people within the district here in Montgomery were disenfranchised if they did not have the opportunity to vote for the candidate of their choice. This entire court case was about African Americans having the opportunity to choose the candidate of their choice. And if nearly 5,000 ballots were misprinted, then we have an issue.
I did call Montgomery County's election center to get this information confirmed, and I was told someone would be calling me back. And at this time, I have not heard from them. Marika tells me that she spoke with someone who is very close to this redistricting lawsuit, who is out in Mobile, and they tell her that this is not over, and they are planning the process, the court process, right now. And she still wants to see a second congressional district for African Americans in Alabama. We're live in Montgomery. I'm Magdala Lusant, WVTM 13.
Thank you, Magdala. Well, several congressional incumbents were able to fend off their challengers tonight. In District 3, it looks like Congressman Mike Rogers beat out Brian Newell and Baron Bevels for another 2 years in the House. Robert Aderholtz, the state's longest-serving lawmaker, Justin Holcomb. It was a bit closer in District 6. Congressman Gary Palmer facing Garrett Wilkins. And
look at this fucking guy. Jesus.
That's just another guy in a disguise. Come on.
Peters. Palmer will run against Democrat Elizabeth Anderson in November. In District 7, Congresswoman Terry Sewell dominated her challenger, Chris Davis. Christian Horn and Robin Leidecker, both on the Democratic side in this race, and it's still too close to call at this point. All right, another closely watched race has to do with the state Supreme Court current Chief Justice Tom Parker, who will be retiring at the end of his term.
That's right. You hear that? You hear that? Supreme Court justice retiring at the end of his term. That's right. The Supreme Court is on the ballot again, people. Here we go. If Trump wins, we're fucked. The Supreme Court will get another Republican from the Federalist. No. But it is the Supreme Court again. They're about to be retiring.
Oh, who?
This the old guys. They might retire in the next term. In the next 4 years, it's very likely.
Epic.
As we told you, Arlie Peck has been monitoring the Jerry Carl camp.
Okay.
Never trust people with 2 first names.
He is speaking now. Let's see what we
well,
get to.
That's Alabama. Everyone has 2 first names.
And I congratulate Congressman
Jim Bob.
May he win and move on. Take this country back.
Oh my God, he sounds like an Alabama story.
Take this country back.
We're gonna do a Christian ceremonial cross-sliding.
Gulf Stream. They're calling it. It's the Gulf Stream because it's the hottest, fastest news coming at you.
He conceded. Great.
Well, listen, we've got some calls. First of all, the President Biden is going to win in Alabama, but we can now project that former President Trump will win the Alabama Republican primary.
And the Fox News Decision Desk can also project that President Biden.
Oh, we're going to another desk
He's
for
also
this
going to win
fucking
Alabama.
shit, bro. You fucking kidding me right
We can
now?
also.
Christ.
No, I want it. I want it. It's funny. It's funny.
Well, listen, we've got some calls.
Bro, no, I
We're
wanted
getting
to see their
there. There it is.
okay, yeah,
Alabama, 82%. It's early
went
on,
to a
but
whole
we'll call
desk.
that. The
Where
Fox
did the
News
desk
decision
go?
desk again will say
coming.
that former President Trump can win Tennessee and
Okay,
President
so
Biden.
they get
you know
they
what?
get it
They're
from
just
the
they're
decision
winning
desk.
a lot
Okay.
of different states. Tennessee, there you
Wow.
go. And then
Look, they put a
President Biden with
difference up
Alabama.
there.
We're going down, taking it one by one, but there are no surprises here in either of
That's the
these
desk.
polls.
There you go.
Alabama, Tennessee.
Great.
Uh-huh.
Texas.
On the Super Tuesday, numbers continue to roll in tonight. We've got the latest results for the primaries in both local and state races.
We have our team of reporters across San Antonio covering all the key races, from the races for U.S. Senate and House to several Texas races that could have huge implications across the state.
And we will break it all down. But first
Pull up
tonight,
your
in the
fucking
spotlight,
multicam.
our candidate's
Normally
Governor
you'd
Greg
never-
Abbott has
Oh, look at
endorsed to
that.
support his year-long fight to
They
create
got
school vouchers. Now, that issue was not on the
working
ballot.
the fucking graphics machine back there. What a clever guy. You know? I wonder if they fucking just use that and to have like a default in the switcher. Like, man, these people are creative with what they got.
Over the governors go after Texas Republicans who voted against school vouchers.
One of those races was for State House District 121.
Audio fucked
Abbott
up.
threw his support behind Mark LaHood, who's currently beating, as you can see here, incumbent Steve Allison 55% to 39%. Let's
Two
get to Mike
first names
Jimenez, who
again,
starts our
Steve
coverage
Allison.
tonight. Mike?
Well, guys, it's definitely a party in here at LaHood's watch party. Now, we spoke with the candidate just
right there
a
as
short
well,
time
that
ago.
when they cut to him, if they slowly brought his audio in to fade him in, knowing it was going to be a loud room that they were going to.
Who tells us that many told him not to run in District 121 because he's too conservative and Steve Allison is too entrenched in the district. But he says after he prayed with his wife, he decided to run, and it looks like tonight those prayers were answered. Now, at last check, the numbers, LaHood shows ahead 54%
Man,
of the vote.
that food
and
sure
Allison
looked
with just under 40%.
great.
The third candidate, Michael Champion, captured a little more than 6% of the vote.
Awful lot of
After the
honkies.
initial results came in, we spoke with Steve Allison, who says he was not too concerned about the gap, but was disappointed with Governor Abbott's support of LaHood and his
The angry
constituents for
elephant.
falling
Oh,
for the negative
cringe. It's like a Republican club.
That I'm disappointed. That I don't think that they looked at qualifications and background and were so
salt.
Yeah, because it's almost like they're uneducated whites.
With 75% of the vote defeating
Taylor
Shakir
Swift.
Sinha with 25% of the vote.
Tonight, 2 seats are up for grabs for Bexar County Commissioner's Court. For Precinct 1, Democrat incumbent Rebecca Clay Flores is currently leading against 5 other candidates, but
nailed
so
the
far
pronunciation.
has not secured 50% of the vote. And for Precinct 3, Republican incumbent Grant Moody has the lead over Chris Schuhart, 52% to 48%. KENS 5 reporter Megan Dana is covering both races tonight. Megan?
Well, EC's Henry, I was able to visit with Rebecca Clay Flores earlier at her watch party, but right now I'm outside Grant Moody's watch party, where he's just now.
I really don't like the phone being in the shot. I cannot describe how much that is annoying me. It happened. It happened in the last stream too.
She's probably using it as her own monitor. She's probably got it's like a Terra deck.
Oh no,
You,
of course she is. I saw her
right.
hit it before she started speaking. She's got something on there. But just fucking put it out of. You don't need both hands to talk with. Just consciously just have it out of screen.
Well, she has to make sure she's framed up.
Yeah, I know. And then once you're framed up, you can take it out of screen because you don't need it there.
There's probably a reason for it.
I hope so.
Talking with his supporters, a small personal group here tonight, and it kind of sounds like some claps, some cheers, because he is ahead with a decent lead right now. Too soon, of course, to call this one, but right now it looks like he might be on the ballot. The latest numbers have him at about 52%. Now he's facing off against business
You
owner
owe
Chris
her an
Schuhart,
apology.
who ran a
No,
nearly
still take it out of the shot. When you need the notes, bring it up. Take it out or use a notepad.
Look, I'm gonna defend her because she's clearly short, right?
Sure.
Tripods only get so low or so high. The shot only has enough space. She might not be able to have it dropped out of the shot. She might normally frame herself up so she's out of the shot.
Sure.
You got to do what you got to do, my man. You know, the news doesn't wait for anyone. You wait for it when you're sitting there. Hurry up and go at and they go, okay, we're gonna come to you, and you work for 5 minutes, and then
You
go,
could just do
okay.
what that dude did, and when his phone rang, he yeets it out the fucking set.
funded campaign for San Antonio mayor last year, of course, now running against Moody. If Moody, though, is reelected, this would be his first 4-year term as a commissioner, but he says he's confident with what he was able to accomplish since he was elected during a special election in 2022.
Because I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done. We focus on public safety, which I still think is foundational and
they got the
priority
stick
number
mic
one.
and the
But
lapel
also
on
there's
right
work
now.
to be done around spending, around making sure we get our property taxes down.
And like I mentioned, we spent some time earlier in
Who's got
Precinct
the
1 for
background?
Commissioner Rebecca Clay Flores, who says that she was really confident this wasn't going to go into a runoff. But like we just heard, it appears it could if she doesn't get that 50%. She was facing 5 candidates for that Democratic ballot. But she says, regardless, she's confident moving forward in this election. She says that she's proud of what she was able to accomplish in her 4 years as a commissioner for Precinct 1. And here's what she said about the election
This watch
cycle so
party
far
looks
and the
way
support
better.
she's received.
It's really, I'm thankful to my team, to my block walkers, to the voters, to constituents. So I'm just really.
That's a people's candidate. You can tell.
Yeah, she
So
looks like
still a lot of
normal
excitement
person.
there as well. And if she does make it to the ballot, or if it goes to a runoff, whoever wins on the Democratic side will
Like, do
be
you know how
facing
much
off
money
against
this
Republican
fucking watch
Lino
party
Corrado
probably
for
cost this guy?
Thousands.
Right? That's just like, hey, we got like a back room at a Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
that Precinct 1 seat.
I got a question that's not relevant to the curve.
All right, Megan, thank you. In the race for U.S. Senate, 9 Democrats are looking to challenge Ted Cruz in November. And tonight, you can see here, Congressman Colin Allred of Dallas declaring victory with.
This might be the best team covering it. I don't know. I feel like this one. I still do like specifically the guy who doesn't fit in the chair, though.
There's the question.
I don't know. They got a lot of people to go to. We'll see if they fuck it up.
Got the question.
That's a difficult question. Now, for commercial drones, I'm not familiar, but I assume they're like basically the range for that type of shit. Now, that said, what kind of drone capabilities does the United States have? Can they strike Iran with just a drone from inside the states, But the dronification of warfare is just going to keep going up and up.
Yeah.
But there's like they do have a range on them, the drones, from like where you're going from. But it's like I was just Chris Cappy just did a video on the Bone, the B1, right? And he talked about how the strikes after the Tower 22 hit in Jordan.
Yeah.
So those planes took off from Texas and came home for dinner. And it was an 18-hour mission, right?
Yeah.
So they literally were in the air for 18 hours, bombed Syria so hard that no more strikes have happened against U.S. forces since. Right? And they were happening like multiple times a week, right? And they flew, and so it's a whole video about how the U.S. is going and investing back into the B1.
Yeah,
because that's because it can do that type of shit.
It's what they did with the F-15 because they realized it's such a good platform, so they put new engines and new avionics in it. It's basically a new plane.
Yeah, it's going to be slightly slower.
Big deal. It's gone from 3,500 kilometers an hour to 3,400 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, I don't think it can do something. What did it go before? Mach 3?
Almost 4. It's the fastest fighter jet ever made.
So it might not be able to do Mach 3 anymore then.
Okay.
Maybe even Mach 2.
I
don't
need
remember
that anymore. Like the plane was literally invented.
Well, you know what they used them for?
Well, it was literally invented to chase down a plane that they only had information about through whispers. It didn't even exist. It was the MiG-26. They over-engineered this plane so hard that it shit on every single MiG to come out for 30 years.
I see them. Those and F-16s I'll see used a lot with F-35s to refuel them.
Yes.
And that's the only reason why the plane is there, because it can fly up and refuel and then land. But yeah, so I was informing some idiot today that they were trying to say that Israel doesn't bomb Iran. And they tried to say that the Israelis can't do buddy refueling in air because the F-35 used a boom arm. And I'm like, there's 4 different F-35s. Like they have 20% parts in common. That's how different these planes are. And like only one uses the boom arm. And the Israeli one, guess what? The Israeli one can use a ton penetrator, a 1-ton penetrator to be able to counter Iran's nuclear capabilities. They can take off with the F-35 and this penetrator, bomb Iran, and return on 1 tank. That's how modified the Israeli F-35 is. It's a completely different plane than what this guy was thinking. People are so dumb. The conspiracy about all this shit about people think everything about the F-35, how it was like a waste of money, this and that. The Raptor was a waste of money. You know, like it's a cool ass plane, but there's a reason why they're not going forward with it. It's unnecessary.
They also aren't building them anymore. They also,
yeah, exactly. They're retiring the whole fleet.
Yeah, and then they also stopped making them, but instead of picking up the F-22 supply chain again, they went to the F-15 because once again the F-15 is the most superior fighter.
Why would you have an F-35 and an F-22?
Exactly. You only need one stealth fighter, and if you've got a super fast air superiority fighter in the F-15 and they've modernized it, who cares? You've got your air superiority fighter, you've got your multi-role, you've got your bomber, you've got your fighter bomber, you've got everything.
They just did a flyover, right? Because they just joined NATO. So they just did a flyover with a B-1 and the B-52, and it was escorted by Gripens.
Fuck yeah. I was hoping you were going to say that because the Gripens are sick. But they're selling them to Turkey and Greece now, I think.
The Gripen?
As a part of the NATO deal, yeah.
I know that wasn't Turkey getting F-16s as well, or do they already have
possibly? They could be getting them from. It was definitely Turkey. Oh, Hungary was the other one. Is getting Gripens. So it'll be Hungary and Turkey with Sweden as a part of the deal for getting them into NATO. They sell them weapons. Which, funnily enough, I actually looked into it. Weapons is one of Sweden's highest exports.
No, because we were laughing at that one girl, right?
Yeah. But this is something that I knew a long time ago. Like,
yeah, I know. Swedish weapons are so good.
Yeah, they're excellent. Saab doesn't even make cars anymore. I was about to say,
isn't Saab the Swedish one?
Yeah, they still make weapons and trucks. And I think they still make trucks because the trucks can be turned into weapons.
The thing
60% of the vote.
Gripens or any type of Eurofighter, they're specifically designed for one type of thing, and it's maneuverability at low speed.
Yeah.
Canada is across the ocean. They don't need a low speed agility fighter. They need a long range, get shit done workhorse.
Yeah. Australia too, but for some fucking reason we went with the F-35s instead of buying a fleet of 250 F-15s. That makes sense, right?
Well, probably because the F-35 is going to be like easier to train on and maintain or something.
Yeah,
and it's going to have future capability.
Less than 100 of them.
And earning the nomination to challenge Cruz, you can see he took the lead over State Senator Roland Gutierrez with 17% of the vote. 10's 5 Zach Briggs is following this race for us tonight from Gutierrez's camp. Zach?
Well, dozens of people gathered here at the friendly spot just south of downtown San Antonio supporting State Senator Roland Gutierrez. Certainly an emotional end for Gutierrez's campaign as
he's got his phone out of the shot.
The parents of loved ones who died at Robb Elementary School almost 2 years ago. And he officially conceded. He called up Mr. Allred, congratulating him for this win. And as he said, Henry, Mr. Allred leading significantly in this race. As of 9 p.m., 53% of precincts reporting, Allred hovering around 60% of the vote compared to Gutierrez, who was sitting around 15%. Now, earlier, Gutierrez greeted supporters, including the parents who lost their children in the Robb Elementary tragedy. Gutierrez has been a prominent advocate for the Uvalde community. He's pushed for accountability after the massively delayed response by law enforcement to take down the shooter who killed 19 children and 2 teachers. Allred has focused his campaign on a theme of bipartisanship, working with Republicans to find middle ground when it comes to various issues, including immigration and the border. He's also pledged to codify Roe versus Wade, elected senator, believing that a woman has the right to choose when it comes to abortion.
Interesting.
But I promise you here right now that my fight against Ted Cruz isn't over. And my fight against Donald Trump isn't over. And my fight against these Republicans isn't over. Because, folks, they don't give one damn red cent about you.
Mm-hmm.
People elect leaders to represent them and their interests, to try to fix things for them, not to look out for themselves. We've had enough of that with Ted Cruz. It's time to go in a different direction.
And now Congressman Allred and his campaign certainly laser focused now on what's to come in November when he faces off against Ted Cruz.
I don't see Ted Cruz losing. I mean, he was the Republican.
Now we're live south of downtown. Zach Briggs.
Yeah. I don't see him losing either. Okay, next.
Now to the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate, and NBC News projects Congressman Colin Allred
we can skip this one.
Do we want to move on? This for 2 hours.
No. Yeah, keep going down. Scroll down some more.
Texas, California. Here we go.
More election news for you. Adam Schiff and Steve Garvey are heading for a runoff in November in the California Senate. But take a look at just how close things are this morning.
Yeah, here are the latest numbers, and this is a narrow lead by Adam Schiff with 33% of the vote, Steve Garvey with 32%. Eyewitness News reporter Irene Cruz joins us in studio with reaction from the candidates. Irene.
Yeah, John, Rachel, this is a bit of a rare case. A Republican has not advanced to the general election.
After I've seen what can be
done
with
3 Senate races, but
Did you hear that?
What?
A Republican has not moved forward to the race. Not one.
Republican and former Dodger Steve Garvey and U.S. Representative Adam Schiff are both going to the November runoff. They will try to claim the U.S. Senate seat previously held by the late Dianne Feinstein. Now, we were at Schiff's camp last night where protesters actually interrupted his speech.
I want to thank. So lucky to live in a democracy.
Huh?
I can delete this video that's also covering that, the protesters.
Where we all have the right to protest.
You can hear the protesters calling for a ceasefire in the Israeli-Hamas war. Security removed some protesters, but there were still dozens. Schiff had to cut his remarks short. Now, as for the race itself, Schiff led the way. Garvey placed second among the candidates. Democratic Representatives Katie Porter and Barbara Lee were a distant third and fourth. And we also heard from Steve Garvey in Palm Desert, where he thanked his supporters.
Psychopath.
They say in the general election that we're going to strike out. Well, know this. It ain't over till it's over. And he's mistaking kindness for weakness.
Okay, so we can skip his whole comment. We got enough from them there. Delete that.
Well,
does he remind you of fucking Ronald Reagan, bro? Isn't it weird?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then watches me run around the bases.
I don't trust him at all. No one bit.
Yeah, no, he's gonna lose.
While the votes are still coming in, we know that tonight we will come up short. Let me also say this. Our opponents through
Can you put it on a? Can you draw it on a whiteboard for me to
millions
understand?
of dollars, every trick in the playbook to knock us off our feet. But I'm still standing in high heels. The most important thing I want to say tonight is thank you.
She's so
because
cringe.
of you, we had the establishment running scared, withstanding 3-1 TV spending and an onslaught of billionaires who spent millions peddling lies, and our opponents spending more to boost the Republican than promoting his own campaign. I want to thank each and every one of you, really, each and every one of you, for the support that you have shown me in this campaign and over the years.
In San Francisco, voters have passed Proposition E, so that measure revamps police policies.
Huh?
Yeah, she was upset. You could hear it in her voice. No, I like these girls. I like how they're reporting. She was upset. She was about to cry.
Of course she was.
Could make it easier to fight crime in the city. Crowdflower's Michael Thomas is live at City Hall with the latest. Good morning, Michael.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Now, the passing of Proposition E essentially will give San Francisco police a little bit more power and really resources to deal with the crime.
Is it okay he's holding his phone now because he also has to hold an umbrella?
Yes, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly acceptable. It could go in your pockets.
Also may see a little bit more police chases, as now it will allow them to actually pursue them by car. Take a look. This is video up on your screen.
Oh my God. Do not pass this. Do not pass this.
The most San Francisco reporter ever.
Do not pass this. Do not allow fucking high-speed police chases in your fucking city. Do
Now,
not.
the passing of
Your
Proposition
streets
E
are way
essentially
too
will
small.
focus on
Do
and widen the
not
scope
do
of San
this,
Francisco
you
police being
idiots.
able to chase suspects by car. Prior to this passing, the police commission imposed a 10-year-old policy that would only allow officers to chase criminals if they felt that the suspect had committed a violent felony or the person was a threat to public safety. Now, however, officers can chase criminals by car if the person has committed or is likely to commit a felony or violent misdemeanor.
Oh my god. Likely to. Red flags. Red flags. Oh my god. People are gonna die.
Which means that it widens the window when it comes to chasing criminals, robbing, or breaking into retail stores, which has been a major issue in the city of San Francisco. It also authorizes police to use more drones and install public surveillance cameras with the latest technology.
Yeah. They're going to implement tactics from Ukraine. They're going to start dropping fucking mortars on people.
Technologies without further approval. And lastly, it allows police department to actually hold community meetings before the police commission can make major changes to the way that the department polices. Overall,
okay, that's not awful. They have to hold community meetings before they change policy.
The measure did pass with more than a 50% vote saying yes. And
that is possibly the worst police car I've ever seen.
They passed it with more than 50% vote.
Crazy.
You idiots. Oh my god.
London Breed actually did put out a statement. It's up on your screen now, saying in part, essentially thanking voters for the passage of Proposition E, saying that it will allow us to build on the progress we are delivering on public safety in San Francisco by supporting the work of our police officers, expanding our use of technology, and getting officers out from behind their desks and onto our streets. We will continue in our mission
keep them
to make
behind
San
the desk.
Francisco a safer city. Now, in addition to this, it also does limit the time that officers can spend doing administrative work indoors and behind that.
What?
Safer city, high-speed chases.
So essentially,
through a very, very hilly city.
Yeah, wild.
That's going to be epic. The amount of Florida Man level videos of cop chases we're going to see out of fucking San Francisco, I hope goes up. Not so people die, but because I want to see those epic videos. Cop cars flying over the hills. That'd be epic. They commission police trophy trucks.
Well, yes, there will be more officers out on the street patrolling. Back out here live as we get more details regarding.
Also, why do you have a phone without a cover, you psycho?
I have a phone without a cover.
And yours broke.
Yeah, but it's also plastic.
Sure. That is not.
And I drop it all the time.
How the police department plans to move forward with all of these changes, we'll keep you updated.
Thank you.
Give California more control over how monies from a voter-approved tax on millionaires are used.
Okay, I don't care.
No. You hear what that's doing?
Focusing on housing for homeless veterans, plus money.
They're going to take. They're going to take the money from the billionaires to house the homeless and veterans. That's what the Prop 1 is.
Interesting. Okay.
There's also there's a really funny thing. I don't know if I put it in here. So they raised like minimum wage for fast food workers.
Okay. To what?
Right. 20.
Ah.
So I mean, it's still California. So
yes.
And
it's not
so there's a weird carve out in there that said if they make bread, they're immune. If they make bread daily, they're immune. And it turns out that like Panera Bread invested a shitload of money into Gavin Newsom, so they got a special carve out. Is that fucking awesome?
That's so funny. Jesus Christ.
McDonald's about to be making bread just to not pay employees. All because of that shit.
Drug or alcohol treatment, essentially taking a lot
I
of that
think the
money
backlash made him cancel the carve out. Oh no! I hope that's not true because it's funny.
It to the state government.
Voting, of course, still underway here in California. 1 hour.
Okay. We got the headline. That's fine. There was some stuff down here that I wanted to say.
Joining me now is Adam Goodman, partner at Ballard Partners. Adam, so good to see you once again.
Great to be with you. Another week of primaries
It was
looms and
still
another
being voted on. If I heard that correctly.
Yeah, that was a day ago.
Prop 1 would give California more control, essentially taking a lot of that money from the counties and giving it to the state government.
Voting, of course, still underway here in California. 1 hour, 15 minutes to go.
There you
The
go.
solar efforts to count early ballot.
Okay.
No, there's this one. This one's got California election coverage.
Joining me now is Adam Goodman, partner at Ballard Partners. Adam, so good to see you once again.
Great to be with you. Another week of primaries looms. And
GOP strategists.
Yeah, they suck. There's a board here. Look at how tight that is. It's behavioral health services is how they're marketing it. That's only 21%, and it was that close.
Crazy.
I wonder. I have to go look up if this passed.
Exactly. And like you said, every few weeks, I do bring you on and you give us some insight into the state of the 2024 race. Today is no different. As we sit here right now, we are on the eve of Super Tuesday. And over the weekend, we saw Nikki Haley win the DC primaries. So my first question to you is, what does this mean for the rest of the race?
All the money that's gone behind her now yielded at least a few delegates, right? And one win. I mean, it's going to go down as a footnote in history. I mean, it's nice to hear that
12 minutes ago from NBC Los Angeles.
Primary.
Early results show Californians are evenly divided on ballot measure.
Ooh, interesting.
In the history of the party and of the nation. That's a very cool thing. But she now faces the grim truth.
It is hilarious. You'll join us eventually. You'll get there.
Right? Some would say the grim political reaper because she has
see what the world actually is and
Monday.
You'll join us.
What wall? We're saying because we're laughing at like how fucking awful this shit is.
And that's why we're different, because we laugh at this instead of making you scared.
In North Dakota, which she's not favored to do well in, and then of course Super Tuesday, which may be a super loss across the board for her.
Oh my god, I fucking hate these people.
You want to see the reporting? It's 50% counted. It's crazy. Look at that. That's so close.
Wow. Wait, what are the actual numbers?
It's like this is the digit that's different. The third digit in 7, and then this one's 5.
Crazy.
So it's 19.7 and 19.5.
How much of it's counted? 52%.
52%.
Interesting.
So
could go anyway. It takes a lot.
From ABC 4 News, your local election headquarters.
From your local election headquarters, we have new developments just into the newsroom in the race for president.
Yeah, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley is expected to announce that she's dropping out of
No.
the Republican presidential race.
Fucking just get a yellow fucking legal pad for fuck's sake. It's not that hard. It looks better.
Now, 3 people who are familiar with her plan say she's
not yellow. Not yellow. Different color or a pad
this
or
is high tech.
book
It makes you look like you got the cutting edge tech at your news thing,
Sure.
even though it's just an iPad.
Yeah.
on making that announcement in her home state of South Carolina at 8 o'clock this morning. Now, that news comes just hours after the polls closed for Super Tuesday. Sources say Haley will not endorse anyone for president. Now, this morning, we also have a better idea of who Utah Republicans and Democrats want to see run for president.
So Utah's preliminary results from Super Tuesday now show former President Donald Trump beating candidate Nikki Haley with 58% of the vote. The AP called Utah for Trump based on these numbers overnight. Utah caucuses were slated to wrap up at 9 p.m., but a number of issues delayed last night's results at several locations. As for the Democratic Party, the AP has called Utah for President Joe Biden. That call came in just minutes after polls closed. So far, Biden has carried 88% of the vote here. His next closest challenger was Marianne Williamson with 5%. Now, as for the delays on Utah's GOP caucuses, they were just about to begin. As they were just about to begin, ABC 4 News started hearing reports of long lines, confusions with the software, and a lack of answers, leaving voters frustrated.
We're kind of all laughing with frustration. I do know that there are several of my neighbors that have gone home because they didn't want to stay. So that, I mean, ultimately that means that they no longer get a vote.
The primary is important. And if they're going to have a caucus, which I disagree with, then they should at least send flyers around explaining what that means and explaining that you need to pre-register at a certain and how to do it on your cell phone. I would never have been able to do it without my daughter.
And we still weren't.
And we still weren't.
Now, they also say even the line for people
That was
pre-registered to
fucking
vote was
awesome.
wrapped around the high school.
I wasn't able to do it without my daughter there. Yeah, and we still weren't. And we still weren't.
in Salt Lake City.
So your daughter is just as dumb as you. Okay. What do you? We have to be a registered Republican to vote for Trump right now?
I don't want to watch Hannity.
Let's go to Mar-a-Lago and listen in.
But
I
he
think the
says
president
this
is
is
about
making
to begin
history.
speaking.
They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one.
This is a big one.
And they tell me, the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive.
Never
This was
been
an
an election
amazing,
like
Do you hear his
an
newest
amazing night, an amazing
vocal
day.
club
It's been an
meltdown?
incredible period.
No. What's this one?
I'll find it.
Period of time
I'm gonna
in
get a
our
drink.
country's history.
Yeah, I'll
It's
find
been
it.
sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, it's called inflation. It's called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been
You just be saying
unbelievable.
shit, bro.
A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's.
Okay, that's not how it works.
He's the worst president in the history of our country.
That's you, buddy.
There's never been anything like what's happening to our country. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants
That's
were
not
flown
how
in,
it works.
Airplane, not going through.
Imagine being voted historically lower
need to
than
be
the
a
guy who
citizen to vote,
caused.
bro. You need to be a citizen to vote, bro.
Imagine being voted lower on the rank of presidents than the guy who caused the Civil War. You fuckwit.
I don't know what to
borders,
Google to
not
get this
going
vocal
through
flub
that
to
great
come up.
Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and
I've been in
we were
Donald
looking at the
Trump's
job they're doing. But in the
new
meantime, they're
noise
pouring into
now
California and
to
they're
try and
pouring
get it to
into
come up.
Arizona because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country. This is an incredible group of people. So many celebrities that I'm not going to introduce any because I'm just going to get myself in trouble if I do that, because I'll leave out most of you. But this is a room chock full of incredible, talented people.
Because
some of the guys
I don't
standing
remember
in
any
front
of your
me,
names,
right?
and you hate me
Big
because you
futures,
can't.
big, fat, beautiful futures. Oh, I'd love to be your age. I'd pay you a lot of money to be your age.
Oh
But
my
we
God.
have some tremendously talented people in this room, including tremendously talented political people that have helped me right from the beginning. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall.
We did
had
a
Mexico
fucking
supply
like
us with
watch of
28,000
RoboCop. I'm just
soldiers
trying to get it
because
edited down
we
so it
wanted them,
doesn't
that's
get
why, and they
copyright
said, "We won't
claimed.
do
But
that." I said,
obviously,
"Yes, you
it's like a
will, you
back
will."
burner project
And in the
because we
end,
have
they
so much
did.
to do all the
It
time.
was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad to see what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent, where they'll stand in the middle of a street and have fistfights with police officers, and if they did that
Biden
in their
migrant
countries from
crime.
where they came, they'd be killed instantly. They wouldn't do that. So the world is laughing at us. The world is taking
Bro,
advantage of us.
it's so funny.
2
You
years
literally
ago,
get
we were
killed
at a level,
instantly
we were
here for
energy
fighting with
independent, we were
police,
gonna be
not other
virtually energy
countries.
dominant, and today we're getting oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? And
We're energy
doing
independent.
numbers on that oil. You know what we're doing? We're refining the oil. We have our refinery for that oil. It's really, I call it tar. It's not oil. It's terrible. We have real stuff, but we're refining it.
We are
And you can-
energy
so for all of
independent.
the environmentalists, you ought to look at that because all of that tar is going right up into the atmosphere. You just ought to take a look. It's the only.
Where does he
Oh my
plant that
God.
can do it. We have the only plants.
Now
that can take
oil's
tar.
bad because it's communist oil and not American
Where
oil.
does he fucking
Are we-
get this shit
Are we
from?
fucking for real, bro?
How do people listen to him and like, yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about?
They're because he's racist.
and make it into oil, and that's what it is. It's a shame.
God, I don't know what
we were energy independent.
Maybe it will
We're
be
gonna
in here. I'm
energy
sure
dominant.
David
We're gonna be
Pacman
supplying
will
oil to
include the
Europe,
weird
all
Trump
over the world,
noise.
and then
Yeah.
a
I
tragic
typed
thing
in
happened
Donald
near the
Trump
election. It was
new
a
noise
tragedy.
funny, still didn't
Because
get it to come up.
you wouldn't have think of it. All of the problems that you have today, I don't think you would have had any of them. You'd only have success, and that's what's ultimately going to unify this country and unify this party. We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent, and we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I have been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had, and people were calling me that I would have said will never happen. It'll never happen. They wanted to get together African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before. And it was a beautiful thing. Our country was coming together.
Listen to him sniffing McAdderall.
Our country was coming together. And now we have a very divided country. We have a country that a political person uses weaponization against his political opponent. Never happened here. It happens in other countries, but they're third world countries. And in some ways, we're a third world country. We're a third world country at our borders, and we're a third world country at our elections. And we have to stop that. We need a fair and free press. The press has not been fair, nor has it been free, but maybe someday they will be.
Fucking
They're being
rat.
beaten up pretty
Rat
badly.
fuck.
People aren't trusting them. They're not believing them. And really, it's a very important factor.
Bro.
The press used to be the policeman. It used to police our country. Now nobody has confidence in them, and we have to get that confidence back. It's so important for the success of our country. So important.
Fucking sniffy McAdderall, boy.
So this has been a day that we've been waiting for. I want to thank my family for being here. It's a great family. I have a great family.
Well, Venezuelan oil is pretty
They've had
dirty.
it very easy since I decided to
Yeah,
run
good.
for
And we
politics.
don't
They say,
fucking,
thanks a
like,
lot,
come
Dad.
on. Like Venezuelan oil, I mean, it is cheap, but like we're energy independent. We don't fucking need it.
Yeah,
Get
exactly.
the fuck out of here with that shit, bro.
Appreciate it.
It's literally
They're
OPEC
strong.
who controls the oil prices, not us.
People are dumb.
Yeah,
And they're-
we have the cartel on defense, not oil.
Yeah.
They love the country. They really do love the country, and we appreciate it.
Yeah,
And
Republicans are literally
everybody-
defunding the federal police right now. It's so funny because they went after Trump, so now they're going to defund all the agencies.
Susie, Chris, incredible job. Incredible job you're doing. I read an article, yes, because 3 years ago, we were the most respected country anywhere in the world by far.
No, you weren't.
We would, oh, he's going to cause wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened.
Yeah, that's why you drop more bombs than everyone before you. Cool.
We stopped
And
wars.
remember,
you
like
didn't.
the only war that technically actually happened was Iraq. Afghanistan was like a special military operation or something. They officially declared it a war, but those were wars. Those were invasions, and he didn't do them. Congratulations!
Yeah,
wow, you didn't
Crazy.
do a fucking invasion of a country. Accomplishment, bro. How many
Well, it was a
presidents
lot
have
of
actually invaded a country? You know,
Probably not many.
like station troops to help a force there,
Mm,
which
yeah.
every president has done.
I also want to point out that every time I've skipped he's telling a lie.
Countries, all of a sudden, North Korea.
If it happens again.
That, we never got credit for that. Unbelievable job. And we did a fantastic job on that. We never, all over the world. It caused $60 trillion worth of damage and death. It wasn't, but I believe it was. And it came out, I believe, through incompetence. I believe it was incompetence. Some people, the Wuhan labs. And it came out, I believe, through incompetence. I believe it was incompetence. Some people think it wasn't, but I believe it was. But regardless, it caused $60 trillion worth of damage and death all over the world. All over the world. And we did a fantastic job on that. We never got credit for that. Unbelievable job on that. We came up with things that nobody thought was possible. Don't forget when it
What
came
do I
in,
Google
nobody had
to
an idea.
find this Trump noise?
I have no idea. You're the one that knows what it sounds
I
like.
know. Maybe Jackie posted it.
They didn't even use the word pandemic. Nobody had an idea.
Oh my god.
But we did a fantastic
Oh my
job.
god, bro.
And we got a lot of credit for the
I'm done with this.
What a strange man.
Oh, look, good. A wrap
Joe
up.
Biden and former President Donald Trump are favored to win the contest in all 16 states in American Samoa, therefore clearing the way to win their respective party nominations. However, we're not expecting either to come out as the presumptive nominee tonight. Let's go ahead and get to some of this. Former President Donald Trump is looking at this. You can see this is a map of all the places, states, territories that will be having elections as some kind of contest today. Let's get to some results, though. I want to show you guys what's coming in so far. Trump has won Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Arkansas, Colorado, and
is this necessary? Can we just say the ones he didn't win?
Been projected to win Minnesota. Let's go ahead to Nikki Haley now. Haley has no states tonight that she's won the contest in for the primaries. However, she does have 43 delegates so far from previous wins, mainly D.C. Now, President Joe Biden now, he's also obviously people are voting for him tonight. He's already won Iowa based off a different way that they voted this year. Tonight, he's won Vermont, Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Arkansas, Colorado, as well as Minnesota. Those are just the numbers that have come in so far as the polls close in all of those states. The next polls to close will be Utah at 7 p.m. our time. California's polls will close at
Great. Perfect. All right. We're done with Super Tuesday. Fucking hell. All right. It's over. We're done. Fucking American politics.
We need that Trump noise, though, bro. It's so good. I don't know where.
Done.
I imagine David
I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
All right, marker made. We're moving on. What's next? Next is
there's some local there's some local stories in there.
Okay, got them.
There's a few. There's like 5 or 6 local
This
stories.
chilling video shows a moment a single-engine plane crashes along Interstate 40 in Nashville. From another angle, you can see the aircraft narrowly missing oncoming traffic Monday night. Moments before the fiery explosion, you hear the pilot alerting air traffic control that there's an emergency.
I'm going down.
Land at Johnson. My engine turned off. I'm at 1,600. I'm going to be landing.
It was an hour of Trump hallucinating. Dry mouth.
I'm too far away.
The NTSB confirming the catastrophic crash killed all 5 on board, 2 adults and 3 children.
We don't even know their name. These are Canadian citizens.
Officials say the plane originated in Canada and made several stops.
I found it. Okay.
And
I searched Trump glitch and got it. This is a good one. I mean, just create a marker already because we might want to pull this for a soundbite.
We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will reduce.
That's awesome. He gathered his shit though, but he did exactly what Biden does. He just gave up and sighed and then regathered his shit.
in Kentucky, where it left around 7:19 last night. The flight path shows the plane was set to arrive in Nashville around 7:43.
Passed over the airport at 2,500 feet. Proceeded to do an about base. He had an engine issue. He had a total loss of engine
happy
power.
he had a piece of paper in his hand?
As he lived through the crash scene and witnessed a tragic turn of
Very
events.
happy. Oh my
as the
God,
plane
this is the guy we got to talk to who
out.
witnessed the crash
Up
scene.
the
Really?
belly of the plane, and we heard an engine.
Now tell me, is he a magician or a dad band?
Explosion. I knew that it was not
Definitely
possible
magician.
for anybody to survive.
With heavy
He's a
rain in the
mind
forecast,
freak.
investigators work quickly to
He's gonna
remove the
freak
wreckage
your
to
mind.
preserve any remaining evidence. A preliminary report is expected in 10 days. Lester?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
He
breaking news. and
caused
top
the
stories on
accident, was it? No, he didn't.
Suffolk police executed a search
This is so
warrant at
fucked.
this Railroad Avenue 2-family home Monday night, and were here through this morning.
It started as a raid. It was a SWAT team, and the whole road was blocked off.
This man who lives down the street didn't want his face shown, but the raid he saw was part of the investigation into the discovery of human remains in Babylon Village last week.
This block, people just like, you see people walking their children and walking their dogs. It's like a normal Long Island block.
Neighbor Chip Clark didn't see anyone arrested here,
Shit.
but sources familiar with the investigation say at least one person has been taken into custody. Investigators now suspect a love triangle resulted in the deaths of a man and woman whose body parts were found scattered in Southard's Pond Park.
My neighbor was a woman, so it was probably her boyfriend arrested.
This woman lives in the apartment right next to the one raided by police. Investigators found no remains in that home, but say body parts were found today in Bethpage State Park and in a wooded area in West Babylon. Those remains match those found last week. Police say the victims are a 59-year-old woman and a 53-year-old man, both from Yonkers.
After a day.
Yeah, it's intense. Definitely something to talk to my therapist about.
Let's go to the next.
Morning, 4 people are in custody and being questioned in a grisly case on Long Island. Investigators are trying to determine how the body parts of a man and a woman ended up in several areas outside in recent days. Eyewitness News reporter Crystal Cranmore live in Amityville in Suffolk County with the very latest for us. Crystal.
Good morning, Charlene. Well, police rounded up those 4 individuals from a home just a few houses behind me. And while police say they did not find any body parts inside that home, they did find some body parts at Bethpage State Park and in a wooded area in West Babylon. Take a look at some video. This is video of police searching a home here on Railroad Avenue in Amityville Monday night. This is before taking those 3 men and a woman into custody. Now, it didn't take long before police discovered the additional remains Tuesday morning. The West Babylon scene is about 3 miles from where the first remains were discovered last week in Southard's
2 different remains.
Now, Suffolk County police say they all belong to a 53-year-old man and a 59-year-old woman who at some point lived at the same address in Yonkers. Residents in West Babylon say they're on edge after the gruesome discoveries.
I am surprised. And I'm afraid too.
Knowing that it was on my street, makes you inquire about like what could be a possible motive.
Love triangle.
And police are not yet identifying the victims until their family members have been notified. Meanwhile, those 4 people taken into custody, police have not yet filed any charges.
Right.
We welcome people to come and have a good time. What we don't welcome is criminal activity. What we don't welcome is mayhem and people that want to wreak havoc on our communities. Make no mistake about it. If you're coming here in order to enjoy Florida, enjoy to have a good time, fine. If you're coming for these other reasons, if you're committing crimes, causing havoc, you are going to pay the price, and we will hold you accountable because that's what we do here. I know some people may be coming from other jurisdictions where they can get away with this type of activity. That is not going to fly. In the
Miami, bro.
So
it's Miami. Are you kidding me?
Beach,
it's a crime hub
all across the state, and said, listen. Rather than have it to where things get out of hand and then the state is asked to come in.
It's a city where GTA actually has a whole game, and it's a canon city in the GTA universe. That's how crime-ridden the thing is. So we're gonna deploy the state troopers.
Just have a plan going in where you utilize state support, so a lot of the stuff doesn't even happen to begin with. And to the mayor's credit, he immediately leaped at that opportunity, but then so many other
his podium says Law and Order and has a fucking gator on it, bro.
We reached out to all these jurisdictions, and we now have a total of
State
17 law enforcement agencies throughout the state of Florida.
I don't actually know if it is or not.
140 troopers to be deployed in their counties and cities to assist with
maintaining order
during spring break.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Voices that we hear where prosecutors act more like public defenders, they're here too. And when we hear about bail reform that's been a disaster in other parts of the country, it was proposed here too. So when I started talking about law and order about a year ago, and I started substituting the word law and order instead of public safety, there were some people who were friends of mine, supporters.
Pop.
Said,
and then it was like,
maybe you should slow down a little bit.
Rapid fire.
A little strong. I said, that's exactly the point. We want to be strong. We want to be strong and send that message.
That's the point.
We're fascists. The partnership that we have with the governor and the
I do want to look at one of these McConnell videos on him totally being a bitch and endorsing Trump after he like literally tried to like
look at these fucking goobers with their
it's for the good of the party. It's for the good of the party.
Which one? Send it to me.
There's just it's just a little. There's 2 above the local stories. There's One is it's fourth breaking news. McConnell asked point blank, how can he endorse Trump?
How do you reconcile your Trump endorsement with the fact that you called him practically and morally responsible for January 6th, and the fact that he insulted you and your wife repeatedly?
On February the 25th, 2021, shortly
Blinking black. Is that doing it for you?
I was asked a similar question, and I said I would support the nominee for president.
Bad encoding.
Even if it were the former president.
Mr. McConnell, in April of last year, you indicated you didn't really directly answer the question as to whether or not you were comfortable with to Mr. Trump if he was in the middle of criminal trials and indictments, he was the nominee. I presume that means you're comfortable with it.
I don't have anything to add to what I just said. I said in February of 2021.
Sure.
On the Capitol, that I would support
Forward,
Trump
forward.
the nominee of our party, and he obviously is going to be the nominee of our party. Alex?
We're gonna go to the party. About what I expected. Okay. Fucking bitch. What a fucking loser.
Senate Leader Mitch McConnell is the highest-ranking Republican in Congress who has yet to endorse Donald Trump's bid to
go back to the healthcare tech company.
The cyber attack against one of the largest healthcare tech companies 2 weeks ago might have cost them $22 million. Reports today claim that a ransom was paid to the hackers. But Steve Nielsen learned that many are still unable to get their meds. And Steve joins us live with the latest tonight.
Yeah, not only are they not able to get their meds, a lot of cybersecurity experts are upset about reports about a potential ransom being paid. They say that this only encourages more hacks in the future. The phones won't stop.
Which medication was it again?
Call after call at Mediae Pharmacy in Phoenix.
We are at a standstill.
Randall House says most of the callers are
I
desperate for
think
their meds, but
honestly,
thanks to
you
the
pay them
cyber
out,
attack, it
right?
changed.
You pay them out, right? Because the amount of money after this happens that you pay them is nothing compared to what this company's going to pay in bounties for white hats.
True.
Right. So that 22 is like nothing. And then they're going to really start cracking down and try to make sure this never happens again. And it's going to be harder for anyone else to try to do it again. You get in once, right? Good luck finding another door in. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, won't get fooled again.
Healthcare, one of the nation's largest healthcare technology companies owned by United Health, House can't fill the prescriptions.
We don't know any more than anybody else does.
Since the attack on February 20th, the days have gone by, and every day the need gets higher, some just paying the full cash price.
Or if you did that, your cost is going to be $650.
But the end could be near.
Fucking Jocko Willink, insurance agent here.
Just received a $22 million payment they believe was a ransom paid by Change Healthcare. The company wouldn't address that question when Fox 10 asked. Tim Romer is the former head of the Arizona Department of Homeland Security. He's now the chief security officer at Scottsdale-based GMI.
It's a bad day for the good guys in cybersecurity. It's unfortunate to see the bad guys winning and getting these types of massive payments. We have to ransom fuel criminal enterprise.
Romer says the money should be spent preparing for attacks instead of paying off the attackers.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The true easiest way out of this is for our organizations to start prioritizing cybersecurity at the highest levels of investment.
Despite the payment, House says the system still isn't back online.
I mean, I feel for our patients. I feel for my staff, right? I mean, they're fielding just so many calls right now. And unfortunately, we end up getting the brunt of it because we are that middleman. But there's absolutely nothing that we can do about it. Absolutely nothing.
In a statement, Change Healthcare says they've made progress providing workarounds and temporary solutions.
Cool. There's a two-part story here too. Bug?
Epic.
What do you think caused this? You want to guess? If it doesn't tell you in this story, I'll tell you in the next one. I'll give you a hint. It's very funny. Hopefully nobody died, because then it's not funny.
I don't actually know. I couldn't even guess.
No, those are multiple explosions, right?
Yeah. I'm actually very curious.
This morning, investigators are trying to determine what
A
started first,
vape company.
a fire or
Oh
explosion.
my god.
The building, shared by a smoke shop named Goo and Select Distributors, a company that supplies vape products. Authorities say
Amazing.
it was supposed to be a retail operation. Instead, inside a back room was a pallet of nitrous oxide along with lighter fluid. They also say
No
the business
way!
had just received a semi-load
No
of butane
way!
canisters. Half remain.
They were not allowed.
Had just received a semi-load of butane canisters. Half remain.
They were not.
That's
allowed to have
fucking
this
amazing.
And that's
They
not all.
were
also
fucking
over
selling
100,000.
nitrous oxide out the back, and it caused that was literally a drug lab explosion.
Hilarious.
What? Oh my god, that's fucking
That's awesome.
insane.
Vape pens that obviously have the lithium batteries that are inside of those.
Residents in Clinton Township thought they were under attack.
I didn't know if we were at war.
The blast scattered debris as far.
You fool!
And people died. Were they people who were selling nitrous oxide next to fuel?
I don't know whether we were at war.
A doofus.
First 2 miles
I
away.
mean, come on. What would you think as like a regular Karen mom?
That you're at war. That someone is attacking the United
I mean, it
States.
sounds like multiple bombs going off.
In where in Michigan? Where in Michigan?
I don't know. Listen,
we need to figure this out.
No, I want to finish this story because it's a good story.
Explosions and a lot of debris in the air.
Canisters containing butane, nitrous oxide, and other gas launched into the sky. One firefighter injured when shrapnel broke the windshield of his vehicle. A 19-year-old male away from the building died from a head injury.
The person was essentially about a quarter mile down the road here and did suffer injury from one of these flying canisters.
The business owners are cooperating with authorities, but have not responded to calls from NBC News.
Canister that shot out
Fire
from
Chief
here.
Duncan has seen a lot, but this is a first.
That's what they said. Or
Yeah.
you're saying that surely someone did.
That's what he just said. The guy who died was a quarter mile away and got hit in the head with a canister
That's
and died.
insane.
19-year-old kid.
Crazy. It's your time to go, bro. You weren't meant to live. Jesus Christ.
Final destination shit.
My
bro.
man, that is unlucky. Jesus Christ.
I've never seen anything like this in my 25 years.
Yeah, I bet.
And even this morning, hot spots are still
Nuts.
burning. We've seen some flames throughout the morning.
That's
Police say
insane.
they found about 25 canisters embedded in yards up to 2 miles away. The warning, if you see those canisters, don't pick them up because they could still explode. Hoda?
All right, Adrian brought us for us there.
That's
Adrian, thank
wild.
you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the.
All right, we need to figure out where this is. Michigan, that's all it says. NBC, no. Investigation underway.
You can just type in Michigan Fire and Vape
Yeah.
Company on Google and I'll find
I'm
it.
doing the streaming. You can do that.
And that the decisions she made that day
Hell yeah.
ultimately contributed to Miss.
This might be old because she did get convicted today.
Oh, really?
The 24-year-old.
Yeah, I sent it to you. She got convicted. She didn't get. They let her off for the tampering of evidence, even though she did.
Mm-hmm.
But she got something like involuntary manslaughter.
And Alec Baldwin got nothing.
We don't know yet. His trial's still ongoing, I think.
Okay.
An ammo on the movie set where a cinematographer was shot and killed is learning if she will face legal consequences. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is on trial in New Mexico as actor Alec Baldwin faces similar criminal charges in a separate upcoming trial. We're bringing you the latest from court. So
God, I hope he goes to jail.
It was Clinton Township. Is where that happened.
Whereabouts is that? In Michigan.
far. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
Please tell me it's bumfuck nowhere.
Okay, we have arrived at the start of a very active. Firstly, had been gifted with also
This guy is somebody who's probably going to claim us as well. He's a dickhead.
Okay, well, let's move on then.
Well, don't you want the 8 things that happened?
No, if he's going to claim it, fuck this guy.
I don't know. I just don't know that.
Let's do international news. Where's it start?
It's north of Detroit. It's in the Detroit region.
Okay.
It's still in like the urban area, but it's like the outer city limits, northern Detroit.
Yeah, okay. Fucking hell, there's a lot of international stuff.
Yeah, because we didn't do it last time.
Holy Christ.
Mm-hmm.
We might. Fucking hell. Okay. Well, what do we need to get to before that?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay, we'll just run.
Yeah, it was just those. I'd only had those few local stories and and Tuesday. And the rest is just like other stuff. Like top pollster reveals members of the squad have worse net favorability than moderate Democrats. Stuff like that. There's silly stuff in there.
Yeah. Is this all it is? Oh, here we go. I don't speak Persian.
I mean, look, he's voting. Look, he's voting. What do you think? Look at all the microphones, bro. This is just going to be AP coverage. It gets us some actual talkies. Reuters has one. Reuters probably has the talkies.
Any of these will skip, all right?
Yeah.
This is all AP. Reuters.
Iran's parliamentary election turnout was the lowest since the country's 1979 Islamic Revolution.
Damn, epic, right?
Yeah, that's sick.
Friday's election was seen as a test of the clerical establishment's legitimacy amid mounting economic struggles
Very legit,
and a
huh?
lack of electoral options for a mostly young population chafing at political and social restrictions. On Monday, the country's Interior Minister Ahmed Vahidi told a televised news conference that the turnout was around 41%. Authorities said the figure indicated the people's trust in the sacred system of the Islamic Republic.
Jesus Christ, the microphones, bro.
Well, we saw the participation of a turnout more than the last rounds. And this is why we had an unsettling atmosphere in parts of the country, and also the constant advertising of the enemy.
Vahidi said invalid votes made up 5% of the total vote count. Some Iranian media reported that number to be as high as 30%, suggesting signs of disillusionment even among core supporters of the Islamic Republic. The election was the first since anti-government protests in 2022 to 23, triggered by the death of a young Kurdish woman, Mahsa Amini, in the custody of morality police. The protests spiraled into one of Iran's worst political turmoils since the Islamic Revolution and were quelled by a violent crackdown involving mass detentions
It's
and
like when
executions.
you watch basketball and it's just shoes
Friday's
squeaking the whole time.
contest was essentially among hardliners and low-key
All right, move on.
conservatives
I'm annoyed with the
proclaiming
now that
loyalty
somebody
to
pointed it out.
revolutionary ideals.
My last question to you, Richard, is what is on your radar now as we sit here, like I said, 5 months after
These are
October
GOP
7th,
people.
that you want to
I
remind
know,
our
I hate her
viewers
so
that you
much.
want to put on our
Look at
radar?
her awards. I just want to see how they feel about
Yeah, I think number one,
record.
remember none of this happens in silos or vacuums. So it's not that there's a war going on in Gaza. Oh, and there's something happening in Lebanon. Oh, and there might be something that happens in the West Bank or Jerusalem. Oh, and there's this thing going on in Yemen from Houthis firing missiles into the Red Sea. And oh, there's militias in Iraq and Syria. Oh, and then there's this nuclear program in Iran that we're also worried about. All of this is connected. All of these regional actors are proxies or subsidiaries of the Islamic
Even
Republic
to tell
of
me
Iran.
that money goes around.
This is Iran's weapon of mass distraction as it is racing forward in pursuit of its weapon of mass destruction. Next week, we will see the International Atomic Energy
I'm
Agency
over it.
meet
Fuck
in
this
Vienna
guy.
to
No.
discuss Iran's
You
nuclear
can't
program.
put that many stupid
All right, I wanna
times
bring
in your
you this
serious analysis. No.
Update: ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas have ended in Cairo without a deal. Negotiators
That
worked
bloke
to
is
secure a
gorgeous.
temporary pause in fighting in exchange for a hostage release and prisoner swap. Israel has
so
threatened an
pissed this
attack on
happened.
Rafah if Israeli
They didn't go
hostages
through with this
aren't
fucking
freed by
ceasefire.
Ramadan. That
I mean, I
begins
knew
next
they
week.
wouldn't, but
Meanwhile, the U.S. is working on its next steps to provide additional aid into Gaza.
Into
U.S. State
Ku
Department
Netanyahu,
Principal Deputy
hopefully.
Spokesperson Vedant Patel told Anne-Marie Green earlier today the administration is doing everything it can to send in supplies quickly and safely.
Our point of view, Anne-Marie, is that every lever possible needs to be pulled when it comes to humanitarian aid, and that is what we are trying to do in close coordination with partners in the region.
Let's bring in CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang, as you can see, joining us from the White House this afternoon. Weijia, great to see you. As we've just mentioned, this week's negotiations in Cairo ended without a solution, right? Without this temporary ceasefire resolution. What happens now?
Errol, that is a big open-ended question because they had been working on this deal for
Genocide.
several weeks. And at one point, even President Biden expressed optimism that there would be a temporary ceasefire by this past Monday. And as early as yesterday, the White House said that it was hopeful that they would be able to reach a deal. That is, all the parties involved will be able to come to an agreement by that first night of Ramadan, as you mentioned, which is so critical. But because it looks like that isn't happening, it's unclear when, if, and in what way that the
bullshit, bro.
parties could come back to the table. Of course, the U.S. is very invested and involved in this, and most recently said that it was Hamas that had to agree to the framework of the deal. And
Here's a better idea. Israel just stops.
so,
Well, Hamas has
we will
hostages.
continue to press the.
Yeah, just say we'll stop, release them. Problem
Well,
solved.
That's basically what was presented. Is like, we'll give you 6 weeks if you release all of them.
Oh, I'm not
Hamas is
saying stop. I'm saying
yeah, I know,
stop
yeah,
and
yeah,
leave.
yeah, I know, but they're not going
That's-
to. They're going to settle Gaza.
Of course they are.
White House about what the path forward is, but there is still optimism that something can be done in the next few days, especially because they had gotten so close. But of course, things were soured whenever there was that incident in Gaza City that led to more than 100 Palestinian civilians dying because they were trying to access a convoy of aid, and there was a resulting stampede. Errol.
Yeah, Ouija, and now we're seeing the U.S., in the State Department's words, pulling other levers to get aid into the area. The military conducting now its second airdrop of aid into Gaza on Tuesday. What then is the White House doing to expand those efforts as the diplomatic negotiations are underway?
Well, the White House has indicated that this is just the beginning, that they will continue to do airdrops to try to get meals, supplies, water on the ground there. But I have to say, Earl, some humanitarian groups are criticizing this move because it really just provides a drop in the bucket of what is needed. As an example, yesterday's drop
no
provided
shit.
about
We need fucking
36,000 meals.
We
There
need
are
like five. We
nearly
need a convoy of 500 trucks to go in there, right?
Yeah.
Guess why we can't?
Send it through the Egyptian border.
Israel will
Watch
still
and
bomb
stop
it.
you.
Israel will still bomb it 100%.
Just have America go, you bomb this shit, we bomb you.
Yeah, they're not going to do that either because that's not how it works.
I think that's a pretty fair deal. You fuck with this, or you just be like, oh, you fuck with this, we'll recognize Palestine. Both of them.
Biden's too
All
big
the
of a
areas.
fucking pussy to do it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Like I said, okay, maybe they can talk it over. Maybe they'll talk it over. But like this, they need a big boy. They need Donald Trump in there. No, just kidding. That would be so much worse. They need somebody who can like fucking actually like swing dick. They need Kamala Harris. Honestly, Kamala Harris should step in on this, and Biden should go fuck off.
2 million
good for
people
her.
in
For
that
when she
concentrated area alone. And so, as you can imagine, a lot more must be done, which is why the administration continues to press Israel to open up more routes on the ground and to allow more trucks to go in. They're also looking at various ways they can provide aid by sea. But Errol, it's difficult because it is Israel that is so far blocking this access to many of the trucks. And the U.S., even though has offered some harsh words for Israel and even said that they are insisting and demanding
Over the line,
that they
harsh
do more.
words.
There are no consequences if not. The White House says that, even though they continue to put this pressure on, they're not going to stop supporting Israel's right to defend itself. They're not going to cut off all the resources that the U.S. is supplying right now over this aid issue.
And we're just seeing footage of that aid being airdropped and people really rushing what look like
Yeah, I've
boxes
heard a lot of
supplies.
things
Ouija,
about
we know we're close to the president.
a lot of things going on with these types of things in multiple polls multiple different ways, and every time it's not like even like they don't say like this is like a reliable source. They're like, oh, supposedly this leak,
Yeah.
President's State of the Union address.
It's not like
what
when
can
we could hear MBS yelling at Sully.
Well,
from
I
behind
don't
that
think
closed
it was
door.
intentional, but the Speaker of the House gave the president a gift by inviting the president to deliver this State of the Union just 2 days after Super Tuesday. So it is, even though an official speech, I think one of the most critical campaign speeches that we will hear from the president as he talks about everything that he has accomplished so far in his presidency and tries to lay out, what's at stake if he is not reelected. Of course, he won't use those words explicitly, but he will paint a vision of what more he wants to do, as well as remind Americans of what he believes he has done to lower the cost for them, especially when it comes to prescription drugs. He will, of course, talk about foreign policy, these conflicts abroad, as well as abortion and reproductive rights and the border. Errol. So there's a lot to get to.
They're
but
just
again,
dropping
I
infrastructure
imagine
from
he
his
will try
platform
to
now?
draw the
I
contrast
guess
between
so.
he and the former president, whether he name checks him or not, because this is a massive stage as the general election begins.
A new warning from President Biden if a ceasefire deal is not reached before the start of the holy month of Ramadan this weekend. Foreign correspondent Tom Sufi Burge is on the scene. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, George. Yeah, the stakes are sky high, with President Biden warning if there isn't a ceasefire deal in place for the beginning of Ramadan at the end of this week, then the situation in Israel, and specifically here in Jerusalem, could be very dangerous.
This morning, crunch time in those crucial negotiations to get a ceasefire, with President Biden saying we'll know within the next 2 days if there'll be a deal, warning no agreement by Ramadan, the holiest month for Muslims starting at the end of the week, would risk further violence.
If we get into a circumstance where this continues through Ramadan, Israel and Jerusalem getting together, it could be very, very dangerous.
The president calling Israel's offer credible, saying the deal is now in the hands of Hamas. This morning, Hamas saying it's showing flexibility in the talks, but pushing for the full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza.
As it fucking should. Fuck the IDF.
So that's what the IDF
Israel
is
refusing that, offering a 6-week ceasefire and the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners in exchange for 40 hostages held in the Strip. With time running out to strike a deal, the US calling on Israel to ensure food can reach those most in need. The US and Jordan.
Biden just needs to go there and tell them to fucking make the deal and withdraw their forces. He just needs to fucking drop his big fucking "we're the United States" dick on the table. That's all he needs to do. He just needs to go there with a bunch of people and just be like, you need to fucking stop.
Just shoot him.
Like, they only understand force. You have to be forceful.
But that's
Airdropping more aid,
not what Biden
this time
does.
36,000 meals into northern Gaza, where the UN says hundreds of thousands of people are on the brink of famine. Israel says hundreds of truckloads of aid sit inside the Strip, insisting the issue is distribution, not access. But the World Food Programme saying 14 trucks trying to reach northern Gaza yesterday were turned back at an Israeli checkpoint after a 3-hour wait.
We must get more aid into Gaza. There's no excuses.
Well, you can see the golden dome of the Al-Aqsa Mosque behind me, guys. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu hoping to dial down tensions, announcing no new restrictions for worshippers accessing the mosque when Ramadan begins. Michael?
All right, thank you for
Wow,
that,
how
Tom.
generous.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here.
Every year, shit goes
As the
down.
war in Gaza
at
continues,
Al-Aqsa on
negotiators
Ramadan. Israel threw fucking tear gas canisters through the fucking windows
for fuck's
2
sake.
years ago. Maybe 3.
Egypt have yet to achieve a breakthrough with Hamas for a ceasefire. President Biden.
All right, too much of this. Let's keep going.
A Houthi missile attack on a Red Sea merchant ship on Wednesday left several people dead, the U.S. military said.
First fatalities of the
Yemen's
Houthis.
claimed responsibility for the attack with a military
no,
spokesperson
terrorist material,
confirmed
terrorist material.
Why are you yelling, bro? All right,
the
you can
I don't
stop.
want to get
Greek-owned
banned for the
Barbados
Houthis
flagged
again.
ship True Confidence.
No, I'm talking about the Houthi guy. He's yelling at us.
Oh, yeah, they do that.
ablaze around 50 nautical miles off the coast of
Djibouti.
Yemen's port of
Booty.
Aden. These are the first fatalities reported since the Houthis began strikes against shipping in one of the world's busiest sea lanes in mid-November. They have said they are acting in solidarity with Palestinians to oppose Israel's military actions in Gaza.
So send
Britain
missiles
and the
to
United
Israel.
States have been launching retaliatory strikes against the Houthis.
They
And the
have. They
confirmation
tried.
of
They tried to
fatalities
send
could be
missiles.
pressure for stronger military action.
They have sent missiles
4
to
days
Israel.
ago, a UK-owned bulk carrier became the first ship to sink as a result of a Houthi attack.
Yep, and all that
after
oil
floating
leaked
for
out of
2
it.
weeks with severe
Epic.
damage from a missile strike.
Good job,
All
Houthis.
crew were safely evacuated. While the Houthis
Guess who's
say
going to
they
pay
would
for that?
attack
Them.
vessels with
It's
links
going
to
to
the
destroy
United
more of
Kingdom,
their
the
water.
Yeah. Great.
United States and Israel.
Disturbing findings by a team of United Nations investigators. They say there's clear and convincing information that hostages in Gaza were sexually abused. In a 24-page report, the team says there are, quote, reasonable grounds to believe the sexual violence is still occurring. It says rape and gang rape took place during the October 7th terror attacks by Hamas. Israel's ambassador to the UN says these horrific crimes against the hostages must end.
The rape cannot continue.
This
The
is why I put
sexual
this in here.
violence
This
cannot
guy is so
continue.
nuts.
Hamas must be eliminated.
Stop
Rapist,
slapping the
mass
desk,
murder
bro.
must never be given a free pass by the UN, and terror can never be
Rumsfeld
tolerated.
when they capture Zapata
Hamas
and were
officials
torturing him. That's
reject
what
the
happened to
accusations and have previously denied their
Or did I
members
say
committed
Zapata? I
rape
meant,
during the October
Zabida.
7th attacks.
Zabida. When they captured
Egypt's
Zabida,
economic
he's sitting
crisis
there
had-
banging on the desk. We have him. He's in our care.
That's so annoying.
Has been going on for years with soaring inflation rates
Hey, you
and
see
a
how this
severe
connects to
shortage
the
of foreign
Houthis
currency.
now? Hey,
And the
these
gap
stories are
between
connected.
official and black market rates has been huge. Many Egyptians say the rising cost of living is a nightmare. But the Egyptian central bank seems to believe it has a solution. It's floated the national currency, allowing the market to determine the price of the US dollar. The decision had an immediate effect.
Yeah, that
The
worked
official
well for
value of the
Lebanon
dollar
for about 2 seconds.
rose from just over 30 to more than 49 Egyptian pounds, and the pound lost nearly a third of its value in minutes. Many are now waiting to see how the black market rate of 70 pounds per US dollar will be affected. The central bank says it's trying to unify rates to curb inflation. Deregulating the exchange rate has
Well, they're
been
doing.
at the top of
I
the
mean, they're
list of
still buying
reforms
tons of weapons
demanded
from the
by
United
IMF
States.
before
So
it lends $3 billion to Egypt. The IMF says Egypt wants to accelerate the loan process because it's concerned about the impact it faces from Israel's war on Gaza.
The most direct impact is from the Suez Canal. They used to collect $700 million per month
you want
from
to come out?
revenues.
I gotta let it chill out.
Now traffic is down by 55-60%. That
Whoa.
immediately affects a country that is already facing difficulties.
Too simple.
This is a country
Sometimes
where
naive.
stability of Egypt matters to Egypt, but it matters to the whole Middle East.
Observers say the deregulation has been encouraged by a recent announcement by the United Arab Emirates to invest $35 billion in Egypt. Of this, $15 billion has already been deposited, and the remaining balance is to be made available in 2 months.
استثمار أجنبي مباشر يدخل للدولة المصرية في ظرف شهرين بإجمالي 35 مليار دولار.
We're talking about 35 billion in 2 months, which we will use to solve the problem of money liquidity. In addition to that, the Egyptian government will have 35% of the project's profits.
Nearly 2/3 of Egyptians live below the poverty line. And
2/3?
they can only wait to see
Holy
whether
shit.
Egypt taking on big loans will benefit them at all. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera.
What a country in Africa has
Here in
roads.
Doha. He's a Middle East economic and political analyst at Global Council. Ahmed Halal, welcome to Al Jazeera. So tell us, first of all, why is this all happening now?
Experts.
Minister of Barbados. The elephant in the room at the annual summit of leaders of Caribbean nations, or CARICOM, was the
Hi.
increasingly tense territorial dispute
Yeah. That's saying a country in Africa has roads.
between host country Guyana and its South American neighbor Venezuela. The two countries have been in a border dispute since the 1800s, with Venezuela claiming the land west of the Essequibo River, equivalent to 2/3 of what Guyana considers its territory. While not a member of CARICOM, the president of Brazil, Lula da Silva, weighed in on the way to St. Vincent.
The issue can't be ignored because it's almost centuries old. We've been
This guy's great. Everything I've seen from him recently is great.
He's soft on Ukraine, but he kind of needs to be because he's got to stay in talks to like pressure Russia and stuff. So it's that's where I say he lacks the most is like he's the one guy who's like fuck Ukraine. But he's more
Dealing with
concerned
it
about third world countries. That's his whole thing.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. I'm happy. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Third world, global south.
Yeah, well, whatever.
For years through the courts and the UN, and this will continue. What we're going to do is work to ensure that it continues to be discussed and debated, and that we can find a solution as friendly as possible.
Brazil is one of the mediators in current negotiations between the disputing countries. Venezuela does not recognize the International Court of Justice's jurisdiction and is building up military forces along the border with Guyana.
No se metan con Venezuela.
President
Guy, you were missing your magazine there. Crucial. My man.
Yeah,
Where's my magazine.
Classic.
Was there a magazine in the Uzis? You can't tell. Uzi's gangster though. That looks sick.
Brutal dispossession of Venezuela's sovereign territory. But the principal reason for the renewed push to take over the Essequibo region.
This is our new map. Shink.
Is the discovery of large oil deposits there.
The Cooperative Republic of Guyana.
Guyana is also appealing for Washington's support.
We need to advance this conversation, how we mobilize investment in security in this region to ensure that you are also secure. Our United States friends and cabinet members are here. I think this requires...
Our lives literally depend on you, and we will give you the oil if you make sure we live. Good morning.
Immediate attention.
President Lula is betting on current negotiations.
Brazil's strategy is to work not only for development, but to work intensively to keep South America as a zone of peace on Earth.
It may not be easy. At stake, among other things, is the ownership of an estimated 11 billion barrels of oil and natural gas. Lula is expected to meet with Venezuela's President Maduro on Friday. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
Thank you.
Make sure to subscribe to our...
Nope.
President Javier Milei was
yeah.
upbeat and unfazed while entering Congress to inaugurate the annual sessions.
What a king.
After failing to pass a landmark bill that would have helped him carry out his promised economic reform.
It's like, hey, look, come close to Cage, I'm going in, and then I walk over and he runs out.
Reforms and austerity measures. The Libertarian president says he'll continue to fight against those who have dragged Argentina down.
We did not come to play the game of politics. That's why, before approving a law that was worthless because of changes, we withdrew it. We want to change Argentina. We do not negotiate change, and we will fulfill the promises we made to the people, with or without the support of the political class.
In the fiery speech, Milei also again promised to cut government spending on politicians, taking away benefits like private jets. He still wants a bill to put in prison those who print money to cover Argentina's deficit, a demand made by many of those who voted for him. But outside Congress, the environment was completely different.
Javier Milei says that it's going to take a while for the population to see the benefits of his economic program, and he asks for patience. But people here say there is no time. They're already struggling to make ends meet, and that's why they're calling for another general strike.
General strike? Based.
It would be the second one since he took office almost 3 months ago. Milei has reduced the deficit by 5 points since taking office and says this will destroy the soaring annual inflation, which has been exceeding 250%.
Jesus.
But not everyone is convinced.
There is no society in his economy. There's only cuts. It's like scissors. All that he's doing is only for one group of people that are the billionaires, that are the people in the power from all the times in Argentina.
Milei has called for the opposition to join him in signing a 10-point plan to transform Argentina. But he will likely face pushback from labor unions and left-leaning political parties. For now, it seems, Most of the population is willing to give him the time he needs. But nobody here knows how long that patience will last. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera, Buenos Aires.
Make sure to subscribe.
Nope.
As NATO countries move to balance against the threat posed by the Kremlin, the Sky News Breakfast Show has joined a warship preparing to
It's like
engage
when
in Europe's
Nero
largest war
played the
game
harp
since
or
the end
whatever.
of the Cold War. Whilst on board, we asked a Royal Navy top brass about the recent failed Trident
A
missile
Royal
launch.
Navy top
What kind of
brass.
message that sends.
My focus is always on
Look, a
delivery of
seaman.
operations on a day-to-day basis. So really, I'm thinking about what we're doing here and now, and so it's about drawing together. It's about operating with partners. It's about delivery of what we're doing
The
every day.
British
and
Navy
it's a
flag
real
is
success
worse
story.
than the British flag. Holy shit.
Pressure you on that, I can tell.
It's just, it's not my area of expertise, so I wouldn't wish to comment. What you see is what I see in these areas.
What do you
Awkward.
Massively so, hugely so. Hugely, it was super fun.
Yeah.
Were the other warships
Super fun.
alongside? Was it bristling with warships?
It could be more obvious propaganda, am I right?
Yeah.
Super
Normally,
fun.
where the cruise ships
It's the
go
fucking like
from,
what is this fucking the
Southampton.
fucking
So it's very,
CGTN, bro? So funny.
Albania.
Shqipëria do të vijojë të luajë rolin e saj konstruktiv.
Shqipërisë të parlamentit dhe qeverisë saj.
Bazë e cila është një tjetër element.
Yeah, Albania's been in there for a while.
Yeah, mostly it's been the Italy stuff that's putting it in there because they're
Mhm.
taking the migrants for them.
Yeah.
Sigurie për rajonin tonë të Ballkanit Perëndimor, I cili e dim mirë se është një rajon jo I pa rrezikuar nga
Terrible speaker.
Kërcënimi dhe ambicjet neo-imperialiste të Federatës.
There's a man wearing underwear in this house. Oh, was it the beret? The guy at the Royal Marine in the
Yeah, the
beret? Is that
beret.
what you're talking about?
Yeah, the Navy dude with his goofy hat. Or it might have been the chick, the Air Force chick for the NATO. Don't know. Both of them.
Spain's Catalonia region began providing free reusable
Nice.
menstrual cups, period underwear, and cloth pads at pharmacies on Monday. It's one of the first initiatives of its kind in the world. The program is expected to help about 2.5 million people in the region.
This is what I'm talking about.
including women,
Catalonia,
girls, and
notorious
people who identify.
socialist whack job stronghold, but they came through with this one.
Yeah.
We need them. We need them in the discourse. Those fucking whack jobs in Catalonia because they're going to advance policy like this.
Mm-hmm.
As non-binary or transgender who have periods. Tanya Verge is Catalonia's head of equality and feminism.
It is for everyone because it is a right. It is a right, the right to menstrual equity, and it's here for good.
Products will be available at more than 3,000 pharmacies. The hope is to reduce what's known as
The Ministry of Feminism. I'm fucking dying.
Oh, it's Catalonia, man. What are you talking? Of course they do, bro.
It's so funny.
Catalonia, yeah. Literally, I was about to say Catalonia. It's so wild. Like, they are whack jobs, though. They are whack jobs, my man.
Oh, I would probably go live there, even though they're fucking nuts. It seems pretty chill.
Yeah,
Despite
it's like
all the
Derry in
protests.
Ireland,
Yeah.
period poverty. A survey found around 44%
Yeah, literally,
of
it
women
is.
using menstruation products in the region could not afford their first choice product, and nearly a quarter said they had to reuse ones meant for single use. The limited availability of menstrual products can lead to skipping work or school, as well as increase the risk of infection. Women can spend more than $2,700 on products over a lifetime, authorities say. Opting for reusable ones can bring down that cost to around $160. The program also aims to reduce waste generated from
This makes them
tampons
sound
and
even cooler.
pads. 18-year-old student Helena Herranz says she thinks it's a good idea to promote sustainable products. We are spending
That's
a
what I'm
lot
talking
on
about.
pads,
See,
a
for
lot on
every whack job,
tampons,
there's
a lot on
the
products
rational,
throughout our
normal
lives.
Catalonian.
In 2020, Scotland became the first country to offer
I was about to say
free
Scotland
sanitary
was the first
products.
ones to do this.
The
so this is like
Catalan
an
government
advancement
says
from there.
this is the first time reusable ones are being handed out for free.
That's
In
epic.
2022, Spain passed a law stipulating
Hang on, I'm just making a post that I'm putting a chinchilla on stream tab, okay?
780. Abortion rights activists broke into cheers near
Oh,
the Eiffel
interesting.
Tower on Monday as France enshrined the right to
Yeah,
abortion
France
in
is
its
getting like
constitution
multiple
in a
wins
world
lately.
first.
Pour l'adoption, 780.
In a special joint vote of the two houses of parliament at the Versailles Palace, MPs and senators overwhelmingly backed the initiative. The final tally, 780 votes against 72. Article 34 in the French Constitution will now read that the law determines the conditions in which a woman has the guaranteed freedom to have recourse to an abortion.
Nous célébrons une victoire historique.
Mathilde Panot, a lawmaker from a far-left party, called the victory historic.
Notre vote est une promesse aussi.
Our vote is also a promise to all women around the world who are fighting for the right to have control over their bodies. Today's vote tells them that their fight is ours and that this victory is theirs.
Cette victoire est la vôtre.
Abortion rights are more widely accepted in France than in the US and many other countries.
They're
Polls
not?
show around 80% of French people support the fact that abortion is legal, which it has been since a law passed in 1974. It was harshly criticized at the time. But in the wake of the US Supreme Court's 2022 decision to reverse the Roe v. Wade ruling that recognized women's constitutional right to abortion, activists pushed France to become the first country to explicitly protect the right in its basic law. Still, the push has not come without criticism. Far-right leader Marine Le Pen said French President Emmanuel Macron was trying to score political points, adding that it's an exaggeration to call it a historic step when the right to abortion was not at risk in France. In reality, the day after this Congress, nothing will have changed for women, said Hélène Laporte, a lawmaker from Le Pen's party.
En fait, on a importé un débat qui n'est pas français.
Gray zone.
Was that in there? Was that in there? What is this?
No.
All right, so let's
Oh
jump
yeah,
right
bro.
in.
Oh my
George
God,
Galloway.
there's
We
more
gotta
than
gotta
one.
see the worst people in the world talk about how
Oh.
George Galloway being elected is great, right?
Okay, I would rather watch these dipshits than the
Oh,
Gray
this is
zone.
the apocalypse.
Ian is staying up
version of us.
Yeah.
late with us. Thank you so much for
a
being
pleasure.
here. Absolutely. So you guys may have heard George Galloway was running for office again over across the pond. Here's George Galloway pretty much summarizing the thrust of his campaign. Here he is.
Hundreds of thousands of British people all over this country throughout the last 4.5 months have been demonstrating their revulsion at the slaughter in Gaza and the support for it from the British government, the British Labour opposition, and the vast majority of the British media.
British.
Hundreds of thousands have marched, but millions share their revulsion. So if you've come here
Why are
to
you rolling
shill
your eyes,
for
bro? Weird.
little Rishi Sunak or clunky Keir Starmer, you've come to the wrong place.
You've come to the wrong place.
Because both of these parties were comprehensively defeated here in Rochdale yesterday. We got more votes than Labour, Conservative, Liberal, Reform put together. That's the nature of our victory. And people are going to have to come to terms with it, because I'm not the kind of man who's easily intimidated. I'm not intimidated by hostile journalists and broadcasters. I'm not intimidated by cameras being pointed in my face. I'm afraid only of God, you see. I'm afraid only of God.
And his wife.
And you will not trick me or force me into retreating from the platform on which I stood and for which I now have a mandate that I will take into the House of Commons on Monday. I'm not Jeremy Corbyn, you see. I don't turn the other cheek. If you slap me, I'll slap you back. That's my attitude.
All right. I misspoke slightly there. I just want to correct that. I said it was on the campaign trail. This is obviously after the vote happened. Let's just go.
It's his own party that he's creating.
Yeah. So really an independent in a true sense. Absolutely. Here he is on election night saying this is for Gaza.
Starmer, this is for Gaza. You have paid and you will pay a high price for the role that you have played in enabling, encouraging.
All right, I don't care anymore. Polish.
I don't know how that dude got elected.
I don't know.
It's wild.
Protesting farmers clashed with police outside
That's a,
Poland's Parliament
right.
building in Warsaw on Wednesday.
But nobody has fucking coverage of that shit. You know.
Riots of Corsica.
Yeah.
Making good on a promise to
Where is that?
It's where Napoleon was exiled. It's
okay.
They want autonomy from France.
Oh, interesting.
We've done reports on them.
Yeah.
And after thousands marched through the city a week earlier, police used pepper spray and accused some participants of violence against security forces.
Bring back the Mexican
Thousands
socialists. They
gathered
talk
in the
about the
Polish
chinchilla.
capital, demanding a halt to cheap imports and environmental regulations they say harm their livelihoods. Christoph is one of the protesting
Which one, the
farmers.
chick?
What is happening now is a
I'll play more of
tragedy.
her.
Our wheat and our
No.
the prices as they were
We're
30
talking about
years
Zapata
ago
the
remain the
chinchilla.
same, and the costs keep increasing.
Warsaw police said several officers were wounded and around a dozen people detained.
Rookie numbers.
Farmers across the EU have been calling for changes to restrictions placed on them by the bloc's
Fair enough.
Green Deal plan to tackle climate change.
These people
They have
suck.
also been demanding changes for customs
Epic.
duties on imports of
Mhm.
agricultural products from Ukraine that were waived after Russia's invasion.
Ah,
to
this
be
is. Are these the
reimposed.
protests against Ukraine grain?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then fuck these people. They're not like their protests are based in stupidity. Like I appreciate the
You have to
efforts to be
obey
like
gravity.
fuck off government. I appreciate that, but to do it just to counter Ukrainian grain because you think it's taking over, even though it's coming out at a less rate than it had before.
doesn't obey
You're fucking stupid. You stupid.
The situation has created
A
a delicate
doofus.
balancing act for Donald Tusk's government, where it faces both local and European elections. It is seeking to address farmers' concerns
lot of honkies.
while also maintaining its staunch
A
support
lot
for
of
Kiev.
honkies. My
On
line.
Monday, Tusk said Poland planned to ask the EU to ban imports of agricultural products.
Conservative control of the United Kingdom's on a knife edge. The party consolidated power in 2019, promising to level up the regions by slashing gaps in health, wealth, and opportunities between richer and poorer areas. But fewer than 20% of projects are on track. Many local businesses are now cutting their losses and quitting the Conservatives.
Has there been much levelling up? No. Certainly not around here. To be honest,
Certainly
I
not
think
around
90%
here.
of Trent just wants levelling.
Stoke-on-Trent was for many years a so-called red wall seat, one of a number of traditional Labour voting working class areas in the Midlands or north of England. That was until 2019 when many people decided to switch their allegiance from red to blue, backing the Conservatives and redrawing the nation's electoral landscape. Brexit was a major factor in demolishing the red wall.
with many traditional Labour seats backing Conservative leader Boris Johnson and his promise to make Brexit a success. He also promised greater investment and economic security.
What a goober.
But disillusioned with a
What a
lack of
goober.
progress, many voters are ready to return Stoke-on-Trent and other former Red Wall seats to Keir Starmer's Labour.
Definitely Labour. I mean, me and my husband have always been Labour, so we're working class.
I don't think they've
literally one of the
had
worst
what
British
has been
domestic
promised
policies
by.
So what now?
Ever, you know?
What?
Huh?
What'd you say?
I said it's literally one of the worst British domestic policies ever.
Brexit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they fucked it up. They literally could not have fucked it up any more than they did. They had an opportunity for it to turn out really, really good, and they fucked it up.
And they can't get back because they pissed everyone off. On the
Yep,
way out.
idiots.
The Conservative Party. So, yeah, I think they'll be voting for Labour this time.
I do enjoy going back.
Reverend Jeffrey Eze has been gauging his parishioners' opinions for more than a decade. Faith in politics, he says, is in short supply.
Because of immigration. I mean, there was undertones there.
Their ecosystem makes it.
Yeah,
they were like, we're the British Empire. We're not European. We shouldn't be in the European Union.
Very difficult for them to promise long-term change because they're looking for short-term gains in the immediacy and in the fire and the furnace of an election.
Long-term gains.
I think people look around and it may be interesting looking for.
He says is in short supply.
I think the temporality that politicians have to deal with their ecosystem makes it very difficult for them to promise long-term change because they're looking for short-term gains in the immediacy and in the fire and the furnace of an election.
There you go.
I think people look around and it may be interesting to see the turnout when it does come out of how many people don't vote as much as those who do.
There you go.
Even with the rapid decline in Conservative support, this will be a bloody...
You know how you say the best way, especially with you, it's like to not vote, right? In British, their system's so fucked that's basically the best way to have your voice be heard is not to vote, right?
Yeah.
But
as I've been saying.
Iran here too.
Yeah.
And bruising election. Labour needs more than double the swing achieved at any election since 1945 to secure a majority in Parliament, meaning an overall Labour majority is not cut and dried. Neve Barker, Al Jazeera, Stoke-on-Trent.
Make sure to subscribe.
Britain is expected to warn Israel later on Wednesday that its patience is running out over the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Israeli War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz is visiting the UK following diplomatic meetings in Washington this week. That trip was reportedly
Chuck Schumer.
There's
He's the fucking gremlin of the fucking house.
David
Cameron he's the troll because he definitely would live under a bridge.
Yeah.
Protests against Israel's war on the Strip have been held regularly across the UK. Let's speak now to our correspondent in London, Rory Challard.
Okay.
They're definitely going to coup
Jihad
him.
Salah al-Din escaped the Al-Shajara neighborhood in Khartoum at the end of last year. It's just one of the areas amid the horrors of Sudan's conflict that has been running out of food. Salah al-Din is now in Egypt, volunteering as part of the so-called emergency response rooms, a network that has been feeding and evacuating residents across Sudan.
This happened in Afghanistan as well. These civilian networks springing up where people people organize their own intelligence networks now.
And evacuate people themselves.
Yeah,
it's more efficient.
So the Jon Stewart, if everyone saw the pig butchering scheme, Jon Stewart thing, they're one of the people, he helps get people out because these people are slaves, right? Who do the scams. They get enslaved in Myanmar. I mean, we talk about it in past episodes. I think Ace goes into detail about how maybe it's someone else. I don't know. But either way, we definitely talk about it.
Enter the area, sometimes through smuggling at night. Some citizens risk their lives amid this danger to bring food for their families and neighbors.
You mean Oliver? What did I say?
This
I
is
say
very
John,
dangerous for
John
them.
Dover,
They
John
might get
Stewart?
killed or detained. Everything
You
is
might have
possible,
said one of the other ones.
but they take the risk so that at least they can bring food.
The number of Sudanese facing emergency levels of hunger, that's one stage before famine,
I just wanted to
has more
point
than
out as
tripled
well,
in a
right?
year.
So like when we were pulling out of Afghanistan, it was coming into like one of the worst hunger crises ever. Food shortages everywhere, right? Like Lebanon even was like the grain silos were getting empty, and then grain silos blew up. Right. So like, and then like there was a locust swarm, there was massive floods and like multiple bad years. And like the percentage of people who like are way below food security is already way high. And then fucking Gaza and Sudan and now like the Congo especially are all popping up. And it's just like I don't know. I just hate violence in general. Like just feed people, please. Dickheads.
To almost 5 million. That's according to the globally recognized Food Security Index, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification.
Aye.
In Darfur, in Western Sudan, some areas haven't received any aid since the Sudanese military and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces went to war in April last year. Aid agencies say they haven't been able to deliver food to many areas, and they warn that hunger is set to worsen as Sudan's April to July lean season approaches, when food availability is low because farmers are planting. David Miliband is CEO and president of the International Rescue Committee.
So the greatest risk to the aid operation is the conflict.
Okay.
I'm appealing to the wonderful shareholders of Shell all over the world.
Shell,
Look at this
lead
guy.
in Nigeria's
Drip.
oil-rich Niger Delta,
Drip.
but communities in the region like that of King Godwin Bebe Okpabi,
Oh, he's the
paramount
king,
ruler
that's
in
why.
Igale, want the energy major to clean up before it goes.
Those dividends they get from the investment in Shell is blood money.
Shell has sold its onshore assets in Nigeria to a consortium. Over the years, spills caused by theft, vandalism, and operational issues have been costly for the company, both in terms of repairs and court cases. People in the Delta, like Ayabakura Wada, a farmer in Bayelsa State, say decades of oil exploration have ruined farms and rivers. She says the farmland she shares with her sister hasn't
Why are
yielded
you any dripped?
crops in
Did I
years.
miss some good
If they live
clothing?
like that without healing the soil.
Bebe Okpabi, paramount
That's
ruler in
fucking
Igale,
awesome.
want their energy major
That's fucking awesome.
Lighting, getting the right
It's
exposure
just
for
so
him is a
funny.
fucking nightmare.
I gotta find it and cut this specific clip because it's so funny. But it's like I want to say it's like France 24 or DW or something. And the story is literally like about corruption, and they're talking to like the president's brother, and they like go over like all this corruption stuff he does, and basically establish that he just donates money to people and gets awards. He's going to he's going showing all his awards. He's like, "That's me. I got this for charity." It's like, bro, you're literally funneling money and getting awards and showing them off to the camera. What are you doing?
years.
If they live like that without healing the soil, how do we survive? Because we depend on farming and fishing, and all the lakes and all the farms has been destroyed by crude.
Environmental
Is this
groups
Ghana?
like the Center for Research on Multinational
Nigeria.
Corporations are urging Nigerian authorities to ensure Shell safely dismantles its old infrastructure or pays to remove them before its exit. Shell did not respond to requests for comment.
Yeah, of course
It
they
has
won't.
long maintained that the spills are mostly due to oil theft and interference with pipelines. And it said, when announcing its $2.4 billion sale, that the responsibility for dealing
They
with the
literally
spills would
came
pass
in,
to Renaissance.
destroyed the land,
Yep.
and said, "You did this."
The buying consortium.
Do you expect anything less?
Oh, no, I
Turner,
just-
vice
it just
chairman of
pisses me off
ND
so
Western,
much.
one of the 5 companies in the consortium, did not comment directly on
It's
the
fucking
issue or how
Nigeria.
much it had
Can we
budgeted
give
to
like
clean up.
they
But
literally
did
are
say
like
that the
honorary
grouping would follow
G20
the
members
country's
that come to
legal
G20
requirements.
meetings. They're so important. Can we give them
There
some
is
fucking
Nigeria-
respect?
Yeah, no shit. It's fucking crazy.
And the U.S. Supreme Court will protect Shell like they always fucking do.
Yeah.
Ghanaian lawmakers have unanimously voted in favor of an anti-LGBT bill.
Oh my God.
But could that
This surprised
legislation
me.
imperil vital Western aid for the heavily indebted West African country? First, let's look at the bill. Gay sex was already punishable with 3 years in prison in the socially
Bro,
conservative
do
country.
not. All right, come on. Do you seriously, bro? Do not get me started. Okay, first of all, for starters, anyone who existed on the Mediterranean Sea had the best like civilization start. The water's so calm, it's like just set up to be the perfect trade hub. Like, so that alone, that's also part of Africa. Secondly, camels originate in Africa. They used camels. The
This is one
camels
of his
carry
triggers.
way more than a fucking ox cart. It was way more efficient. Africans could use wheels if they wanted to, just like the Iroquois could have used wheels as well, but they didn't. They used sleds, just like how we use sleds and dogs to get around in the North America now today, you know? And like you look at fucking the Inca, right? They built fucking rope bridges between mountains, but there's no wheel there either. Like, fuck the wheel. The wheel is the most overrated like thing that we like cherish as like this is when technology advanced. Bro, technology advanced when you put a piece of metal on the piece of stick, right? So I think it's like Sargon of Akkad. Like he had these basically, they were like almost like copper spears, but they were pry bars, giant pry bars that they would go and they would pry the bricks out of the walls. And that's how he would always tear down their walls and wash his weapons in their water. Right.
Interesting.
Not wheel, stick. Stick good.
Always pick stick.
What is a like? Honestly, are you gonna if you have to fight and you have to like basically it's like you could pick general shape to make weapon out of. Do you want a wheel or a stick? What are you gonna make with a wheel, bro?
You can't go very fast in a stick. Huh?
There's a reason why they don't use them. It's because it gets stolen or
It
seen
includes a prison
well, they
sentence
don't
of
use
up
them
to
in West
5
Africa,
years.
and this is interesting, right? So one of the biggest separations in Africa is how the farming infrastructure works, right? So there's like, I don't remember exactly what it is, but there's a specific insect that's basically like it kills camels or something, or it kills cattle. Right. It's like so there's like one side that ranches in a certain way because they don't have those insects on their side of Africa. They don't like adapt to well over there. And that also broke down like why camels didn't go as deep into Africa in the West. But they also like you have to think about like Zanzibar and shit. Like all those like that East Africa stuff, like they were trading with India. Well, the Romans were still in the Mediterranean. They were crossing the ocean while the Romans were still fucking around in the Mediterranean.
And now all the best camels come from Australia.
Yeah. How do you think when did those camels get there? When did you import those?
They would have been introduced like the fox was and the rabbit. They would have been brought over by the British. Is my guess. Like if I was to guess, that's my guess. I'll look
when you said Sargon of Akkad, I first thought about the British guy.
LGBTQ plus activities. Lawmakers say LGBT behavior and advocacy goes against
Sargon of
Ghanai's
Akkad potentially could be the first military, the
Bill's
first
passage
organized
comes as
military.
Ghana seeks to emerge from a deep
1840.
economic crisis.
Camels were first introduced into Australia from the Canary Islands in 1840.
Camels,
There are
llamas, great animals for the region.
There are now
You know
over
the guinea pig. You know the guinea pig is one of the oldest domestic animals.
That doesn't surprise me. There are now over 1 million feral camels in Australia. Did you know you can pay to shoot camels with a 50 cal from a helicopter?
Australians eat those camels. They sell them to the
yes,
Saudis.
actually.
They sell them to the
Sometimes, yeah.
Saudis. They can
That
build
too.
little robots that whip the camels while they yell at it from a speaker from their cars.
Yeah, the camel races.
Have you ever, the fact that the fucking building the robot to whip the camel is the funniest thing to me.
Yeah, no, but feral camels are like a big issue, like a really big issue.
And debt default. It's doing so with the help of an International Monetary Fund loan program secured last year and financing from the World Bank. But a
Venezuela.
finance ministry document has warned that if the bill becomes law, that could lead to the loss of $3.8 billion in World Bank financing over the
Oh
next
my
5
God,
to 6
do not
years,
pass this law. Your
derailing the
economy is already
IMF
fucked,
loan
Ghana.
package.
You were literally in like the top 10 nations
That
for
would
like
have a
economic
direct
prosperity. You were like
consequence on the
getting
debt
up there with
restructuring
China.
exercise
Do not do this, you dumb fucks. I can't believe this.
and Ghana's long-term debt.
Anyway, we get it.
No, with the British. The British used the camels to colonize Australia, and it went wrong, like everything else the British do.
Hundreds of Liberians in Ghana's capital
It's
Accra have been left home.
Yeah, it's why the Japanese couldn't do it. They got here and there's like they found bikes and Japanese dead soldiers in the desert because they tried to ride through the desert. The silly gooses.
After their decades-old camp was abruptly demolished. It had been a home to those who fled Liberia's brutal civil war through the 1990s. Liberian camp chairman Dennis Guion said people were surprised because authorities hadn't even made
You know
an
who helped make that
announcement.
war as bad as it was?
Who? Answer the question.
بيت بيت دار دار زنقة زنقة فرد فرد.
It is a guide. It is guide, not my people. It is guide. Guide, yes.
So camels got here from India.
Yeah, how did the camels get to India?
I don't know. I'm reading. The long story, apparently.
You know, camels
The end of the day,
scared horses.
That doesn't surprise me. They're probably in a horse's uncanny valley. They're like, what the fuck is that? It looks like a horse, but it's got a hump. Dude,
How
you
they
got
run,
problems.
too. Have you seen how they run? It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
It was like joke, but they begin to demolish. People you see sitting here, they lost almost everything they had.
Over its 35-year lifespan, the Liberian camp had developed into a thriving community with its own
Another
markets, schools,
Ghana
and
L.
other services.
That's
On
so
Monday,
fucked, bro.
The refugees were sheltering in a school.
Like,
In one
that's
part
so fucked. Like, what is Ghana doing all of a sudden? What happened?
It's just
Like,
shot itself in the
You
foot.
were the chosen one. Like, what are you doing? They had their own marketplace. They were contributing to your fucking economy, and now it's this.
I don't know.
And Macky Sall has dissolved the government.
Bro, I'm up to date on the memes. I'm Gaddafi pilled as fuck. I showed Jack the speech and everything. I showed him the remix song and the Egyptian granddad dancing to it.
And replaced the Prime Minister, naming Siddiqui Kaba to the post.
Dickie.
That move comes just after the country's Constitutional Council
Their
rejected a
economy is
proposal to hold the
Ghana.
presidential election on June 2nd as unconstitutional. Now, the council ruled
Their
that a vote
economy is
must
Ghana.
Jesus Christ.
This guy
be held
still hasn't
before
fucking
President
gotten
Macky
out of the
Sall's
way.
mandate
What an
ends in
asshole.
April.
Yeah.
You might recall mass protests erupted last month when Sall
Someone should
postponed
do
the
something
election.
about it.
The opposition has been accusing him of trying to extend his time in power. He's not allowed to run for office again. Now, Sall has denied those accusations, saying he took the decision because of controversy over candidates who were barred from standing in those elections by the courts. Well, let's speak to our correspondent, Nicholas Hack. He joins us now from the Senegalese capital, Dakar. Nick, let's unpack this a little because a lot's happened in the last couple of hours, including, I see just in the last few minutes, a possible new election date being declared. Where are we at now?
Interesting. So from between 1870
You
and
still gonna tell me
1920.
camel facts, bro?
Camel facts, but this is fucking fascinating.
Yeah, camels are interesting animals, bro. I told you.
20,000 camels were imported to Australia from the Arabian Peninsula, India, and Afghanistan, together with at least 2,000 handlers or cameleers from the same region. They imported people too.
Have you seen India's camel mortars?
No. What? This is so fascinating. Dromedaries. What the fuck is that? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Dromedary is it's just it means camel.
They have like a long history
awesome.
of this. Like, look, that's a gat on the back.
That is awesome. Fucking cavalry eat your
Age of
heart out.
Empires Gatling camel. There's
Epic.
like a mod for it, I assume. There's also this is Afghanistan, I think. I've seen stuff like that there. I don't know, it's a little flat, but I've seen fucking donkey guns. I've seen it in Syria as well. It's cool as hell though. Look at them. LMGs. They got all different kinds. These ones got just regular machine guns on their backs. No shot they can shoot those things, and the camels are just fine with machine guns going off on them.
There's no way.
Well, that's right. The president's
gotta be just
spokesperson
ceremonial
has
type
announced a possible, a new election date that will be announced through a decree of March 24th, and that would be just before the end of President Macky Sall's mandate that ends on April 2nd.
There you
this
go.
Announcement made just
So the guys who were imported with the camels made it possible for the British colonizers to completely colonize the entire country. So that's pretty cool.
That's Britain.
That's the that's Australia's what they call the expansion west.
And military, because they get all like fancy and ceremonial, change into the guard and stuff. They do it's like a street show. They're very fun.
Yeah.
just minutes after the decision, the rejection by the Constitutional Council to hold an election after President Macky Sall's mandate. Now, the council made several reasons for this decision, effectively saying that President Macky Sall's decision to, first of all, delay the elections that were supposed to take place on February 25th was in breach of the Constitution, and that an election cannot take place after the end of his mandate, and that his mandate cannot be extended.
Nobody else is giving you updates on fucking all these elections, bro.
Yeah.
I told you, it's the year of democracy, election coverage all year. There's too much at stake. It's the year democracy dies.
The Ute killed the camel in Australia. That's hilarious.
Chadians, this was expected.
Win for the wheel.
What?
But Muhammad did.
The wheel displaced the camel, and that's why they're wild now.
The car. Well, I mean, you can't gas power camels.
True. But they were the ones that connected trade routes in Australia, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, almost like they're better than wheels.
It wasn't planned.
At the beginning of the transition, I didn't see myself as a candidate in this election. My focus was keeping the country safe, secure, and united.
We've also given you knowledge about elephant seals. If you were there for that, we went on a whole thing about elephant seals that one time. I'm sure there's been other ones.
There have been.
I know you've talked about shooting cats or some shit, some dark shit like that.
Is overshadowed by events of the past few days. At the end of February, security forces raided offices of the country's main opposition. They were accused of attacking the offices.
Shit, bro.
I take this deal.
Of the National Intelligence Agency and the Supreme Court. Now the leading opposition candidate is dead. The party and its headquarters are in ruins.
Crazy. Did you know
the opposition is demanding an
Navalny was still a top story today, by the way, because they finally like buried him or something, so it's still a top story. What about this guy? Anyone care about this opposition figure that was killed after like being imprisoned unjustly?
Independent investigation into the raids by security forces and described the killing of opposition leader Yaya Dillo as an assassination.
The guy talking,
but the government says
leader,
the raids
the leader literally is like the fucking token son of one of the longest military dictatorships that was ongoing at the time. Like he took over after his daddy died, and then like put himself as like an elected president. Yeah. He's young. He's literally like 18. He's in his like 20s or something. He's young.
Great.
To lives being
His dad
threatened
was
and the
Debbie.
threat to the future of Chad.
So, more than 220 political parties and associations, including those opposed to Mohammed and his father, gather to endorse the president for the May elections. There was no mention of the opposition Socialist Party Without Borders in the president's speech, nor was there a reference to the raids, nor the leader of the opposition. The raids have raised concerns.
There are social consequences for the killing, but politically, the opposition leader's death will not stop the elections.
Many Western powers consider Chad a dependable ally, especially former colonial ruler France, which has moved a lot of troops here after they were ordered out of most of the Sahel. The May 6 election could be an indicator to whether Chad heads into an era of stability or chaos. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Jamena.
Make sure to.
I love it. They call themselves
Chad's interim leader,
transitional president. That's how you know they're not leaving power.
Interim, yeah. All right, we already saw this. We'll keep going. More Senegal. We'll keep going. Ghana, got that.
Did you see that Judith Butler speech? I'm not sure who Judith Butler is. I'd have to look it up.
I've heard the name before. Where are we? I need to find where we are. Hold on.
Ghanaian LGBT activist Angel Maxine fled her home country to Germany last week.
I think you removed this one. No, I think you removed these ones. Here we go. Okay.
What did I do?
Right. No, we're on board now.
This is CNN breaking news.
Out of Ukraine,
Hi,
President
CNN.
Zelensky says a Russian missile hit near where he and the Greek prime minister were meeting in Odessa on the Black Sea. Zelensky says people were killed and injured in that attack. And CNN's Fred Plykin joins me now. Fred, what more can you tell us?
Hi there, Jim. Well, it certainly looks like it might have been a close call there for the Ukrainian
Hi,
president
Jim.
and actually also the Greek prime minister. It's not clear whether or not the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, was actually the target of what apparently took place there, which seems to have been a missile strike by the Russians near the port or inside the port of Odessa. It was quite interesting to hear the Ukrainian president say that they not only heard an explosion, but he says that they also saw the missile as it was coming down, which of course seems to indicate that both him and the
I don't know why
prime
this is
minister
on
of
here.
Greece
I don't care
were
about
quite
this one.
close to that explosion that took place. I want to listen in to what Volodymyr Zelensky
What'd you
had to
say?
say later at a press
There's one that was like a military analyst channel that's in the Ukraine thing that I said I don't care about this.
It was perhaps the most stunning moment
I don't know
yet
why
in
this
the
is in
war.
here. I don't care about this guy. You know?
Yeah. Fair
I was
enough.
copying it over from like different lists and stuff. So
Russia and Ukraine were all set.
No.
yeah, no. This is TF Global. I've been waiting for this, bro. I've been waiting. This is our favorite Indian channel, bro.
I know who they are.
To sign a peace accord to bring the disastrous war
You guys ready
to an
for the
end. But then
absurdly loud
came Boris
intro?
Johnson and said, blimey, that's rubbish. We will
Rubbish.
tell you all about it. But before that, if you're a fan of non-corporate funded free news and analysis, you have landed on the right YouTube.
You sure have
Hey.
us.
Yeah, hey, you get your name at the bottom there. Only give us $1 or 10 or 100 or whatever, and get your name at the
Whatever.
bottom there. As being a founder of this nonprofit, you know, anyone who donates before our founding will be a founder of the nonprofit. I mean, it's an honorary thing, but you know, you can also get involved if you want to.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Dismiss anything else but
YouTube
us.
channel. We publish 3 videos a day. First at 9:15 a.m. EST.
Oh,
second at
awesome.
1:30 p.m. EST, and the third at 5:30 p.m. EST. So next time you go to the beach with the YouTube algorithm, steal its sunscreen lotion. Okay, let's begin.
What are you talking about, bro? What did that mean? What is that reference? Steal their sunscreen lotion? What?
I'm so confused.
What? What? I
Video
love them.
speech for Battle of Kiev 2022. reads, in April, initially Russian forces captured
Wikipedia
Kiev.
as a
He's
source,
literally
bro.
just reading the Wikipedia article.
Epic news, bro. They're
Areas to
so
the north
funny.
and west of Kiev, leading to international prediction of the city's imminent fall. However, stiff Ukrainian resistance sapped Russian momentum. Poor Russian logistics and tactical decisions helped the defenders to thwart efforts at encirclement. And
Who do
after
you
a month of
steal this
protracted fighting,
background
Ukrainian forces
animation
began
from?
counterattacking. Following the successful Ukrainian counterattacks in late March, Russia
going.
began withdrawing its forces from the Kiev area on 29th March. 4 days later, the Ukrainian authorities declared that Kiev and the surrounding Kiev Oblast were again under Ukrainian control. Even the biggest Russian supporter on the planet cannot deny the fact that Russia did encircle Kiev in the beginning days of the war, only to abandon it a month later. But are the reasons like stiff Ukrainian resistance and poor Russian logistics and tactical decisions correct? No, it is totally incorrect. Turns out the reason behind it was a possible peace negotiation. After the encirclement of Kiev, Russian and Ukrainian negotiators had agreed on a peace deal wherein Russia would revert to its pre-invasion positions, controlling part of the Donbas and all of Crimea, while Ukraine would refrain from seeking NATO membership in exchange for security guarantees from various countries. Zelensky was apparently frustrated over NATO's cold response to the war and the chosen path of just economic sanctions and no real action in the battlefield. But then he received a phone call. It was Boris Johnson who informed Zelensky about his visit to Kiev shortly. Former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson played a pivotal role in disrupting the negotiations during his April visit to Kiev, advising Ukrainian President Zelensky against talks with Russia for reasons including Putin's unreliability and the West's unreadiness for the war to end. The UK went on to provide substantial military support to Ukraine
that were not butcher. Oh my god. These guys are
Boris
epic.
was in office amounting to $2.8 billion, making it Ukraine's second largest military partner. Johnson made statements supporting Ukraine's victory and his refusal to advocate for compromise or concessions remain a constant. Johnson made frequent visits to Kiev. One of them included a memorable walkabout with President Zelensky that led to a Boris mania in Ukraine. Boris became so popular in Ukraine due to his so-called love for Ukraine that the mayor of
him talking about the wonderful bus, and I just took it and I made it as out of context as possible. Let me see if I can just search "wonderful bus" on my Twitter and it comes up.
Odessa made Boris Johnson an honorary citizen and had plans to name streets after him.
From Ukraine, from key citizen.
High-ranking Ukrainian officials and even the general public showed strong support for Boris Johnson, with social media filled with congratulatory messages after he survived his first no-confidence vote. Ukrainian businesses joined in too, like a Kiev cafe that came up with a Boris Johnson-themed croissant.
It's called the Boris Johnson Uke, and here it's their bestseller.
The poll showed Johnson with a 90% approval rating among Ukrainians, the highest for a foreign politician in Ukraine and significantly higher than other Western leaders.
So you guys hear everything that's happening right now? This is called framing. And then the last 30 seconds is going to be the actual point that he gets across. And because of all this framing, the idiots who watch this and think that this is
nobody takes
legitimate
this
news
seriously, bro.
Oh, I bet you there's some will then believe whatever they're framing.
They'll
believe
Boris's
they won't
approval rating.
Just cutting out like why this peace talk fell apart.
Yeah,
even like how legitimate was it to begin with? Not very.
No.
In the UK, a mere 29%. The war that could have been over in 2 months has dragged on for 2 years now, with no end in sight. French President Emmanuel Macron played second fiddle to Boris as he too emphasized the need for Europe to prepare for a prolonged war to strengthen Ukraine's negotiating position. Since the collapse of the tentative deal.
Okay.
Can I zoom in and make it bigger? Instagram? Okay.
Swap the page.
I like to paint or I make things. I have a thing where I make models of. When I was in Mayor of London, we built a beautiful. I make. What I like. No, what I didn't make models of buses. What I make is. I get old. I don't know, and then I paint them. And they have two. I suppose it's a wine. It's a box that's been used to contain two wine bottles, right? A dividing thing. So I put passengers. I paint the passengers enjoying themselves.
Okay, great.
On the wonderful bus.
What the fuck?
In a surprise visit to Ukraine's
That's such a great fucking little short thing that I made.
Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte signed a 10-year security deal with the Netherlands, promising to help fund the supply of 800,000 artillery shells to hold back Russian forces.
It was an edited interview, but like the original interview, like he's very clear that he's talking about how he fucks around and makes models of buses, and he like asks a few times, like, "Are you sure you want to talk about this? It's not interesting." And the Axios Media guy is like, "Yeah, go ahead." And in this, you can literally hear the Axios Media guy start mumbling under his breath. And at the end, that's how he's like, "Okay." They're just trying to get the interview end. It was like a wrap up question. They were trying to ask him what he does for fun, and what he does for fun is take 2 wine boxes and paint it like a bus, and people enjoying themselves on that wonderful bus.
I'm just looking for this one.
All right, thanks, Mitchell. In international headlines, Ukraine claims it sank a Russian warship in the Black Sea. Ukraine's military says a special unit sank a large patrol ship with an uncrewed drone, carrying explosives.
Yeah.
Ukrainian officials posted a video of what it says was the attack on the vessel overnight. The alleged attack happened near the Kerch Strait in the Black Sea. Russian officials have not confirmed that Ukraine struck the ship.
Yeah, bro, that's what he does for fun, is paint wine boxes. There is audio, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
No,
we already saw it. Yeah, we already saw this. The plant is working and nothing really happened.
19 hours ago?
Yeah. We had one earlier.
It's also a fuel and lubricants. Anyway, it doesn't. No one was injured. See, the plant is working as normal, so they claim.
Yeah, that's what they claim.
Anyway, the Germany stuff in there. That's what's
we got the Germany.
Jesus, you want to go to China first, and then go back to Ukraine, because the Germany stuff, Ukraine stuff.
Yeah.
Highlighting or putting in the media incidents in the South China Sea is precisely part of our democracy, and it's merely trying to inform the people of what's going on. And some countries, or one country at least, has
hey, that's here.
Had some difficulty with that.
Melbourne.
But our simple explanation is, if you would stop harassing us and perhaps performing other actions, there wouldn't be any news to report.
They're literally like, we don't want to talk bad about you, bro.
Is that the Chinese ships water cannoning Filipino vessels? Is it?
Yeah, and then they crashed. I think they killed people. Maybe
great.
injured them though. Hotel, Minor collisions. I saw them smash into that thing earlier.
Yeah, well, that was the fishing boat, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now back up to Germany and Ukraine before we go back down to China.
The Kremlin said on Monday a purported recording of German military discussions showed Germany's armed forces are discussing plans to launch strikes on Russian territory, and questioned whether Chancellor Olaf Scholz was in control of the situation. Speaking to Reuters on the phone, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said the recording emphasized the direct involvement of the countries of the collective West in the conflict around Ukraine.
The chinchilla fucking with
Russian
paper in the
media last week
background.
published an audio recording of what they said was a meeting of senior German military officials discussing weapons for Ukraine and a potential strike by Kiev on a bridge in Crimea.
It's not
Germany
Russia.
has said it is investigating what it called an apparent act of eavesdropping by Russia. Germany's ambassador to Russia was seen
Nice hat.
going into Moscow's foreign ministry for a meeting on Monday. The envoy, Alexander Graf Lambsdorff, left without speaking to reporters. A spokesperson
Yeah, don't
for the
speak to
German
reporters
Foreign
in Russia. Are
Ministry
you crazy?
denied Russian media reports that the ambassador had been summoned, saying the diplomat's appointment had been planned for some time. German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius told reporters on Sunday that the interception and publication of recording has been part of an information war that Russian President Vladimir Putin is waging.
It is a hybrid attack aimed at disinformation. It's about division. It's about undermining our unity.
Yeah, this is what he's been
Accordingly,
doing.
we should react to it with particular
If you listen to
prudence,
us, you knew
but
this.
no less determinedly.
Germany is among the NATO countries that have supplied weaponry to Ukraine.
The German government says Russia
these
wiretapped
guys
the
can
conversation between German
Well, we
Air
gotta
Force
cover him
General.
a little.
They do?
Yeah, DW can get kind of picky.
Well, this
I've
is
gotten
Hassan.
claimed by him. It's not a big deal if we do.
A recording of confidential talks on the Ukraine war was circulated on
I didn't
Russian
realize there's
social
DW
media.
You have
Huge
more than
embarrassment
enough to
for
hire competent
Berlin.
hackers
In
and
the
read your
leaked recording,
competition.
German
Swallow
officers are
your
discussing
food.
potential strikes in Crimea.
Holy
Video
shit.
conference was reportedly
No.
held on the WebEx
Every
platform
fucking
and not on a secure army network. The conversation also included details of the missiles provided to Kyiv by France and Britain. Russia's state-run RT channel posted the audio recording last week. Here's some of that conversation as voiced by a BBC producer.
Let me start with what could be the most critical thing that might happen given the current discussions. If the Chancellor does provide us with the Taurus missiles, one aspect is the timing of this. We would say, that's great, but it will take another 8 months until you can use it. Secondly, there's no way of speeding up the process because of the danger of mishaps and the missile going down on a nursery causing civilian victims.
Well, as you would expect,
Specifically a
fully
nursery.
exploited by the Kremlin, who say it is further evidence of.
Bro, that is an insane way to
Shut up,
cover the
Hassan.
story. Am I crazy? Oh, this
Yes.
is
And specifically,
in Ukraine.
Bro, it's literally
This
you're,
suggests
it's
that
literally
within-
Russian information warfare.
Hmm.
Where they're like I think the context behind this is they're also like in some of these things they're talking about like if Putin goes down, like what the plan is, and Russia
Right.
framed it like it's a plot to kill Putin from them.
Yeah, right.
in Germany's armed forces, plans for striking the territory of the Russian Federation are being discussed substantively and specifically.
The German defense minister said the leak was a classic disinformation attack by Moscow, but they've not denied the contents of the recording.
No one seriously believes that it was a coincidence that at the end of a week, just before the weekend, the day after the funeral service for
Dude, I'm begging you, just lie. Just lie. It's some actually Asian content. Or Ermin
Is the former head of the British Army. Lord Danek, good of you to
We don't
join
care what
us
Hassan has
this
to say.
evening. Could I ask you how damaging this is to operations? Embarrassing, certainly, but how damaging?
Well, it of course would be far better if this hadn't
I
come out
just
at
realized
all.
I wanted to talk about Dave,
what
the guy who gave all our secrets to Russia recently.
Okay.
Dave.
I don't know.
Do you
what
see
you're
any of
talking
that?
about.
I'll
No.
pull it. Find it.
shows is German officers talking.
Okay, our former
Come on,
military
bro.
admiral people are better than the British ones. Oh my god!
Swallow your food.
I can't take a dude this pink seriously.
On an unsecured line about the possibility of Germany providing missiles to Ukraine, the same sort of missiles that actually Britain has supplied to Ukraine. I mean, that is not big issue in itself. We all know that we responsible Western countries are supporting Ukraine to enable them to throw out the Russians from their aggression in the territory of Ukraine. I think the piece about this that's disappointing is the suggestion.
Because they read the quotes, and reading this out loud, it's so funny.
Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, the Justice Department said. If he is convicted at trial, Slater faces up to 10 years in federal prison on each of the
classified material by email about Russia-Ukraine war to a woman claiming to be living in Ukraine, right? So this is a honeypot scam that they got him in.
That's funny.
Hired Army Lieutenant Colonel and Air Force employee thought was real. Around March 11th, 2022. Dear, what is shown on the screens in the special room? It is very interesting. Around the 15th. By the way, you were the first to tell me that NATO members are traveling by train, and only now, already evening, this was announced on our local news. My secret informant, Love. How were your meetings? Successfully?
Jesus Christ.
Around March 18th. Beloved Dave, do NATO and Biden have a secret plan to help us?
Jesus Christ.
Dave, it's great that you get information about specified country 1. First, I hope you will tell me right away. You are my secret agent. With love. Around April 12th. Sweet Dave, the supply of weapons is completely classified, which is great. Around April 14th. My sweet Dave, thanks for the valuable information. It's great that 2 officials from the USA are going to Kyiv.
Jesus.
Around April 19th. Dave, I hope tomorrow NATO will prepare a very unpleasant surprise for Putin. Will you tell me? Around April 21st. You have a job in the operations center today, I remember. I'm sure there is a lot of interesting news there. Yeah, no, this sounds like a fucking spy.
Yeah.
No.
Not even a good spy.
Yeah. Oh, Dave.
I can't believe Dave, a retired lieutenant colonel, would fall for this.
Yeah, this is
epic, right?
It's very funny.
In other parts of the conversation, that inappropriate help is being given to Ukraine by people on the ground in Ukraine.
Last week, President Macron said he wouldn't rule out the idea of deploying troops to Ukraine, which some in the Elysee read as strategic ambiguity. But Olaf Scholz was pretty quick to contradict Emmanuel Macron. And now this, it all looks...
How pink he is and how his glasses are put on crooked lead me to believe
Shut
that
up.
He's like hammered, I think. He's
What are you
knackered,
doing,
man.
Mate,
He's having
mate,
a wee
you
bit of a
fucking eat every single time we watch you, and you're criticizing someone for how they act on camera. Shut the
No,
fuck
he's criticizing him for being pink and
It's better
British.
lighting.
No, he's
Fucking- he's bushed. He's tank. A swally. He's a punter. Fucking hell.
It's very disjointed, a bit chaotic at the moment.
No, I'd agree with that. I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's absolutely essential that Western countries, including
on videos,
Yep.
just him eating,
I agree.
watching a red man talk.
Hungary finally signed
State Department.
Oh, there's a funny one though.
OPEC Plus.
We'll find it because I don't want to go through them.
No, the you know the AP guy who's kind of Assadi?
No.
Matt? Oh, it's at the bottom. No, that's not.
Okay.
What one did you just
Group
click?
of oil producers.
We look forward to seeing results.
Oh, okay. There's
Producers
one.
is holding firm on measures to boost prices. On Sunday, members agreed to extend oil output cuts of 2.2 million barrels per day
What an
into the
awful
second
logo.
quarter. That's a bid to support the market amid concerns that flagging global growth could dent demand. In a surprise move, OPEC ally Russia added to its output curbs. Moscow said it would reduce
Hopefully the
production
whole
by almost
thing is in
another
here.
500,000 barrels per day.
But
Oil prices have
Matt
been
from
in
the
balance
AP
so far
says
in
something really funny, and it's he's also wrong when he says it, but it's very funny.
The Biden evidence saying we don't tell other countries what to do. That's so true.
Doesn't Vosh constantly tell us how the US controls everything and should be telling people how to do things and to stop?
Yeah, well, I'm sure that will be one of these videos, and that's why I picked it. It'll be funny.
Let me just ask you on follow up on Omaira on the settlements. Now, there's going to be
You'll know when you see
staggering number, like 13,600 housing units east of Bethlehem, creeping into my village.
I think social media is rotting people's ability to be at least a little bit flexible in their thinking. It's not inflexibility is not what it means when
Vosh,
you don't want to vote for something.
Yes, we're going to start wrapping soon, Jack. Vosh is the most inflexible guy.
Yeah.
One enabling a genocide.
Yeah, I think there's only like minor Haiti update beyond this.
Okay.
So, and you say we will continue to express our views and so on. But the Israelis are not listening. So what are you willing, what leverage are you willing to use to say, look, we asked this a number of times in this room, this issue. Will there ever be will we ever reach a point where you say, okay, you continue to do this?
Much now. Is it because of us?
So
because of the horse?
Oh, it's definitely because of us. Yeah, but he uses Wikipedia articles to wreck kids, so...
Yeah, well, so does TF Global, and they're great journalists.
I think, again, sometimes we've discussed this before, there's a mistaken belief that the United States is able to dictate to other countries' sovereign decisions. That Israel makes its sovereign decisions. We make clear where we disagree with them. And there have been times when we express our disagreements privately. There are times we express them publicly. And of course, you have seen individuals in Israel take actions where we have felt the need to hold them accountable. So with respect to extremist violence in the West Bank, we have made very clear that when we didn't see the government of Israel taking action that we thought was sufficient, we were ready to hold people accountable. And we are ready to hold further individuals accountable if appropriate. And that'll continue to be the case.
I'm glad we're finally taking a temperate and a moderate approach to the subject, telling other countries what to do.
It's over 25,000.
Mr. Secretary, last
Probably
week, the
I know
UN
this
High
guy.
Commissioner for Human Rights warned that any transfer of weapon or ammunition to Israel violates international law.
Vosh, you're overblowing the influence the Palestinian genocide will have over the election. People care more about Biden's Asian non-assistant inflation than they care about Palestine. You're out of touch. I honestly, I just think you're okay with the genocide. I just think that you think that this is like smarmy internet politics that you're above. The idea that like you could pretend to hold some kind of intellectual or moral superiority over people who are moved to action or inaction by genocide as opposed to whatever the you think the smart move is ridiculous.
There are at least 10 genocides happening right now, and they are only talking about one. They don't care about genocide.
Goodbye. Ridiculous. What is it about liberals are so unwilling to admit any fault on Biden's part? Listen to the language from that poster. Biden's age, something he can't technically control, and non-existent inflation. That's true. There are no legitimate reasons to dislike Biden, you know? There's no legitimate reason. It's all just internet lefty.
He doesn't even ask the question. It's somebody else who's talking. And then Matt from the AP, who's an Assadist, by the way, chimes in and says something really funny.
You know, never mind the massive number of Democrats who want a ceasefire. Never mind the
what?
I said I'm trying to find one with good audio.
Oh, okay.
The results in Michigan that got enough uncommitted votes that were worrying to the point that even the Biden administration had to make a comment about it. Never mind those facts. All is look, okay? Look at the airships hovering above, okay? And ask yourself, is all right in the world? Yes.
About how many precision-guided munitions has the United States given Israel since the beginning of the war?
I don't have that number at my fingertips, but we have endeavored.
Mr. Zaid, it's about 21,000 precision-guided munitions to Israel since the start of the war. Secretary Austin, last week you spoke to Defense Minister Gallant, and you said clearly there needs to be a plan to ensure the safety and support of those sheltering in Rafah before any military operations proceed. National Security Advisor Sullivan has said he has not seen any plan yet. John Kirby said it would be
people care about Michigan. You have to understand that a lot of people in this community, an unfortunate number of people, not as many as there used to be, but some, just they aren't even leftists. They just take pride. They either find me entertaining or they take pride in being smarter than the lefties. And because I'm like, I don't know, a bit more level-headed or a bit more pragmatic
You're
than
gonna,
most other
when I
lefties, they
find
can
one with good
tolerate me,
audio,
but they mostly
you're
just
gonna
like
love
distinguishing themselves from
how
those
Vosh
people.
literally cut away.
It's sickening. It really is, especially if it leads them to the position like, internet lefties care about indiscriminate slaughter.
Right. He fucked this up so hard. So with what?
To a humanitarian pause, a temporary ceasefire, that would go a long ways to alleviating the immediate suffering of the Palestinian people.
Okay. My second question is, the secretary was asked during the trip to comment about the Netanyahu plan for Gaza. And he said he's not going to comment because he hasn't seen it. So the US government has not seen it officially. The White House dismissed it somehow as disagreement among friends. This plan, I'm sure you've seen it, not officially, but you read about it, fundamentally clashes with everything that the administration calling, including just now when you talked about two-state solution. So is really the two-state solution a mirage, considering Netanyahu himself and his government don't believe in it at all? So who are you going to implement it with?
So with respect to the plan, first of all, again, we have not, you're right that we have not engaged with the government of Israel. We've seen press reporting, but we haven't sat down and had a detailed conversation with the government of Israel about this plan yet. So I will refrain from specific comment until we've had the chance to do so. But we have been very clear about what our position is with respect to the governance of Gaza moving forward when it comes to questions about the reoccupation of Gaza and the reduction or potential reduction of any territory of Gaza. And we'll continue to be very clear about that publicly and privately. And when it comes to this question of the two states, all we can do, and you've heard me say this before, is present our vision for peace and security in the Middle East, and make clear to the government of Israel and make clear to the people of Israel that there is a path forward for lasting security, for better relations with Israel's neighbors, and they have to take it. And if they're ready to do it, we are ready to work with them on how to achieve that vision.
But you have so many.
Get rid of the borders.
You have so many tools. This is my last follow-up. Sorry.
No
you
state.
Have leverage over the Israelis, and this is fundamental vision of the president. So you can use all the leverage you want, including weapons that you sell to Israel, to make sure that this plan is on at least on the right path for implementation, considering we have like short time between now and November.
So one thing I will say about that people often tend to forget is that Israel, like other countries in the region, is a sovereign country that makes its own decisions. The United States does not dictate to Israel what it must do, just as we don't dictate to any country what it must do. We present what we believe are the. We present what we believe are the.
Matt just goes, unless you invade them.
That's funny.
Good one, Matt. We present. No, I mean, but come on, yeah. It's we present.
Pause it. See people mentioned.
I'll allow it. It has enough pop history there that I'll allow it.
The United States does not dictate to Israel what it must do, just as we don't dictate to any country what it must do. We present what we believe are the. We present what we believe are the.
He couldn't even contain himself.
No, I mean, but come on. We present stand-up hour in the briefing room. We present what we believe are the best proposals to achieve peace and security, and we will continue to do that. But Israel has to make its own decisions, just as every sovereign, independent country has to make its own decisions.
What did you say? What did you mean when you just said that they have to take it?
They have to. It doesn't mean that they have to take it in that we can dictate to them. What I meant by they have to take it is we can present all the options in the world. We can't control whether they take it or not.
What did you mean by they have to take it there? Okay, anyway.
Stupid lefty internet take. It's ridiculous. And ironically, also a very online position. A person being sneeringly arrogant about how other people are concerned about genocide is something that would only take place as a counter reaction online. It's a position that doesn't exist in real life. The real life equivalent of that position would just be being a Zionist, which they're not. They're just a contrarian. Whereas there are people in real life who are genuinely motivated by what they've heard going down in the Gaza Strip.
A disaster to invade Rafah. If Netanyahu defies the United States and invades Rafah, will you commit today that you will halt any future military sales to Israel?
Obviously, sir, that's a presidential decision, but we expect that. And by the way, I spoke to Minister Gallant last night, and I expect that when we provide munitions to allies and partners, that they'll use them in the
to invade them line and geeking out about it. Sam Cedar caught it, I think.
Yeah. All right, let's go to China. This one.
Yeah, there's that Reuters. I think Reuters will give you everything we need.
Yeah. Then we'll just go through the ones that are there.
China has set its growth target for the year at 5% and warned hitting it won't be easy. The goal was revealed as the annual meeting of the country's parliament got underway.
We got two
Liu Chen
sessions.
spoke in the cavernous Great Hall of the People on Beijing's Tiananmen Square.
What? Tiananmen what?
These expected
I don't
targets.
understand what he's saying. What?
Oh, they're translating. I was just going Tiananmen
no,
what?
The Tiananmen Square, that doesn't exist.
Are proposed taking into account
Oh my
both
God, shut up,
domestic
shut
and
up.
international situations and various factors. Achieving these targets this year is not an
Where's
easy
Winnie the
task.
Pooh?
It requires focused policies, doubled efforts and work, and concerted efforts from all sides.
The
Wanna
target
see
is
his fat
similar
little
to
face.
last year's, but faces even stronger headwinds. China started the year with a stock market rout and deepening deflation. A property market crisis only seems to get worse, with giant developer Evergrande told to liquidate.
True.
And a sputtering economic recovery has laid bare deep-seated structural problems, including feeble household consumption. On Monday,
China's already
That's a
collapsing.
classic one where he goes Iraq 2. Iraq 2. And then fucking PSL comes in right after that. It starts going, you killed all those people. Or wasn't it before that? I don't know. PSL definitely starts yelling at him. It's it's Abby Martin's husband who comes in and starts yelling at him.
The next decade.
Okay, here we go. Peter Zahan time. Put our Peter
I don't
Zahan
know.
hat on. China's going to collapse tomorrow.
It's not tomorrow. I would argue it's already collapsing. It's what will come out the other end.
It's a serious recession, but anyone can pull themselves out of a recession. It's not like as bad as Egypt, you know? Like China still has the capacity to be fine if they
Not for
make
long.
the hard choices and reverse
Not for
some
long.
things. I mean, be fine.
They
In the
have a
future,
very
you know, like
short window.
Egypt doesn't have the ability to be fine next year or the year after that.
Right?
China
Yeah,
can
yeah.
flip it around and like make a strong economic recovery. Still at this point, they're still fucked, but it's not like Lebanon and Egypt fucked.
Will the CCP survive? I don't know.
Yeah, the CCP will be around. What are they going to do? They have such a huge monopoly on power and authority and violence.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like
they're not
Kim
really going
Jong-un
anywhere.
being cooed. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And also, what's funny is, like Saddam did this. Is one of the reasons why, not many reasons why Saddam was so easy to take out. But all his generals hated each other, and he pitted his people against each other to prevent coups. Right. So you can build up your internal stuff to prevent coups and be a dictator. But as soon as somebody goes in, you're extremely weak. We're not going to invade China, and we're not going to invade Korea.
Yeah,
they're not going anywhere.
they leave out to transform the country's growth model. He said Beijing would curb industrial overcapacity, tackle the property crisis, and address risks over massive municipal debts.
We were saying it 2 years ago as well.
Their population is what's going to fuck them. Really, they're going to get fucked so hard when their population collapses.
It will also pour money.
And they don't have the forward thinking that Japan has. They're top down, whatever the
If
top
China
says.
picked up on decentralization of government, they would be based to give the actual power to the people. Yeah. A decentralization is always good, right? They won't.
No. And like China,
this is what I think too. It'll be bad. They'll make it through.
Yeah.
When
but
we say
because of
collapse,
China's centralization, well, it is a collapse, but it's because of China's centralization and how their power structure works, they don't have the capacity to recover their population collapse, where Japan has the forward thinking and the forethought to actually plan ahead. So they'll be fine with their population collapse. They'll just shrink their economy and take the hit. But China will struggle a lot. It's going to be bad.
Into tech innovation and advanced manufacturing. But investors were disappointed by the lack of detail on what all that might mean in practice. Hong Kong's benchmark Hang Seng Index slid over 2% following Lee's outlook. Analysts still bet the country will have to lower its growth targets in the future, pointing to pressures including China's falling population. Also Monday, Lee flagged another rise in defense spending.
Yeah, it's almost like I know what I'm talking about.
No, let him finish.
Toward Taiwan. His report to Parliament dropped all mention of peaceful reunification with the island, which Beijing views as a breakaway province.
Okay.
There you go. Whole story. That was all of it. That's literally all that happened at the 2 sessions. 5% growth, removed a word about relations with Taiwan.
2 sessions.
Yeah.
China's military spending is set to grow 7.2% this year, a sign that national defense remains a major priority for the government. The increase was announced Tuesday in a draft budget that will be approved by China's National People's Congress next week. The nation's annual defense budget totals $220 billion, second only to that of the United States. Both China's neighbors and the U.S. view the growing strength of China's military with concern.
Here's the thing.
Chinese warplanes.
The question is, what are they getting for those dollars, right? Because for China, you should be getting a lot more for less.
Yeah. Theoretically.
So
Theoretically.
hopefully they're saving the money in the right place. They're not.
No. I was saying this maybe a year ago, is when they put in the 3-child policy. I'm like, if they're going to keep going like this and continue trying to fix it with policies, it'll end up being forced insemination. Like they'll literally.
You mean like that Jordan Peterson video?
What Jordan Peterson video?
Oh, come on, bro.
What are you talking about?
The Milkman factory that he posted. You remember that?
Yes. I forgot about that intentionally.
This is what's happening in China now.
Yeah, no, it won't be that, but it'll be.
I bet it'll be that.
Forced insemination, and it will be an issue.
I bet they'll man milk.
And warships.
We're going to figure out how to get Bussy pregnant.
Daily basis. China also has territorial disputes with Japan, the Philippines, and several other nations in the Western.
Yep, several other we know.
The annual meeting of China's legislature, the National People's Congress, opens this week in Beijing. More than 2,000 delegates from around the country.
Okay.
We got 2 sessions. I told you it was all. We covered it all for China.
This
you know about this? Isn't this crazy? You know why this is happening?
No, I have no idea, which is why I clicked it.
It's happening because that fucking panel flew off that plane.
Seriously?
Yeah, so now they're calling into investigation that this went down because of Boeing manufacturing. So there's awesome. They're redrawing fucking investigation location maps.
Epic. It's really funny because I reckon it's in the jungle. It crashed and the jungle grew over it. So they're never finding it.
I know a little bit about this plane, right? And play it because I have to pull up a diagram of it. And I'll let you know when I have it.
Disappeared. Family members of missing passengers were hopeful on Sunday that a new search for the plane may finally shed light on one of the world's greatest aviation mysteries. Malaysia's transport minister.
The jungle ate it.
Minister Anthony Loke says his government is pushing for a new attempt to find the Boeing 777, which disappeared with 227 passengers and 12 crew on board while traveling from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing in 2014.
As I've mentioned,
haven't the issues been on 787s, not 777s? Like it's the Dreamliners that are the issue, no?
I thought it was the 737 MAX.
It could be that, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what
as far
the
as Malaysian
software is
government is concerned, we are committed to that search, and the search must go on.
At a remembrance event in the city of Subang Jaya, Lok said Malaysia had invited the US seabed exploration company called Ocean Infinity to discuss a new search proposal after 2 previous attempts to find the plane failed. A 2-year, $130 million underwater search by Malaysia, China, and Australia came to an end in January 2017. The following year, Malaysia had engaged Ocean Infinity for a search in the southern
this is the same
Indian
type
Ocean,
of plane, right?
offering up to $70 million.
This plane? It was totally this plane, right? So they upgraded this from a previous. Oh, he's not even there. They upgraded this from a previous model, right?
Yeah.
So there's this system on it, and the sensor is. They have one sensor for it, right?
Okay.
So a Mylar balloon can hit it, and it totally disables the sensor. What the sensor, so because of how they built this plane, they didn't want to tell anyone if they took too steep a climb, the plane will stall, right? So to account for that, they put an autopilot system in there called MCAS, right? And when it detects it's at that angle, it forces the plane's nose down.
Oh my God.
Right? And then they didn't tell anyone. They didn't tell the pilots. And they said that the pilots wouldn't need to be retrained on flight simulators because this plane is that similar. Right?
Epic. Is that the 777?
Yeah, it's this one, the 737. Yeah, that's who I heard it from, John Oliver. I was trying to think who I heard it from. I was like, who was it? Was it Legal Eagle? I was thinking Legal Eagle. It was John Oliver. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what the same this plane was. I think.
Yeah. Look, I fucking will. Go look in the fucking jungle. It grew over it. I swear to God. It crashed into the jungle and the jungle grew over it. It fucking ate that shit. If you haven't found it in the fucking ocean, there's only one place it would be.
Well, they found wreckage. The wreckage was washing up on Africa's coasts.
Yeah, because it probably hit the fucking trees on the coast, flew into the jungle, and then grew the fuck over. Or maybe it blew the fuck up in flight.
Or maybe it went nose down into the water like it did in Ethiopia.
Yeah, maybe.
And islands across the Indian Ocean, some of which were on display at Sunday's remembrance. VPR Nathan, whose wife was on board, is hopeful the latest proposal will uncover something new.
There have been
Oh no, it
ships
isn't
lost.
the right. It's a
That are found
that's
after
an
hundreds of years.
M37. Never mind.
We cannot say that this plane
I
will
was
never
just
be found.
stealing
But
John
actually,
Oliver's
plans
story
underway
for
now
no
to
reason,
map
I
the
guess.
whole of the world's oceans. So when they map the ocean floor, at some point in time they will find.
Aluminum
gangs in
floats, pal.
Haiti.
He's like, if they map the ocean floor, someday they'll find it. And I went, aluminum floats, pal.
Attempt to take control of Haiti's international airport. The ambush coming just days after gang members freed thousands
president can't
of
return to the
jailed
country.
in the country's 2 biggest prisons. Haitian police and soldiers block
He literally
gunfire
can't
from
fly
the
in.
gangs as they defend government sites while violence continues. A 72-hour state of emergency is in place. The U.S. Embassy has also suspended travel to Haiti. It recommends American citizens who are there to leave immediately.
You don't know what
The
happened
Biden-
in Lost? It was a dream. The end. It was a dream.
Starting with Haiti.
It was a cop out at the last second. So yeah, anyway, the president literally is off the island, right? And this guy, I think his name is Barbecue. He took the airport over. He's called that because he cooks people. He took the airport over after an international delegation was there, right? And then this guy is in a different country right now. I don't remember which one right next to Haiti, not the Dominican Republic, but I think it's Honduras or Mexico or something. And he can't return because they now control the airport. There literally is nobody running Haiti right now except the gangs. And there are the police, so they released 20 to 40,000 prisoners, and there's only a few thousand cops, right? And I think Kenya is only sending 10,000 more or something. They're just so outnumbered.
There's not a lot.
What is the situation with Prime Minister Henri?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, 1,000, but I didn't say that because I thought that was the number that they're sending in the subway, and I was thinking that I was just getting the numbers conflated, but they might both be 1,000.
Is that correct?
We are
This is
not
Matt, by the
calling
way,
on
the-
him or
the
pushing for
Assadist.
him to resign, but we are
He's a
urging
great
him
fucking
to expedite the transition to
guy
an
at
empowered
these
and
State
inclusive
Department meetings,
governance
so he's always fucking digging into them so good.
structure that will move with urgency to help the country prepare for a multinational security support mission to address the security situation and pave the way for free and fair elections.
Okay.
Oh
what's
yeah,
your
bro.
understanding of where he is
Pave
now
the
and-
way.
and
Pave
his
the way
efforts to
for
get
free and
back
fair
to
elections.
that.
Those are definitely going to happen this fucking decade. Talk about a failed state, am I right?
We're out of videos. If you want to share, you can.
Want to? We can. I mean, we can. There is other stuff on there.
I mean, yeah.
There is this Hassan video that was funny where he's talking about, oh, it's the worst election. But
Yeah.
also, there's this one.
Well, just pick one to finish on then.
This one's short, but I wanted to look at it.
Okay.
Including Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, have worse net favorabilities than more moderate Democrats. What do you think this tells us?
He's terrible. What do you think this tells us?
The political middle in the country is big, it is strong, and it has been forgotten. And
did you hear that with the shit that came out of that analyst's mouth? Do you need me to run it back? Or are you just shaking your head that it's stupid? Okay, just
No,
check.
I'm saying no. Yeah, sorry. My mouth was full. I'm not
Yeah,
trying
that's
to
fine.
do
Just
this.
checking.
Tells us.
The
When Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar have worse net favorabilities than more moderate Democrats. What do you think this tells us?
the middle, the political middle in the country is big, it is strong, and it has been forgotten.
No, that was
And
only the one
this
where I
is
said we'll
why
come
you
back to it at the
see,
end. And that
independents
one was great.
rising
That was a
in
great
numbers.
video.
Gallup has
You know it was
independents
worth
now
it,
in the
bro.
40%, if not higher. In the
Oh,
last election,
hang on.
in
We
20
talked over him again.
Democrats. What do you think this tells us?
No. I heard what he said.
the
Fucking
middle,
dumb.
The political middle in the country is big, it is strong, and it has been forgotten.
The political middle in the country is big and strong, like me.
Jesus Christ.
And my daddy says, that
Analyst, right?
when I'm older, I wipe my own ass. The big country. The country, so it got big people, it got a lot of thing in it.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
That was the wrong soundbite.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
What's next?
I'm just looking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom.
That one's too long because I don't want to pick anything that's over like 10 minutes, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
You must have known you were wrong when your fingers were dipped inside me.
It's an hour and a half long, and it's just talking about how Vosh is evil. And it's an hour and a half long. I think I got something. I think I got something here.
Mm-hmm.
Where did it go?
We have a name for fantasy realized.
You're right.
It's called
It is a nightmare.
Nightmare.
My sleep paralysis demon is what we're going to finish on here. I fucking hate him so much.
Charles Murray has been canceled. He
Oh,
doesn't
no.
get invited to colleges anymore. These students turn their backs.
I
and
wonder
call
why.
Murray's racist and sexist, they say, because he wrote this book, The bell curve.
Epic.
It has been some time since it's been a more controversial book. Controversial largely because some people lie about what the book says.
Uh-huh.
That essentially says that African Americans are subhuman. And if you push genetically
You hate Slavo. No, I don't hate him. It's just like he's so hard to listen to, because I think that like he's brilliant. It's like certainly better than Chomsky, he's certainly better than a guy who thinks the bell curve exists. But Zizek is just funny. So that I also there's like this one too, one of my favorite ones.
I love the movie Kung Fu Panda. What am I doing here in the middle of the ocean surrounded by frozen corpses? I already am eating from the trash can all the time.
He's great when he's not. See, that's the thing is like I like it. He did the Pervert's Guide to Cinema or something, and that's where a lot of those the quotes are from. I'll listen to him talk about movies and stuff. I think it's interesting. Anyway, let's get back to this guy who wrote the bell curve, and John Stossel is like, people are lying about it, what it says, saying that it says black people are less fucking.
The bell curve. That's my favorite book.
The bell curve. That's totally. I love that they showed like this dude. Like, this dude was interviewing fucking Hashmi, the fucking spokesperson for the Taliban, after we fucking did what were Operation. What was the bombing of the
Storm?
No, Infinite Reach, when we bombed the Taliban, and then like that he talked to this guy like that
Epic
like,
name,
like old.
Herschel assume it does.
You know about Hashmi, the old spokesman for the Taliban?
No.
He was literally convinced to leave the Taliban, came here and started going to an Ivy League school, and racist Republicans forced him out of the country. He's now he's finishing up his thesis for his doctorate in Europe. I think either Germany or
seriously
or something. Yeah. Literally someone we de-radicalized from the Taliban because he came to this country and saw our values.
Unfucking believable.
And we chased him out because of how racist the Republicans were at the time. He was like a kid, like he was so young.
They're that angry at you because you're perpetuating racism.
Came in at the wrong time, my friend.
These kids had never read a word of anything I'd ever written. More likely, they read slander about Murray from leftist smear sites like the Southern Poverty Law Center. You say white men are intellectually, psychologically, and morally superior. I've never said that. I've never said anything remotely like that. But the media.
We're not racist. We just want to be by ourselves in our only white society.
You appear to be saying to black people, you're inferior. Have a nice day.
So I asked Murray, do you believe that blacks are intellectually inferior? If you give mental tests to a representative sample of whites and a representative sample of blacks, that there will be about a 1 standard deviation difference. To then translate that into people being inferior and superior is idiotic. His book is filled with graphs. These are the bell curves, the distribution of IQ.
Yeah.
Blacks on average have a lower IQ than whites. However, whites are not.
Why is
at
that?
the top. East Asians on average.
Come
have
on,
a
bro.
higher IQ
He's
than
still
whites.
doing race science, bro. They're all human beings.
Yeah.
Like they're like, come on, bro. It's actually East Asians who are at the top of the bell curve and have the highest IQs. Oh, really? Almost like there's like more of a test-taking culture.
Yeah, crazy, right? Very crazy.
He literally does it. It's actually, it's not even saying the whites are better. It's saying the Asians that we tokenize and say get scholarships, and that's why we don't need affirmative action.
Ashkenazi Jews have higher
Jesus
IQs.
Christ.
Many researchers say
Asians
Murray's
and
correct.
Jews, bro.
IQs do differ by race.
They do.
But lots of
They
people
do,
want
but why? Why is that, John?
Yeah.
Why is it?
no discussion about racial
Also,
differences.
IQ is not a
even
thing.
obvious ones.
No.
I don't think
Oh,
there's
look.
been a
The Blicks are
white
fast.
winner of the 100-yard dash in the Olympics for a zillion years.
40 years, actually, since a white man won.
Oh,
Murray says
Jesus,
it's probably
fuck, bro.
because some black people have more fast twitch muscle fibers. The mob says it's racist to say such things. It's too bad that Murray was canceled because he's good at revealing unpopular truths. After studying America's social programs, he wrote this important and influential book.
That looks like
those who evaluate
those look like fucking technical books from the 1990s.
Mm-hmm. They really do.
Like I did really well with IQ tests, like because they're just like the way they're geared is the way like my brain is like function in a certain way. I don't do well with like they make you like say numbers backwards and stuff. It's numbers because you know this. I can't like do numbers very well. That's where I get fucked up.
I did social programs on contract to the government, and that was my job. We knew.
Being good at tests.
There were no success stories.
The scholarly work of Charles Murray.
Murray's book influenced presidents from both parties.
No one wants to change the welfare system as badly as those who are trapped in it.
Bill Clinton said, Charles and I have disagreed about many things, as if we'd had these bull sessions at a college dorm. But I think he's done the country a service.
Then Murray wrote In Pursuit of Happiness and Good Government, a book that changed my thinking. Murray describes how when he was young, he worked as a Peace Corps volunteer in Thailand. He watched as Thai government experts created what they said would be a model.
What was that? Another beetle?
Yes, gave the village a
They're super annoying today. It just warmed up after like a big freeze, so they're all coming out of hibernation.
They weren't as happy as they used to be. I saw what government looks like from Bangkok and how it looks to the villager, and it's the same as in the United States.
Where billions more is being spent on government welfare programs, and more Americans become dependent on government.
No. I need this meme on
I'm deeply depressed. No, it's worse than that. I don't see a way back out. We have watched on our own lifetime our hopes and dreams turn to
I just like loved like the libertarian Ayn Rand shit that they just like say this shit like it's empirical fact all the time.
Yeah.
Like at least like Fox News builds up a narrative. I'm like, they say this. Even John Stossel was like, they're saying it's racist. John Stossel walked so Steven Crowder could hit his wife.
Why are you smiling? Because what else?
Don't laugh at abuse jokes. What's wrong with you?
That old people are habitually too pessimistic.
So there's hope. Murray and I talked for more than an hour.
This is the picture you chose behind him. Oh, I'll go get you. Imagine talking to Charles Murray for a fucking hour. Actually, Charles Murphy has it worse, talking to John Stossel for a fucking hour. I feel bad for Murray in this. This is him being like, all right, John, it's been an hour. Let me go home. I have a family. Listen, Hat Man.
He has interesting ideas that deserve to be heard, not
shouted
down.
Oh, shut up.
I'll post the full video in a few weeks.
Okay. And we can watch that
to
full
make
video
sure you
tomorrow if
get
we
the full
get
video
more
and subscribe
curve.
and hit the notification bell.
Oh, God.
Alrighty. Well, this was very successful.
Now watch this drive.
And also, don't forget,
we will continue to be your single source of truth.
Also,
Dismiss
don't
anything
forget.
else.
Hey, so remember, if you subscribe to the Patreon, you get your name below. Also, we're raising funds for Ukraine. You can donate to a Ukrainian drone pilot who's a friend. You can go watch our episode on LTech in the LTech playlist. Here's Junk to tell you more about the Patreon. Link in bio.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
It's not proper pizza etiquette.
The chair will advise